Hey friends, I'm Ella from New York. Please like and subscribe. People say fairy tales are just stories, but today, I'll tell you my story. And you'll see how this is wrong because I can confidently say that I'm a modern Cinderella. I'm an only child, and my parents loved me so much and cared a lot about my musical talent, which they noticed when I was only 6. I played the piano, wrote songs, and sang too. She's gonna be a famous star one day. She sounds like an angel. Believe me when I tell you, I love music. I spend all my time singing and playing or listening to music. When I was 10, I even wrote my first song. Sadly, everything changed when I turned 13 and Mom and Dad divorced. Mom left us and we were devastated. But after 2 years, my dad met someone new. I didn't like the idea at first, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to see him happy again. One day, he told me that he had invited this woman and her 2 daughters over for dinner.
You're gonna like the girls, I promise. They're so nice, and they're your age as well. You can finally have the sisters you always wanted.
When they finally came over, my soon-to-be stepmom Lindsay and her 2 daughters, Anna and Joanna, pretended to be nice to me, but I don't know why I felt like they were lying the whole time.
Oh my, look at you, aren't you a dear?
I feel like we'll be best friends. I like your hair so much. Can I see your room?
My dad and Lindsay got married after a short time, and she and her daughters moved in with us.
Our house is bigger than theirs, so we'll all fit in nicely together here. Anna and Joanna will keep you company all the time. Isn't this amazing?
Yeah, Dad, it is. I'm so, excited. I really didn't like the idea because there was just something weird about them, but I didn't have the heart to say that to my dad. Not long after the wedding, my father came home one day looking extremely happy.
Girls, guess what? I got promoted.
Really? Congrats. How much will they pay you?
I don't know yet, but I'll have to travel every now and again. It's a very important position.
But Dad, I don't like having you away for long. Don't be silly. He'll make a lot of money. He has to take the job.
When are you gonna travel? What will you bring for me?
I need a new phone. Please.
What about me? I want a new laptop. Mine is old.
Baby, I've always wanted a diamond ring. The golden one is not so nice. Can you please get me one?
What about you, Ella? What do you want me to get you?
Nothing, Dad. Just don't stay away for too long. See, this is the sad part. I discovered that Lindsay had married my dad for his money, and she literally cared for nothing else. When Dad started to travel a lot, Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna showed their true colors. They were terrible. They treated me horribly. They were only nice to me when he was around. Just stop playing the stupid piano. Your playing sounds like nails on a chalkboard. You think you're a musician? Such a loser.
Oh, yeah, stop it, will you? You're giving me a headache.
Just like that, Lindsay didn't let me play the piano anymore. She didn't let me do anything, basically. Wait a minute, is that my shirt you're wearing?
It was your shirt. I liked it, so I took it. Do you have a problem?
Anna, why is your stuff in my room?
I'm bored with my room, and it's very small. I want yours. It's bigger and nicer.
Get the rest of your stuff out of my new room now. That was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. I planned to tell my dad everything when he got back. Oh my God, I never did that. You told me you wanted us to exchange rooms. I'm really hurt.
Didn't you give me this shirt because you took my orange one? I didn't take anything from you.
Oh my, I didn't let her play the piano? Why would I ever do that? If anything, I encouraged her to practice more.
What? What are you saying? I'm not lying.
Ella, I am very disappointed in you. I never thought you would lie to me. Lindsay and the girls are trying to be a family to you and you're telling lies about them? I never want to hear anything like that ever again.
I mean, the audacity! 2 years passed like this before everything changed, when I learned tragic news. Apparently, the company Dad was working for was a fraud, and he was in jail, miles away. And if things were bad in the beginning, they got even worse. Lindsay and her daughters made my life terrible, and I didn't know what to do. Music was the only thing that helped me. When I saved enough money, I bought a secondhand microphone and downloaded an app that would let me play different kinds of instruments on it. I kept writing songs and music and recording them on my laptop and listening to them because I couldn't live without music. Wait a second, why don't I upload one of my songs online? Of course, I can't use my real name or picture because God knows what would happen if Lindsay or one of her daughters found out. But the idea isn't so terrible, is it? It's better than being this far away from music. After only 2 days, it had 100,000 views. In the comments section, I could see that people loved the lyrics and the music despite the low quality of the video. So I started to post more and more songs. Soon, everyone at school was talking about my songs. That made me happy and sad at the same time because I couldn't tell them that it was me.
Have you listened to this new song by this mystery girl? Let me tell you, it's amazing.
Not yet, but I have to check it out now. I adore her songs.
If only we could know who she really is.
I literally know all her songs by heart. But things didn't stay good for long for me. Joanna recognized my voice and playing somehow and told Lindsay.
What do you think you're doing? Playing smart and thinking I won't know?
I don't understand how someone like you got this number of views and likes.
She won't anymore. Give me this laptop now. I'm going to delete those stupid videos. If you do one more thing like this, you won't like what happens.
Please, don't. Please. Wait a minute, Mom. What if we could use her fame? We could make a lot of money if we let her write and record those silly songs of hers, and I'll pretend that I'm the one who's actually making them. The camera loves my face anyways. What? You want to steal my music? Are you crazy?
Oh, that's a brilliant idea, darling.
And you, Ella, have no say in this at all. You either do what we say, or you can say goodbye to your dad forever. I'll make sure he can't get out of that jail and stays there forever. I won't hire a lawyer or anything to save his butt. Got it? This family was crazy. They were heartless. Lindsay bought better equipment and forced me to use it to record my music and songs. Later, Joanna would shoot videos of herself pretending to sing and play the piano, but it was actually my voice, my music, and my lyrics. The number of views and likes on the video was crazy. She was becoming the new social media sensation, and she was making an insane amount of money. At school, everyone wanted to be her friend because she was the popular girl now. Joanna, please come to my party this weekend. It would be a blast having you there.
Sign my shirt, Joanna. Please, please, please.
Can I get a selfie with you? Please, say yes.
Meanwhile, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere other than school. It felt like I was in prison. Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna were watching me all the time because they were worried I'd reveal their secret. But I didn't because I was afraid they'd leave Dad in jail forever. But things changed once more one afternoon. Ella, you better listen to what I'm gonna tell you carefully. There is a huge musical competition that's happening soon, and if I mean you, created the best song, I can win a record deal with an important record label. And how are you planning on recording an album exactly? Are you planning on dragging me behind you to the studio, letting everybody know your truth? That's none of your business. My mom will think of something. Start working on that song now. I had no choice but to write a song on the required theme and record it. Now, I need to shoot a video for this song, but it needs to be perfect because I have to win this competition. Guess what happened then? She won. She and Lindsay were over the moon, quite literally. Mom, I just got a call from the record label. They want you and me to go tomorrow and sign the contract for the album. That's perfect, honey. You'll be a star. Hey, Ella, you're coming with us tomorrow. What? Me? Why would you want me to go with you? What if they asked us some stupid question about music and singing? You'll be there to help Joanna answer. Understood? Wasn't it enough that they were stealing my music and money? They also wanted me to watch them doing it? When we got there, Liam, the CEO himself, welcomed us.
Welcome to our company. It's been a pleasure meeting such a young and promising talent as you, Joanna. For how long have you been playing the piano and singing?
Oh, since she was 10. She's the most unique kid ever.
That's nice. And have you had any teachers?
Well, I don't... Oh no, she taught herself all that she knows about music. Isn't she amazing?
Sure. And you are?
Oh, that's Ella, my stepdaughter. She's one of our family and we love her dearly, just like she loves us. Right, darling? What? Yeah, sure.
Nice to meet you, Ella. I feel like you're surprised I'm the CEO because I'm young. I hear that a lot. But the truth is, this This company belongs to my dad, and he only trusts me to run things around here.
I was sitting there silently, not saying much. This Liam was very nice, and to me especially. He kept trying to include me in the conversation, but Lindsay didn't like it. Ella, dear, be a dear and bring me my shawl from the car, could you? I'm cold. Sure. I understood that she wanted me out of the room because she wanted his full attention to be on Joanna. So I left the room and started walking aimlessly around the corridors of the company. Wow, look how many musical instruments are in this room. What is that? A huge piano? It wouldn't hurt if I played it for a minute, will it? I hadn't played a real piano for years because Lindsay sold mine. I miss this so much. I closed my eyes and started to play and sing my heart out. I didn't even feel the time passing. I didn't even feel Liam standing behind me by the door.
What's that? How's that possible? How is this your voice and not Joanna's? I don't understand.
Please, just forget what you saw and heard.
Wait here.
After a couple of minutes, he came back with Lindsay and Joanna, who looked really scared when she saw me near a piano.
Why don't you play us that song that won you the competition before we sign the deal? It's only fair that I hear you play live.
What? Mom? Let's leave that to another day. I'm afraid Joanna's not ready today. She's recovering from a bad cold.
I insist. It's actually part of the contract's conditions.
Believe me when I say, at that moment, I wouldn't want to be Joanna for anything in the world. She sat at the piano, tried to stroke the keys, but of course, she couldn't play. She tried to sing in a low voice, but it was very clear that her voice wasn't even good. She was about to cry.
Ella, why don't you give it a try?
I was terrified for a second, but I told myself, come on, have some courage. Liam knows the truth now. I played and sang the song perfectly.
Ella, we would be honored to sign a deal with you.
What? What do you mean with her? It's my daughter who won the competition, not this girl.
Your daughter can't sing, ma'am. I know the truth now, so no need for more lies. What do you say, Ella?
Sure. I'd be crazy to say no. Let me tell you that the album I made with Liam was a hit. I had enough money to hire a lawyer and fight Dad's case, all with the help of Liam, and he was finally home. Please, Ella, you know we love you, honey. Please don't throw us out. Please, I am so sorry. We're really sorry, Ella. You can have your room back. It was just a misunderstanding. Please. It's too late now. The whole world knows the truth. Now, please leave because I have to prepare for my first live concert. The concert was amazing. Thousands of people came. I was living the dream. Liam was even waiting for me backstage with a bouquet of flowers. Oh, thank you so much. I love them. You're the best, you know. You saved me from my evil stepmother, exactly like a fairy tale.
And because I did that, don't I deserve a date? Just to be authentic to the story.
You do. Let's go get some ice cream.
And a kiss?
Yeah, and a kiss. And that's how I wrapped up my story. I got rid of the evil stepmother and her daughters. I became a superstar, I got the Prince Charming, and I had the happily ever after that everyone wishes for. So, after all that, can you deny that I'm a modern Cinderella?
I stared at the horrors in my mother's basement as I realized the truth. She was a total psychopath. I had to get out of here. I should have never been here, and I wouldn't have been if it hadn't been for that day, the day I found out I was adopted. The revelation just came out of nowhere. I was 13 years old, running around in my house when I heard my parents arguing. They were fighting about when was the right time to tell me I was adopted, that I wasn't really their baby. This discovery threw me for a loop. I couldn't tell my parents I knew the truth, but at the same time, I felt irritated and angry at them, no matter what they said or did. After many arguments, I became distant at home and school, slowly losing my friends and pushing my family away. I just couldn't stop thinking about my real parents. I knew it was time to find them. One night when my parents went out for dinner, I snuck into their room and found my adoption papers. There was a photo of my real mother in the file. Her name was Mary. She'd given me up for adoption 15 years ago. I started searching for her on the internet, and I found a Mary who looked exactly like the woman in the picture. Wait, what? She lived in my city. Her address was only 5 miles away. I couldn't believe my real mom was this close. I felt even angrier at my parents. They probably knew it. The liars. The next day after school, I rushed straight to the address I'd found. I reached a crazy-looking place with weird objects lined up inside the window. A large crystal ball sign read, "Mary's Fortune Telling." Fortune telling? Great, my real mom's a cook. I was skeptical and curious as I stepped inside the strange shop. There was one table in the middle of the shop, and 2 people were sitting at it. I recognized Mary instantly. "I can see your question, Chris," Mary said to the man across from her. "You want to know if your business venture will succeed." "I've done everything right this time. I've prepared everything," Chris said. "I just need to know. What do the planets say?" I sat down by the waiting area to watch the session. Mary closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She went on to tell him that she sensed a bad aura around his business, and it would be better for him to shut it down till the planets aligned in his favor. That sounds so lame, I thought to myself. But the guy was totally buying it. He looked really disappointed and said this project was his only dream. Mary just waved him away and said the session was over. He had to come again next month. He left. And that's when she noticed me. $100 for the session, cash payments only, please, she said. I didn't know how to say it, so I simply blurted out the truth. I'm not here for a reading. I'm your daughter. You gave me up for adoption 15 years ago. For a few seconds, her face froze in shock. With all her abilities to see into the future, she clearly hadn't seen this coming. She recovered soon enough, smiled, and pulled me into a hug. I couldn't believe it. I was hugging my real mother. We sat down and I demanded that she tell me everything about herself and why she had given me up. Looking ashamed, Mary said she was very young and poor when she had me, and she wouldn't have been able to give me a good life. She told me she had a true connection with the planets and spirits. That's why she became a fortune teller. I was rather doubtful about her powers, so she decided to do a reading for me. You're my daughter, so this one's on me, she said, winking at me. I had to admit she was pretty good. She knew just by looking at my palm that my parents hadn't told me the truth about my birth. She knew that I'd been depressed and I had no friends at school. She knew my grades were falling. I wanted to know more, but another client came in and Mary had to excuse herself. She said she was really busy these days with back-to-back sessions. That's when I got an idea. I could work here. That way I could get to know her better. She agreed. Now that I have gotten to know her better, I wish I hadn't. That week, I began to intern at Mary's. As we bonded daily and I felt happier, I stopped being irritable and began to joke around with people at school. I told them about my fortune-telling mom to seem cool and interesting. Allie, the head cheerleader, and Brandon, a football player, asked me to get them a session with Mary. I happily agreed because I really wanted to get in with the popular kids. This was my chance. A gang of cheerleaders and football players joined me as I went to Mary's shop that day. Everyone was excited to hear Allie and Brandon's future. Mary was very pleased to see new clients and began the first session right away with Allie. Allie wanted to know if she would win the upcoming fashion contest in school. No, Mary replied after reading her cards. The signs aren't in your favor. Allie was upset, but Mary refused to change her answer. Then it was Brandon's turn. He nervously asked Mary if his team would win the football game on Friday. Yes, you will win. Brandon was delighted by her reading and began to ask her more questions. Many other kids got their readings done, and it was night by the time they all left. Mary told me to go home and said she'd leave later. When I packed up my bag and looked back, Mary was no longer in the shop. I looked around, but I couldn't find her. Was this one of her powers? News of Mary's abilities spread around school. It was all everyone was talking about when the day of the fashion contest came. The contest began, and one by one, girls started to walk on the stage in high heels and dresses, smiling and waving to the crowd. Allie walked in with confidence. She'd barely taken 4 steps across the platform when her heel twisted and she came crashing down to the ground. The entire auditorium fell silent. Mary's prediction had come true. Allie had lost. I was amazed that Mary had been right. I rushed out to the parking lot to call her and tell her the news. That's when I noticed a figure in a thick coat running away from the auditorium. I squinted, but I couldn't make out who it was in the darkness. I called Mary 3 times, but she declined my calls. I assumed she was in a session and went back inside. The next afternoon, the whole school gathered in the stands for the football game. It began like any other, but then something strange happened. The quarterback of the opposing team clutched his chest. He was clearly having difficulty breathing, but he was trying to fight through it. It didn't work for long. He was off the field within a few minutes. His replacement was brought in from the bench. The other team had no chance without their star player, and our team thrashed them. It was an easy victory, and Mary had been right again. While the whole school screamed with joy, I stared at the field in amazement. Could my mother have true powers to see through time? And if she could teach me her ways, would I be able to do this too? I called Mary to tell her about the contest and the game. She wasn't surprised. She laughed and said she was never wrong. I wanted to learn to do what she did, so the next day I reached the store early so I'd have time to ask her questions. 2 people were shouting loudly in the front of the shop. They were Mary and Chris, the first client of hers I'd met. "You predicted that my business would be ruined," the man yelled. "And then you set my shop on fire to make it true. That is nonsense," Mary snapped. The man screamed that neighbors had seen someone outside his shop just minutes before the fire. Mary wore a creepy smile and said that she never predicted that his business would fail on its own. Then a large man appeared. He seemed to be a friend of Mary's. He threatened Chris until he finally fled. When Mary realized I'd seen the whole fight, she looked very displeased. "Why are you here early?" she asked me harshly. "I didn't mean to interrupt," I said. After a pause, she relaxed. "It's fine. Some people just can't handle my gift," she said. "I want to learn," I told her. "All your predictions come true, and I was hoping you could teach me how to do this." "It's not something that can be taught," she said. "There had to be some way that you knew about the game and the fashion contest. You somehow knew that guy's business would burn." "How?" I asked. She refused to answer. She said I wouldn't understand. I was disappointed, but I thought that was all there was to it. Until Monday at school. Allie came to me during lunch. She said she wanted to show me something. She took me to a room where Brandon was waiting with a laptop. They played a video for me. "This is the day of the game," Brandon said. "That's the opposing team's bench. Look at what happens to the quarterback." The quarterback was drinking a sports drink. When he went to go warm up, someone sidled over to the bench. It was the same person I'd seen the night of the fashion contest, running away from the school. They wore the same trench coat and their face was mostly hidden by the collar. The person put something in the bottle. "The quarterback is allergic to ginger," Brandon told me. "He went into shock on the field. Someone basically poisoned him." I told Brandon I'd seen this person in the trench coat after the fashion contest too. That's when Allie played the next video for me. It was the same person walking into Allie's dressing room minutes before the performance. "She broke my heel," Allie said as we watched the hunched figure handling Allie's shoes. "I was sabotaged too." I was shocked, but I could see it was true. Both predictions Mary had made came true, but not all on their own. I remembered Chris, the man who accused Mary of burning down his shop. Could he have been right? I told them what I thought. Allie and Brandon told me to call the police, but I refused. There was no way to prove that it was Mary in these videos. If my mother was truly a fraud, more than that, a dangerous criminal, I had to find out myself. I went to work that day and pretended everything was normal. Mary went out that afternoon to get supplies, which is when I began a full search of her shop. If she was using some kind of trick to make her predictions seem right, there had to be some proof in her workspace. I was right. I found a secret trapdoor hidden under her carpet. I yanked that door open and stepped inside the dark basement. The moment I switched on the flashlight on my phone, I saw why Mary had kept this secret. Pictures and detailed information about all her clients covered the walls. So many intimate details about their lives were here, ready for Mary to use. There were even police files. She knew about every single parking ticket these clients had ever gotten. I went through the papers on the table and found a report on the opposing team's quarterback. The police had driven him to the hospital once due to an allergic reaction to ginger. I also found notes about the fashion contest and a detailed diagram of the layout of my school. This was so creepy. The last file I found was mine. It clearly showed my school test results along with pictures of me fighting with my parents at home and sitting by myself at school. Mary had clearly been stalking me long before I even knew she existed. Just as I was about to faint under the weight of what I'd just discovered, I heard Mary speak behind me. "So you have found out the truth," she said. There was no way to hide what I'd found. I turned to confront her. "You were stalking me? I gave you away. I can check up on you," she said. "You gave ginger to that quarterback?" I asked. "That's how you made sure we won?" "Yes," she admitted. "It was easy to slip it into his drink." "And Allie?" I asked. "A simple broken heel," she said. I wanted to weep now. This was my mother? "Did you really set that guy's shop on fire?" I asked her. You already knew the answer, she said with an evil grin. You won't get away with this, I told her. I have to report you. I have proof, and soon everyone will know what you've done. She literally cackled at me and rushed out of the basement. I do what I have to do to survive, she said from the top of the stairs. I always have. She slammed the trap door shut. I froze. Was I locked in? I rushed to the trap door and banged on it with all my strength. It didn't budge. I checked my phone for a signal but had nothing. I went back to banging on the door, feeling more and more frightened with every passing second. Why had Mary locked me in here? What was she going to do to me? Was she just going to leave me here to starve and die alone? That very thought terrified me so much that I screamed. I screamed and screamed, but no one heard me. I spent 4 days in that dark hole. During that time, the trapdoor only opened twice. Once when Mary threw in some candy bars and bottles of water. Before I could get up the stairs, it shut again. The water and scraps of food kept me alive until the door opened again 4 days later. It was the police. They pulled me out and I found my parents outside sobbing with relief. They hugged me tightly and wept as an officer updated me about the situation. Mary was gone. She'd packed up all her things and disappeared. Her con was up in this town, now that I knew the truth. The cops asked me to tell them how I met Mary and what I knew about her. I told them all the whole truth. My mother was crushed to hear that I'd been suffering alone. I cried at my foolishness, knowing now that I'd ignored my loving mother for a psychopath. The police officers asked my parents for my adoption papers so that they could get more details on Mary. We were all shocked when we learned that Mary had given up 10 babies for adoption in the past 15 years. She had done this under various fake names. 10 babies in 15 years? These numbers were ridiculous. If they were true, that meant I had 10 siblings out there somewhere. I wanted to track them down, and this time my parents helped me. We found one of my half-sisters, Elaine. She said she knew Mary. She'd met Mary, and then Mary had broken into her house, robbed her parents, and skipped town. I was horrified by this, but the true shock was yet to come. Elaine told me that after Mary disappeared, her parents had gotten a DNA test done. She just couldn't accept that she was related to that psycho. The test came back negative. Mary wasn't her mother. And chances were, she wasn't my mother either. They supposed it was just another one of Mary's cons. My head began to spin. Was it possible that I wasn't related to Mary at all? We did a DNA test again with some of Mary's hair found in the shop. It came back negative. Mary and I weren't related in any way. I was so relieved to learn I wasn't related to that psychopath. News of Mary kidnapping me had spread like wildfire through my school. People were a lot kinder to me now that my family struggles were known. Everyone was curious about my psycho fake mother, and while I enjoyed their attention, I still had a question in my heart. If Mary wasn't my mother, then who was? My parents helped me search, and it took them several months to find Ruth, a woman who'd given birth to a baby girl in the area where I was born, on the same day. The moment I saw Ruth, I knew I'd found her. We had the same green eyes, the same square jaw. This was my mother. My parents introduced themselves and told Ruth who I was. She was very confused. She said that her baby girl had disappeared soon after the birth. My parents asked her if she'd ever seen the baby. Tearfully, Ruth said no. When we showed Ruth a picture of Mary, she recognized her instantly. She said that Mary was the nurse who'd informed her that the baby had been stolen from the hospital. My stomach sank. That baby was me. Mary had been disguising herself as a nurse in small-town hospitals and stealing people's babies. Then she put up these babies for adoption under her own phony names. She waited, and when the children got older and came looking for her, she took them for everything she could get. A federal investigation was launched against Mary, and they found her 3 years later, working in a senior's home where she was stealing from the elderly. All 3 of my parents and I testified against this monster. Today marks the 5-year anniversary of Mary's imprisonment. While I hated my psycho fake mom for what she did to me, I am in love with the life I have today. I have 3 loving parents and a very cool story to tell.
Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough, to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents, and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect, being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy.
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him, and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home. But we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
"Tell them it's not true."
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that?
Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry."
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
"Are you coming?"
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
You said you liked my poems.
I did.
They're not poems, they're songs.
Oh, can I hear one?
I've never played for anyone before.
You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention. He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
Are you okay?
I have to move. His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. What are you thinking?
It's selfish.
It's okay. Tell me.
You're the only one who sees me.
Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful.
I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone.
Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you. He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away.
I know. We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy."
You can just decide to be happy?
Yep, why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out. He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
What do you want to do?
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music.
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there? I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad.
Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday. Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle. I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her. Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty. If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous. I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark, and even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok? What do I do with this? Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics. But why? Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment. The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my God, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue? Look, I lost. 'Cause of you. Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game, and let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long, and no. Okay, how about a bubble making competition? Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance, here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna. Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever? How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. She's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I liked, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me? No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed. And Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room. And then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in, but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no.
I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate.
Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself.
You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this.
But she likes you.
You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again.
Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone. No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one? I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone? Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies, gave her notes telling her how sorry I was, even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories, but nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay. I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore. But I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go. Tell him how you really feel.
Really?
I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive, and you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere.
Hey there, my name is Tamara, and this is my best friend,
Rachel.
No, she was gonna say Monica.
And who are you?
I'm Tamara's best friend, ever since you ditched her for the glitz and glam of New York.
I didn't ditch anyone. I'm 16. I just go wherever my parents take me.
It looks like they took you to a daycare center because your outfit is something my 4-year-old niece would wear.
Sounds like a chic 4-year-old. Now back off. I'm back in Tamara's life, and she doesn't need you anymore. Thanks for babysitting her while I was gone, but bye-bye now.
Babysitting? Our friendship is way deeper than that. I mean, my face unlocks her phone. See?
That's nothing. I know her bank password. Rachel Tamara Love 112. Top that.
Don't yell it. I've got a mole she got removed last year in my necklace. Ew, what?
That's nothing. I've got 2 of her baby teeth right here in my earrings.
Okay, this is weird enough. There's room for all 3 of us in this story.
No, there's not.
And with that, the hair pulling started. While they're busy with that, I'll tell you the whole story of how this feud came to be. Growing up, I had an amazing but lonely life. My parents adopted me when they were pretty old, so they couldn't always keep up with the energy of a wannabe actress who was 7 years old. Plus, I was an only child with no pets, so I grew up lonelier than a penguin in the desert. All my performances were long monologues without an audience. Then, I became friends with my classmate Rachel, and everything changed. We'd experiment with makeup and ridiculous fashion, go swimming in the lake, and have spontaneous karaoke and dance sessions. She even practiced acting with me. I dreamed of being a Hollywood star, and she dreamed of designing my costumes and dresses. Rachel and I were inseparable, and I finally felt like a normal kid. But my world turned upside down on my 13th birthday when Rachel's mom announced that her entire family was moving to New York City. Rachel threw a fit.
You can't drag me away from Tamara.
Yeah, and who's gonna French braid my hair and tell me that having mismatched socks isn't cute anymore? Rachel's mom's decision was final, and no matter how much we complained and cried, they left soon after. Our new lives away from each other were horrible. Rachel hated it there. She thought all New Yorkers were snobby and boring. For my part, I was all alone. Again, one day, while I was eating alone at lunch, wondering what exactly salami was, when this new girl Monica showed up. Why are you looking at your sandwich like that? I'm trying to figure out what salami is. I was doing the same thing with my bologna. Maybe we can get to the bottom of those mysteries together? Monica smiled and sat next to me, and just like that, we were fast friends. As I got to know her, I learned that she was really shy and was also an only child like me. We soon became inseparable too. Rachel and I still talked on the phone, but apparently she was getting used to her new life in the city.
I accidentally stepped on a rat in the subway and then fell, and the cutest guy came and helped me up. And now we're in a band together. I think I'm in love.
Wait, you slipped on a rat? From then on, it was like she didn't need me anymore, and we started drifting away. Then, 3 years later, while Monica and I were crying over our new favorite tween drama, Summer Wishes, Rachel called me sobbing because her boyfriend dumped her.
Everyone here is horrible. I just want to come back to Arizona.
I ended up speaking to Rachel for an hour to calm her down, and Monica felt left out. That's when their rivalry began. It got even worse when Rachel's aunt and uncle let her move in with them back in Arizona. Of course, I was so happy she had returned home. But Monica, not so much. They just couldn't stand each other. Monica thought Rachel was a snob who made her feel small, while Rachel used to say that Monica was obsessed with me because she was insecure and had no other friends. Of course, I was always always in the middle of their fights, sometimes literally. I needed them to get along for the sake of my mental health. So once, in the middle of one of their crazy fights, I had a light bulb moment and burst out, "Stop! I can't take this anymore! I'm sick!"
Sick?
Yeah, like really sick. Are you okay?
Is it serious?
Just like a pro actress, I started to improvise, even shedding a tear or two. I have a really strange skin condition. Normally, with a lot of makeup and skin creams, I manage to hide it. But when stress hits, it goes into full-out freak mode. So, unless you want me to transform into a human blowfish, can you two stop fighting all the time?
Oh my god, I didn't have any idea. What is the name of your condition?
Stresszilla skin syndrome? Why didn't you tell us before? It's a weird thing to have. I didn't want to be left out because of it. Then I turned on the waterworks. We'll never do that. We love you no matter what.
She's right, and we'll stop fighting, we swear.
They both hugged me, crying too. I want to thank the Academy. Surprisingly, my crazy lie actually worked like a charm. Despite hating each other, Monica and Rachel put my condition first and stopped fighting. They were even compromising. Can you please cover your mouth when you sneeze?
Only if you stop chewing with your mouth open.
Deal. Those months were awesome. Monica and Rachel got used to each other, and I used my lie to improve my acting skills. I was like Meryl Streep, caught in my character. While a part of me felt horrible for having stretched the lie so far, my friends were so nice and went out of their way to take such good care of me that it was hard telling them the truth. Still, soon after, my lie was exposed. So, I went to see my dermatologist yesterday, and he told me there's no such thing as Stresszilla skin syndrome. Uh-oh.
And all those fancy and super special creams you put on are just regular moisturizers and sunscreen. We know now.
Wait, I can explain. I just said all that so you would stop fighting and be friends over your love for me. I mean, I can't believe you lied to us all this time. You just did it for attention. You had us waiting on you hand and foot.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting that you made up a disease to manipulate us. This is very upsetting. I need to go shopping to deal.
I'll join you. And with that, the two of them left me behind. I felt really embarrassed and sad. They were right. I cried myself to sleep. But the next day, I tried to make things work again. Monica and Rachel were in the hallway, laughing and joking. Maybe I could convince them that I wasn't so wrong. After all, my little lie brought them together. Hey guys, cute outfits. But they just ignored me and walked down the hallway towards Trevor, the it boy of the school. Every girl in our class, including Monica and Rachel, was crazy about him. I wasn't at all. In fact, he was my archenemy because just like me, he wanted to make it in Hollywood. We always fought for the lead roles in school plays. He was really good looking, but really dumb and not as talented as me. So he kind of resented me. That's why, when he saw the opportunity, he made a move to steal my friends from me.
You girls are looking super stylish.
Rachel has great taste. New York must have rubbed off on her.
Aw, stop. You're the one with the amazing fashion sense.
Suddenly, the two of them were BFFs, and they had completely forgotten about me. I felt so rejected and alone. One day, I heard Monica, Rachel, and Trevor mention my name in gym class. I hid behind the wall, eavesdropping.
She is so pathetic.
Yeah, no one likes her.
She can't even act. I'm way better.
Totally.
Oh, way better. I couldn't believe they were laughing at me. And whenever I walked past the trio, I was ignored. I wasn't only sad anymore, I was also really pissed. And I wanted my friends back. At lunch, I watched Trevor gulping down a Slurpee. His love for that sugary drink seemed like the perfect revenge. The next day in class, I spied on Trevor's phone passcode. And I asked him if he wanted to finish my Slurpee. 20 minutes later, he was running desperately to the bathroom. Yeah, I slipped in a laxative. I unlocked his phone and got to work.
Rachel, can't stop thinking about you. Meet me at the bleachers after school. Monica, you're running laps around my mind. Meet me at the bleachers after school.
I spied on them after school. Monica and Rachel showed up at the bleachers, but not Trevor.
Monica, what are you doing here looking so cute?
Trevor asked me on a date. What are you doing here, looking like a queen?
Trevor asked me on a date too.
What the? And then Trevor showed up looking so embarrassed. Before Monica and Rachel could lunge at him, he jumped to his defense.
I didn't send those texts. Someone hacked into my phone.
Who? Uh-oh. I tried to slip away, but luck was not on my side. A strong breeze blew my hat off my head, and and it landed right by the furious trio. They spotted me.
Tamara!
Yeah? What? Okay, fine. I did it. But how could you guys just replace me with this loser? You know I hate him. He's my nemesis.
What?
You don't care about us. You're just angry that you aren't the center of attention anymore. You are the ones who can't stop talking about me. Like in gym class, she's so pathetic, no one likes her. I heard it all. Monica and Rachel looked at each other, confused.
Oh, you overheard us talking about Tamika from our favorite reality show, Cheaters and Liars.
Wait, you thought we were talking about you?
You may not have stress-zilla skin syndrome, but you do have a disease, main character syndrome.
You're totally right. Then I got super furious. Maybe because I knew they were right about me. Yeah, I may have main character syndrome, but what about you two? You don't even really like each other. Yes, we do. We're friends. Oh, is that right? So you didn't say that Rachel was a snob who thinks she's better than everyone, but is really a drama queen with a superiority complex?
What? You said that?
Oh, don't play innocent now. You're the one who compared being friends with Monica to doing charity work, like helping out the less fortunate.
I did, but...
Oh, nice to know how you really feel. Tamara was right about you. You were just a judgy and entitled brat.
Said what?
You know what? I don't need you guys.
Glad we agree on that. Friendship's over.
Monica and Rachel stormed off in different directions, and I realized I just made things much worse and lost my friends forever. We graduated high school a few months later without patching things up and all went our own ways. I moved to LA to be an actor. I still missed Rachel and Monica a lot. Maybe that's why I didn't even make new friends, because I was afraid I'd blow it with them too. So I focused completely on my career. At first, it was tough, but then things started to look up. When I turned 19, I got my first movie. Okay, it was a very small role, but still, I was so excited. But just before the shooting started, I got a call from Monica. Rachel is really sick. Trevor told me. They started dating after high school, but now she's in the hospital. It's serious. I immediately burst into tears. I felt horrible. I lied about having a condition, and she actually got sick, and I wasn't there for her. Well, not anymore. I left LA immediately to visit Rachel in the hospital. When I got there, Monica was by her bedside. We three looked at each other and didn't even need to say sorry or anything. We just hugged as if we'd been together all that time. And then Rachel told us about her situation.
I need a new kidney urgently. Trevor was a match and he agreed, but then he got cold feet and dumped me.
Forget that jerk. You have us. Always. I wanted to donate my kidney to Rachel, but sadly, I wasn't a match. Neither was Monica. We were both devastated.
It's okay. You tried. That's all that matters. Just do me a favor and delete all my embarrassing photos off social media after I'm...
No, don't even say it. We're not letting you go anywhere. Not a chance. This is not over. Monica and I started an online campaign to find a donor, but we couldn't find another match for her. There was only one way out. I went to see Trevor and offered him my dream. I talked with the producers of the film. I resigned and convinced them that you can play the part. It's just the part of a waiter, so I guess you can do it. Trevor liked my offer, but still hesitated.
I don't know. My kidney is worth way more than a small part. I want to play superheroes and things like that.
I did my best not to break his face. Maybe this is your big break. I mean, when the producers see you, they'll be like, that's a rough in the diamond. I mean, a diamond in the rough.
Okay, I'll do it.
I let out a joyful cry and hugged him tight.
Careful, don't want to damage my kidney.
I made him swear not to tell Rachel and Monica that he was giving his kidney in exchange for a movie role. I let them think he just changed his own mind because I realized that I didn't need to make this about myself and be the main character. I just had to support my friend. The surgery was a success, and a few months later, Rachel made a full recovery. The day she stepped out of the hospital was the best day of our lives. Today, I'm still acting, waiting for my big break. Luckily, when the time comes, I'll be ready because I have like 100 dresses for the red carpet from Rachel and Monica's super successful clothing line, Frenemy Fashions. So, this is my story. I mean, our story. I hope you love it as much as we do. Till next time, keep spreading the love.
Hi, I'm Olivia. I grew up in a small town where everyone knows everyone, but I felt like the odd one out. Things weren't any different at school. In elementary school, I didn't feel confident enough to talk, but Nick was the only one who ever spoke to me. But he was always up to no good and known for his infamous tricks. I thought he would stop in middle school, but it only got worse.
Hey, Olivia! I got you a cupcake!
That's really nice.
Yeah, I stole it from that loser over there.
Oh,
You didn't want a cupcake? Hang on, I'll go steal his whole lunch. Come here, nerd!
I knew I should have stood up for that kid, but like always, I ran away instead. High school wasn't any better. You know how students get awards for cutest couple, best dress, and stuff at the end of the year? At the end of my junior year, I finally got one.
The award for the shyest student goes to Olivia! Who's Olivia?
I was the girl who was too shy to accept the award for being too shy. I felt devastated. That day, I decided it was finally time to grow a spine and learn to be confident. Hey, you! No. Oi, you there, mate! Australian? Ugh, come on, Olivia. I practiced for days, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. We're off to Las Vegas for the week, honey. You're going on a trip without me? It's a short trip, Olivia. Just call if you need anything. Oh, but not after 5 p.m. or before lunch. Ciao! Well, I guess a giant mansion isn't too bad to be alone all week. I spent the first few hours writing a super boring essay for school, but the silence was creeping me out. So I decided to watch The Notebook in our home theater. I was mid-sobbing over the love story when I heard the back door swing open. I froze like a statue. Do I do stop, drop, and roll? No, wait, that's for a fire. I'll just call 911. Shoot, my phone's upstairs. Time for plan B. It's too cold. Okay, plan C. Cramp. Suddenly, there was a crash upstairs. It sounded like my laptop. I would rather fight to the death than write that essay all over again. I tiptoed upstairs and saw someone in the kitchen, but it was too dark to see their face. With a burst of confidence, I jumped on their back like a spider monkey, but my victory didn't last long. Hey! They threw me to the floor and everything went black. I woke up with a flashlight in my face and all my memories flooded back. Intruder! I panicked and kicked so hard, sending them crashing to the floor.
Not intruder. Ouch.
I know that voice. I snatched the flashlight and shined it at him. Bailey? Oh no, that's not happening. Bailey was my insanely hot neighbor, and I just beat him up. We went to different schools, but I could see straight into his room from my window. Listen, I'm no stalker, but it seems the universe wanted me to know him. I mean, how else could I have seen him shirtless or dancing in his room when he thought no one was watching, right? Bailey, are you okay? He's so strong. He was already standing up.
I'm okay, but what about you?
The pain came rushing back, and I almost fainted.
Here, lie down.
Thanks, but what are you doing here?
I heard a crash, so I came to check on you.
Did you catch the intruder? Bailey held my hand, and I felt my stomach full of butterflies.
He got away, but don't worry, the police are on their way.
I told the officers everything that happened, and Bailey's family said I could stay at their house until my parents got back. Bailey was so sweet that he even brought me tea before bed.
Do you want to ride into town with me tomorrow?
Oh, I don't want to mess up your plans or anything.
Don't worry, most of my friends are at camp. Meet me in the garage at 10.
We went off to bed, but I spent the whole night imagining our wedding. The next day, I went to meet him and saw the car was unlocked, so I got in the passenger seat and waited.
Oh, we're not driving, we're biking.
Yeah, I was just warming up in a car before cycling. It helps the wheels spin faster. It's psychological bike aliviodynamics.
Oh, I never heard this.
Yeah, it's a new evolution.
Wow, you're serious about biking.
I was way too embarrassed to admit that I didn't even know how to ride a bike. But if little kids can do it, how hard could it be?
Do you always wear your helmet backward?
Yeah, it's the latest style in Paris.
Huh, okay. Well, follow me.
Easy, you can do this. I stayed balanced for about 2 seconds before I toppled over into a pile of garden gnomes.
You made up all that stuff about the car and the helmet, didn't you?
Maybe. I was humiliated, but Bailey was so nice. He spent the rest of the day teaching me to ride. My parents came back that night, and I assumed I'd never see him again. But to my surprise, he knocked on my door the next day, and the next day, and the day after. We were inseparable the whole summer, and it made me sad to think about how everything was going to change when school started. On the first day of school, I was walking to my locker with my head down when I saw one of the popular girls drop her fancy earring. How was I supposed to get her attention over all this noise? As I picked it up, I realized something. I'm the girl who tackled an intruder, and I'm the girl who spent all summer with her super hot crush. Hey, you dropped this. My favorite earring. Oh, you're a lifesaver. After that, she waved to me every time she saw me. I decided to challenge myself to say hi to new people. To my surprise, people were nice back, even cute boys. But one day, I was walking to the bathroom when I noticed the school bad boy, Nick, and one of his friends graffitiing a wall. Nick spun around to tell me off, but then he froze. Graffiti is so uncool, but I was mesmerized by his piercing blue eyes. He was so focused on me, he didn't realize he was spray painting his friend's face. I rushed down the hallway toward the bathroom, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. The old me would have ignored it, but the new, confident me decided to confront him in the study hall. You know you'll never get into college if you graffiti the school, right?
I'm going to be an artist.
You mean a criminal? I'll post your first mugshot on Instagram. I held up my phone to snap a picture, but the teacher spotted me.
No phones in the study hall, Olivia.
It wasn't her fault. I asked her to take a picture of me.
Great, then you can join your girlfriend in detention too.
Detention? Girlfriend? I don't know which part was worse. In detention, I tried to sneak past Nick so he wouldn't sit next to me. But someone bumped into me and I spilled hot tea all over him. He jumped up and ripped his shirt off.
Ow, hot!
I am so sorry.
It's okay. I deserve it for getting you in trouble.
I was about to respond when I noticed his insane abs. And right above them was a really cool tattoo of a dragon on his chest. I hated myself for thinking he looked so hot. I tried to look away, but Nick was smirking at me. I moved as far from him as I could, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. That night, Bailey and I met up for the first time in weeks because of our busy routine. I wish we went to the same school.
That would be nice, but it might be kind of awkward since I'm, homecoming king and stuff, and you're like the quiet girl.
Did he just admit I wasn't cool enough for him? What do you think? Tell me your thoughts in the comments below. And hey, you've hit that like and subscribe already, right? Well, I felt pretty annoyed. So I pretended to get a call from my mom and went home early. That weekend, I was walking through the park when I noticed Nick was creeping up behind some lady sitting on a bench. Was he about to rob her? I didn't want to find out. I couldn't stand it, so I tackled him from behind before he got too close.
Get off me, psycho! Wait, Olivia?
You're the psycho! You were going to attack that woman!
Attack her? That's what you think of me?
Nick's face was inches from mine, and his blue eyes looked really hurt. I felt so guilty and embarrassed that I was wrong, so I just ran off without saying a word. After school that Monday, Nick was waiting by my locker.
Come to the park with me.
Why would I do that?
Just trust me.
At the park, I saw the same lady from the other day, and as soon as she saw me, she turned red and started hitting me with her purse. Ah!
Mom, stop!
Mom? She attacked you!
It was a misunderstanding. This is Olivia.
Oh, why didn't you say so? She's even prettier in person. What's going on? My son paints with me every week. I paint birds, but he always paints you. She reached into her bag and pulled out a beautiful painting of me. These are creepy, but amazing.
I'm bad at school, but I'm good at art. Teachers think I'm stupid and I'm sick of it. That's why I always ditch.
You're a genius, but why me?
Because no one appreciates you either.
Wow. All these years, I thought no one could see me, but Nick did. After that, I started spending a ton of time with Nick. He was surprisingly sweet behind his tough guy act. Once we were strolling, and he spotted the injured baby bird and saved it, but he made me promise not to tell anybody.
Shh.
You're a big softie.
Shut up.
We quickly grew close and eventually started to have lunch together near the school's eateries. Oh, hold up, don't call it a date. Can I ask you a question? Why do you have that dragon tattoo?
It matches the dragon on my mom's necklace. I'm surprised you haven't noticed. She never takes it off.
That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. My turn now. What's going on with that guy you text sometimes? Brian?
Bailey. We were really close last summer, but he's not who I thought he was.
Okay, that's good. That means I could finally do this.
Next thing I knew, Nick was leaning across the table to kiss me, and I couldn't resist and kissed him back. All right, call it whatever you want. Jeez, I'm just a bit shy, okay? The whole way home, I couldn't stop blushing. But just a few days later, things went south. Nick wasn't at school that day, and he wasn't answering my texts, so I assumed he was sick and went straight home after school. When I walked in, my parents were sitting in the living room with the police officers from the night of the intruder, and in the middle of all of them was Bailey. Bailey has some really important information about the intruder.
I totally forgot something I saw that night. It was dark, but the intruder had a dragon on his chest.
No, it couldn't be.
There's a local troublemaker named Nick Costello who has a tattoo of a dragon on his chest. We arrested him before school today.
Nick would never do something like that. Mom, I told you about Nick. He had you fooled, Olivia. He was probably just waiting to break in again. Bailey walked up to me with his arms open, and I crashed into him in a puddle of tears. The days went by in a blur. My parents tried making me feel better, but I felt so lonely. Even when I was going through something this upsetting, Bailey only came over once to cheer me up.
I know you miss him, but he's a loser. Now you can hang out with me instead. When I don't have better plans.
Actually, Bailey, Nick is 10 times better than you are. He actually likes spending time with me for who I am. And he's not a criminal or a loser. Are you sure you saw a dragon tattoo?
It was definitely a dragon. I could see it because it was so shiny, like one of those tattoos with glitter in it or something.
Shiny? That doesn't sound like a tattoo. That sounds like jewelry. I have to go now! I biked to the police station faster than a race car. All the practice on my self-confidence led up to this moment. You're going to let me talk to Nick right now!
Visitors get 10 minutes. I'll bring him out.
How did Nick still look hot in one of those orange jumpsuits? Your mom was the real intruder, wasn't she? Bailey didn't see your tattoo. He saw her dragon necklace.
Please don't tell anyone.
But we have to get you out of here.
No, my mom is sick, okay? At night, it's like she becomes a different person. She has no idea who she is or where she is, and she gets into all sorts of trouble. I go to the park with her so that she doesn't get lost on her way home and go into the wrong house.
Why didn't you tell the police?
Because it's still all my fault. The night she got into your house, I was supposed to walk her home, but I went to the arcade with my friends and lost track of time. If the police find out, they'll send her to a mental facility.
Hang on. Did you say the arcade? Nick, this is amazing! There are cameras everywhere so kids don't cheat when they play. We don't have to tell the police anything about your mom. All we have to do is prove you couldn't have been the intruder. I sprinted to the arcade and basically threw a tantrum until the manager gave me the security tapes from that night. They totally proved that Nick was there the entire time. I took the tape back to the cops and they had no choice but to let him go. We bought Nick's mom a new necklace to replace the dragon so that no one would ever figure out who the intruder was. And whenever Nick was busy, I spent time with his mom to make sure she didn't scare any other poor families by accident. Once everything was settled, Nick told me to meet him at some abandoned building in town. Nick, I thought you said this was romantic, but it's totally creepy.
Just trust me. Remember when you caught me doing graffiti in the school? Well, I never got to show you what I was painting.
He took me around the corner, and my jaw hit the floor. It was a beautiful painting of me.
I love you, Olivia. I always have.
It's beautiful. I love you too. But, I definitely didn't always love you. Awkward. Nick burst out laughing and pulled me in for a kiss. At that moment, I learned that you can find love in the craziest circumstances ever.
Hi, I'm Lizzie from Chicago. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I grew up with 2 loving parents and an amazing sister, Patty. She was 2 years older than me, but she was my best friend, and I stuck to her like glue. Once when I was 7, I just bought popsicles from an ice cream truck when suddenly a tall boy blocked my way and knocked them out of my hand. "Hey, what'd you do that for, jerk?" "I just felt like it." "What you gonna do, go cry to your mommy?" "She doesn't need to, because she has me." And with that, Patty tackled the boy to the ground. She grabbed one of the dirty popsicles and rubbed it all over his face. The boy pushed her off and shouted, "Crazy psycho," before he ran away. Patty was awesome. Life was good until the 5th grade when everything changed. Patty had climbed onto the roof one day and she ended up having a terrible fall. My parents rushed her to the hospital, but a few hours later, we found out that she'd gone into a coma. We were completely devastated. I missed Patty like crazy. And to make things worse, my parents became super protective about me from that moment. Every time I got the slightest injury, Mom freaked out.
Oh my God, my baby! She's bleeding!
"Mom, it's just a paper cut. I'm fine." But Mom rushed me off to the clinic like I'd cut my hand off. Even the doctors there were soon sick of her. And things kept getting crazier. Once when I was 14, I had to beg my parents to let me go on a school trip to an amusement park. They finally agreed, and I was so excited. But just as I was climbing onto the roller coaster, my teacher came flying and pulled me away.
Oh no, your parents made me sign an agreement that I wouldn't let you go on any ride.
What? I just sat on the bench like a moron the whole day while everyone else had crazy fun. This was so unfair, and I was so mad when I got home. Guys, you have to stop. You're sucking all the fun out of my life.
We're only looking out for you. Why don't you understand?
I do understand. Mom, Dad, I really miss Patty too, and I wish she'd never been hurt, but you can't always stop bad things from happening.
Well, we're sure as heck gonna try.
Ugh, they were impossible. A friend had a slumber party at her place one night, and I knew my parents would never let me stay over. So once they were asleep, I climbed out the window. I'd be back before they woke up. I was having an amazing time with my friends when suddenly we heard loud screams from downstairs, and to my horror, I saw my mom attacking Lizzie's mom and yelling,
"Where's my daughter? I know you're holding her here. I can track her phone location. Tell me, right now.
Oh my God! Mom, are you insane? I can't take this anymore. Just then, Dad came running in, looking pale as a ghost.
I just got a phone call from the hospital. Patty is awake.
We forgot everything and rushed to the hospital, and we found Patty sitting up in bed, smiling at us. It was unbelievable. Luckily, Patty's head injury hadn't affected her memory, but it took her a month of physical therapy just to be able to walk again. When she finally came home, we had her room all newly decorated for her, and I hugged her tight. Patty, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Lizzie. Patty was now 16, but her mind still seems like that of a 12-year-old. I felt like the older sister now, and it felt a bit strange talking to someone who had no idea what had happened in the past 4 years.
Oh, any new songs by One Direction?
Oh, no, Patty. They broke up soon after your accident.
Oh, I see. How about we make a YouTube video of how to make slime?
No one really does that anymore. She looked a bit bummed out, so I introduced her to other things I knew she'd love. There's TikTok, My Story Animated, and now everybody goes in pajamas everywhere. Patty looked fascinated, and we stayed up all night while I got her up to speed. A few weeks later, Patty started school again, but she had to go back to 7th grade, while I was already in 9th grade. I could tell she was struggling with studies, so I would help her out during breaks in school. One day, I found Dad standing in the driveway next to his car, which had a large dent on the side and the headlights were smashed. What happened to your car, Dad?
Oh, you're asking me? Well, let me remind you. You took my car out last night, hid it somewhere, and brought it back like this.
What? Are you crazy? I didn't do that.
The neighbors said they saw you driving off with it last night, so stop lying. I can't believe you'd be such a reckless maniac. No pocket money for 3 months, and I'm never allowing you to drive.
I didn't do it, I swear. Dad just walked off into the house without hearing another word. The only thing that cheered me up was I was meeting my boyfriend Jonathan later that evening. We'd been going out for a month, and of course, I hadn't told my parents. That evening, while they were busy watching TV with Patty, I slipped out quietly and waited for Jonathan at our meeting spot. But when he didn't turn up after half an hour, I called him.
What do you want?
Where are you? I'm waiting for you at our spot.
Oh, do you have amnesia now? You broke up with me over text yesterday, remember?
And with that, he hung up. What the heck was he talking about? When I looked at the messages I'd sent, I was shocked. Jonathan, what was between us was nice, but I'm kind of bored of you now, so let's call it quits. Okay, thanks, bye. Gosh, was I losing my mind? I didn't remember sending this message. Oh, this seems like something Mom would do. I ran home to confront her.
Where are you coming from, Lizzie?
Oh, I went to meet my boyfriend. Yeah, don't look so shocked. Mom, you already know about him. After all, you're the one who broke up with him from my phone.
What rubbish. I didn't know anything about a boyfriend before, but thanks for telling me now. You're grounded.
Just then, I saw Patty behind my parents, and she had an evil smile on her face. Oh my God. Patty, you did all this, didn't you? Wrecked Dad's car? Stole my phone? It's you!
My poor Patty has barely learned to walk again, and you're saying she took my car? You're awful for trying to blame things on your sister, Lizzie.
Don't you dare say another word about Patty. Maybe you're just jealous she's been getting more attention since she's come back to us. I couldn't believe they had just said that. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. She completely denied it when I confronted her, saying I was crazy and paranoid. But she kept messing with me, putting salt instead of sugar in my coffee, breaking my things, cutting up my clothes. I never knew what she'd do next. But I was in for a major shock when I saw her kissing someone in the school corridor the next day. My ex-boyfriend, Jonathan. I marched up to her and pulled her away. What do you think you're doing?
Kissing my boyfriend. Why? Are you jealous?
Are you out of your mind? Jonathan, since when have you been dating my sister?
Not that it's any of your business, but it just happened. I like how mature she is for her age.
Of course she's mature. She's 2 years older than you. She's a 16-year-old dummy witch in 7th grade. Suddenly, Patty leapt forward and attacked me. I pushed her off me and her head hit the wall. Oh my God, Patty, are you okay?
Oh, my head. I feel dizzy.
As Jonathan quickly carried her away to the school nurse, she turned around and grinned at me. And all hell broke loose when the principal called my parents to take Patty home, and they found out I'd pushed her. Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to. She attacked me first, and she's fine. I'm telling you, she's lying.
That's enough. I can't believe you'd hurt your sister after everything she's been through. After everything we've been through. I don't know what we'll do with you, Lizzie. We can't even trust you to be around her anymore.
My parents left, and I looked back at Patty lying in bed, smiling at me like a witch. I no longer recognized her as the sister I dearly loved. It's better for you to give up and understand that I'm in control here. No matter what you say or do, no one will believe you. Patty was right. I decided I had no choice now but to just leave. I packed a bag, took my savings, and ran from home that night. I crashed at a friend's place, but the next day she said if I was staying any longer, I had to go sleep in the garage. But why? You have plenty of rooms. Yes, but I was just talking to Patty, and she said you have a fungus on your feet, and it's contagious. What? Why are you talking to Patty? We're really good friends, actually. She's pretty cool. She's a big fat liar. I'll just show you my feet. But she just shrieked and ran out of the room. Ugh. I packed my stuff and left angrily. I moved on to stay with another friend, but it turned out she was also friends with Patty. And that's how I went from friend to friend, only to realize that Patty knew everyone I knew in the city. So I decided I would just travel out of town. I bought a one-way ticket and got on the bus. I was so tired from the last few days that I just fell asleep. God knows for how many hours. Finally, the bus conductor woke me up and I sat up in a panic. Where am I?
You actually just came to Chicago.
What? Did I just make a complete detour to the same place? I'd failed to even run away from this stupid city. When I got off the bus, I started walking around in the pouring rain when suddenly I spotted Patty standing on the other side of the road, just as shocked to see me. Why are you still in Chicago? I thought I made you leave. My life is none of your business, so stay away from me. She started walking over to me, yelling, "Making your life miserable is my business because you stole my life and I don't have an ounce of guilt." What? What are you talking about? You really don't remember? That day 4 years ago when our parents were away and we were playing and you threw the ball on the roof. You started climbing up to get it and I told you to stop. But you didn't listen to me, so I climbed after you. And that's when I fell. I started to cry hard. Maybe the shock of Patty's fall had made me forget all these details, but now I remembered. Patty, I was just a kid. I didn't mean for you to fall. Patty looked even angrier as she walked closer. I don't care what you meant. Because of you, I lost 4 years of my life. And during this time, you grew and studied and made friends and a boyfriend. And what about me? I just can't seem to catch up, and I just want you to go away. As Patty screamed, I suddenly saw a bus was traveling fast in her direction. Patty, watch out! Without another thought, I ran towards her and pushed her to the sidewalk. My head hit the pavement and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the hospital. My parents hugged me tight and said I'd woken up after 2 days. We're so sorry we didn't believe you and caused you so much pain, honey. Turns out after my accident, Patty broke down in front of my parents and confessed everything she'd done. Together, they decided to get her psychiatric treatment to help her get better. Just then they left the room and Patty walked in.
I'm so glad you're okay, Lizzie. All this time I've been blaming you and hating you for an accident, and you risked your life to save me. How could I have been so horrible? Please say you'll forgive me.
Of course I forgive you. You've always been the person I love the most in the world. I would do anything for you. I'm so sorry for what you lost, and you're back with us now. You can have anything and do anything you want, Patty, and I will always be by your side. One afternoon in 1890, Clarissa was sipping tea at a garden party. when suddenly a dog came running out of the bushes and tripped her. She fell flat on her back and screamed. Everyone rushed her inside quickly because Clarissa was heavily pregnant. An hour later, she gave birth to an adorable little girl, and that was me. Hi, I'm Agatha Christie, and this is my extraordinary story. Growing up, Mom and Dad spoiled me rotten because I was the youngest, but they were so overprotective, they wouldn't even let me go play in the park.
You'll get lost, sweetums.
But I want to see the ducks by the pond.
Nasty ducks can bite your tiny fingers. Best to stay by our side.
But there were no schools or kids my age in the neighborhood, and my parents wouldn't teach me how to read.
You'll hurt your eyes, love. We'll teach you when you're a little older.
Like when I'm 5?
How about 8?
I hated waiting, so I began teaching myself. I started reading when I was 4, and by the time I was 8, I had finished Alice in Wonderland. And I loved telling stories just as much. I didn't have any real friends, but my imaginary ones heard many of the tales I made up. I even had a poem published in the local newspaper when I was just 11. Life was good, but then everything suddenly changed. Dad fell ill and passed away, and a year later, my sister got married and my brother moved overseas. It was just me and my mom in our big house, and money was running out. I eventually wanted to get a job, but Mom refused.
You're a lady, Agatha. We don't take jobs. We get husbands who provide for us.
I'm 15, and waiting for a husband sounds stupid.
You're a gentleman's daughter, love, and you can only make money by marrying well.
Mom sent me off to boarding school in Paris to learn music, and I thought this was my chance to make money by becoming a professional opera singer or a pianist. But after 2 years, I gave up that goal because it was quite obvious I just didn't have the talent. I went back to find Mom looking weak, and it broke my heart that her life wasn't as good as before. One day we were out for a walk when we passed an antique shop, and Mom stopped to admire a beautiful pearl brooch. Should we ask the price, Mom?
Sweetheart, I already know we can't afford it. Come, let's go.
We'll be able to one day, I promise. I'm gonna get you that brooch. Soon after I turned 18, I came down with influenza, and the doctor strictly told me to stay in bed. Feeling bored and restless, I started writing again.
Agatha, these stories are brilliant. You should get these published.
I thought you didn't approve of working women.
I didn't know you could write this well. You have a real talent.
But every story got rejected, and I felt so frustrated. And Mom was still obsessed with getting me married. I agreed to go to a dance just to make her happy. I thought I looked cute, till I got there. Every girl was dressed like royalty. Just then, a snobbish-looking girl walked up to me.
You, servant girl, why have you arrived so late? Go to the kitchen now and get more drinks for my friends.
Excuse me? Get them yourself.
How dare you speak to me like that? I'm Celeste Clearwater.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? I'm Agatha Miller, and it was not a pleasure to meet you. Before she could reply, all the girls around us gasped and rushed towards the entrance, and Celeste followed. They were all drooling over a man in uniform who'd just arrived, and well, I couldn't blame them.
Oh my goodness, Archie is handsomer than ever.
Isn't he dashing? I heard he flies planes with his eyes closed.
Then he's not very good at it. Everyone turned to stare at me, including Archie. I was burning red with embarrassment, but he actually smiled. He walked past Celeste and came straight towards me.
You're absolutely right. Now, let me guess your profession. Writer?
I'm trying to be one. How did you know?
You have ink stains on your fingers. No need to be embarrassed. You're the first interesting person I've met at this dull party. So, tell me all about your writing.
Over the next few weeks, Archie swept me off my feet. He was funny and charming, and he supported my passion. And 3 months later, we were engaged. But soon after, World War I broke out all over Europe, and Archie was called to the front. I was a nervous wreck worrying about him, and I decided I had to keep myself busy. So I joined the Red Cross. Caring for injured soldiers made me feel useful, and even helped inspire ideas for writing. One Belgian officer in particular caught my attention. He had a head shaped like an egg and a magnificent walrus mustache. I could just picture him being the perfect detective in my stories, solving the hardest crimes. One day, I was carrying a pile of supplies when I accidentally spilled some water. A nurse came in at that moment, and before I could warn her, she slipped and fell hard on her butt. It was Celeste.
You
You did that on purpose. It was obviously an accident. And what are you doing here anyway? Won't working with the poor ruin your nails? And let you grab all the cute single officers? I don't think so. I'm engaged. Yes, I read about it in the papers. Trust me, it's not gonna last. Archie will come to his senses soon. Celeste, I believe you're suffering from jealousy, and I have just the cure for it. 20 cc's of penicillin in your butt. But Celeste was determined to make my life miserable. She spent all her time trying to get me fired instead of doing her actual job. She even started a nasty rumor about me. Agatha has a dirty past. She went to France when she was 15 because she got pregnant by some chimney sweep. So shameful. That's a dirty lie. I went to boarding school. And who will people believe? Me or a poor girl like you? Does Archie know about your past? I don't think he'll care anyway. I bet he's already found some beautiful European heiress. And he won't be coming back to you. You know what? Let's write to him and find out. I'll write to him right now. Dear Archie. No, that's too dry. My shining North Star. Though I indubitably trust you, a girl who claims to care for me deeply has warned me of your feckless heart. Although the girl in question is of limited intelligence, they do say mad, crazy lunatics can say some wise, deep things. What do you think, Celeste? Too flowery? But Celeste looked crazy with jealousy. She charged at me, but the head nurse came in just then and caught her red-handed. Celeste was fired for her outburst and all the mistakes she'd made at work. But her words made me worry even more. I hadn't heard from Archie in weeks, and checking the casualty lists was driving me insane. One foggy night, I was walking back home from work when I suddenly felt like I was being followed. Just as I was about to make a run for it, the figure caught me by my wrist, and I turned around and gasped, "Archie, oh my God, it's really you? Why didn't you reply to my letters or tell me you were coming?"
We don't always get our letters, love. And this was meant to be a surprise. Aren't you happy to see me?
Of course I am. I was so worried something had happened to you, or maybe you'd found someone else.
What a silly idea. There's no one like you, Agatha. And I won't go back before I marry you and make you mine.
And he kissed me deeply, and I felt like I was flying. We got married on Christmas Eve, and it was one of the happiest days of my life. Archie went back to the front, and I finally finished my novel. I sent it to every publisher I could think of, but it kept getting rejected. I was heavily pregnant and miserable. I was reading the newspaper one day, and seeing the list of bestseller books just made me angrier because all I had was a pile of rejection letters. I suddenly swept away a vase on the table, and it went crashing to the floor. A few minutes later, I bent down to pick up the mess, when suddenly, I felt a sharp pain through my body. The baby was coming. I gave birth to a beautiful girl, Rosalind, and she changed my life. I was so busy being a mother that I completely forgot about writing. Till one day, I was busy trying to wrestle Rosalind in the bath when there was a knock at the door and I found a man outside. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying."
I'm not selling anything, Mrs. Christie. I'm John Lane from Bodley Head. I wanted to buy the rights to your book to publish it.
I couldn't believe it. Life completely changed after my first book was published. It was a hit, and money started pouring in. We were able to move to a better house, and on my next visit back home, I bought that antique pearl brooch Mom had once admired in the shop window. I kept writing novels like crazy, and my books were getting rave reviews. Everywhere I went, people wanted me to sign their copies. "Excuse me, please tell us about your next book, Mrs. Christie." I don't want to give any spoilers, but you'll be on the edge of your seat. But slowly, my personal life was turning into a mess.
Agatha, you got ink stains all over my handkerchiefs.
It was an accident. I'll have them washed.
Of course. The famous Agatha Christie can't be bothered to take care of the house or her daughter. She has a maid for all of that.
Why are you being so mean? You loved this about me. You said you didn't want a dull wife.
You're hardly a wife to me at all these days.
We were fighting every day and things were getting worse, till one day I got the most terrible news. Mom was really sick and I had to see her right away, but I was too late and I didn't get to say goodbye. Mom had been my biggest support and I was heartbroken. I was going through her things one day when Archie came downstairs looking serious, his bags packed.
I want a divorce. I'm in love with someone else and I want to marry her.
What? You're a heartless man, Archie. My mom just passed away and you want to humiliate me just because I'm more famous than you?
You love your fame more than anything. You have no one to blame but yourself.
And he just left. My mind refused to accept it. I was so upset. I packed my bags and went out for a drive. I didn't know where I was going. I just wanted to get away. And then I disappeared. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hotel room in Yorkshire and I had no idea how I'd gotten there. I saw some newspapers on the table and my jaw dropped in shock. My picture was plastered on the front pages with missing written on top. Apparently, the whole country had been looking for me for 11 days, trying to solve the mystery of my disappearance. But I had no memory of what had happened in all that time.
What is the last thing you remember, Mrs. Christie?
I remember being in my car and driving at night, and I was very upset. That's it. The doctor said I had a nervous breakdown that had washed my memory for those days. I was pale and weak, and many people thought I was faking my amnesia. I heard she did it to frame her poor husband for kidnapping. He left her, and who can blame him? I bet she was relaxing in some spa while the country spent so much money looking for her. Despicable. I was heartbroken, and my confidence was destroyed. I agreed to the divorce and decided to get away from everything. I hated leaving Rosalind behind with my sister, but I was too weak to take her along. I'm going to find the biggest candy in the world and bring it back for you.
Get well soon, Mommy. I love you.
I booked a ticket on the Orient Express and went in search of inspiration. I was in a hotel in Iraq waiting for the manager when someone dropped his bags on my toes. Ouch!
I am so sorry, Miss Christie. I was so shocked to see you here. My bags slipped from my hand. I'm such an idiot.
Maybe you shouldn't read my books. You'll be so shocked you'll hurt yourself or others. He laughed, and I noticed he was very handsome, but much younger than me. I looked away. I was done with love and men, but he seemed eager to get to know me. And I found out he was an archaeologist named Max Mallowan. He showed me around the country. One time, we were in the streets of Baghdad when we were surrounded by reporters.
Miss Christie, are you going to write a murder mystery in Iraq?
I'm on holiday, good folks, but I would love to write about your country someday.
And who is your companion? I'm not important. You should ask Miss Christie when her new book will be out. I hear her typewriter clicking away at night.
I was pleasantly surprised by how humble he was. Archie hated being less important than me, but Max shone more light on me. And slowly, I felt myself falling for him. But when we came back to the hotel, bad news was waiting for me. It's Rosalind, my daughter. She's seriously ill with pneumonia. I must leave right away. I felt my knees go weak, but Max quickly caught me.
I'll come with you.
I just couldn't lose Rosalind like my mother. I prayed we would make it back in time. But when we finally got to England, I was thrilled that Rosalind was out of danger. I spent the next few days entirely with Rosalind, but Max was always around to help with anything we needed. And one morning, I had a surprise waiting for me.
I never thought I'd find someone who fits me like a missing puzzle piece. Agatha, I want to marry you.
But you're 13 years younger than me, Max, and
I don't care about that. The more I know, the more I admire you. Say yes and make me the happiest man alive.
I was speechless, but I knew I loved him too. So I said yes, and 6 months later, we were married, and I never regretted it. My life became a happy whirlwind of writing mysteries, archaeological digs, and spending time with my daughter. My works were translated into 100 languages and are still widely read today. My stories were so popular, the Queen called me to present me with damehood for my contribution and services to literature. I'm Agatha Christie, and I never gave up on my dreams, and neither should you. Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was going to be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was like, attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world. I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it. There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin.
Fixed by occluded revelation.
But freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school.
Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great.
I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra. Hi, I'm Zara, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Lebanon to parents who were literally God's angels. Both of them were doctors who worked with a charity organization and treated most patients for free. So obviously, we weren't rich, but we were happy. My parents' kindness rubbed off on me too, and even as a small kid, I couldn't see anyone miserable. But soon after I turned 14, my whole life changed. My parents had gone to Syria as part of a medical team, and a few days later, they were reported missing. As search teams still looked for them, I was sent to live with my aunt and cousin in Turkey. Aunt Rabia was extremely wealthy, and she lived in a huge mansion with her daughter Amel. Aunt welcomed me warmly and showed me around the house. There were beautiful decorative items in every corner. Oh wow, this vase is so pretty.
That's Amel's choice. We bought it in Paris last year.
You've seen the Eiffel Tower? I've heard it's gorgeous. I suddenly stumbled backwards and knocked the vase off the table, and it shattered into pieces. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I'll just call someone to clean up the mess, and we'll see the rest of the house later, okay?
Gosh, why was I so clumsy? At dinner, I tried to be extra careful not to drop anything, and Aunt noticed my nervousness.
Are you still thinking about those vases? Don't worry about it. But just in case Amel says something, don't take it too seriously, okay?
What do you mean?
Well, her heart's in the right place, but she just has, a different way of expressing her feelings. Just know that we're both very happy to have you here.
I wasn't quite sure what Aunt meant, and I was quite curious to meet this mysterious Amel now. Aunt had to leave when she had an important call during dinner, and as I cleared up the plates, a group of laughing girls barged in. One of them spotted me and said, "Hey, you, go get something to drink for me and my friends." This girl must be Amel. "Hi, I'm Zara, and I didn't ask for your name, did I? Just go get me a Coke and an iced tea and a coffee. You know where the kitchen is, right?" I nodded and returned soon with the girls' drinks, and no one even said thank you, which felt odd to me. Just then, one of Amel's friends accidentally knocked over her glass, spilling her drink on the table. Amel snapped her fingers at me, and I wiped up the mess and left. Later, as I was watching TV in the lounge, Amel walked in alone, and she suddenly looked livid. I know you're new, but are you crazy? You're a maid here, not a guest. Actually, I'm not the maid. I'm your cousin, Zara. Amel looked taken aback. So why were you acting like a maid before? I wasn't. You just asked me for something, so I did it. But why? Are you some kind of moron who just does everything she's told? No, but you're my cousin and I didn't mind helping you out. She just stared at my face, then started laughing and walked off. One day, Aunt was telling me about how she'd started her skincare company alone, and now it was $1 million business. I was really impressed. I want to take my brand global, and I'm looking for someone to model the new range. But you're so gorgeous yourself, Aunt. You should be the face of your products. Jeez. Yeah, she's letting you stay in her home, but there's no need to be such a suck-up. No, I'm serious. Aunt is stunning, and you take after her, you know. As if. I guess Mom hasn't told you her little secret yet. And suddenly, she leapt forward and grabbed Aunt's hair. I thought she was gonna hurt her, but then Aunt Rabia's hair came off. It was a wig, and she was completely bald. Aunt looked really embarrassed, and I was shocked beyond words. But Amel just laughed and walked off singing, Mom is a baldy, Mom is a baldy. Aunt quickly tried to put her wig back on, but I stopped her. Amel shouldn't have done that. But Aunt, you're stunning even without your wig. Oh, Zara, you don't have to say that. I lost all my hair due to alopecia a year ago, and I know I look like a freak. No, you don't. You look strong and beautiful, like a superhero straight out of a Marvel movie. It really suits you. You really think so? Absolutely. I started school soon, and I felt a little out of place, but I decided I'd just focus on my studies. One day, I was having lunch outside in the schoolyard when a football came flying out of nowhere and hit a young boy playing close to me, knocking him down. I immediately helped him to his feet, then took him to the bathroom and got him cleaned up. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But wait, my iPod! I can't find it. It must have fallen down somewhere. Don't worry, I'll help you look. We both went back to look for it, but when I found it, it was completely smashed, like someone had stepped on it. The boy was about to burst into tears, and I quickly said, Hey, don't cry. Okay, how about I give you mine? Really? Is your mom gonna be okay with that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom won't mind. There, it's all yours. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Suddenly, someone behind me spoke.
Wow, awesome indeed.
I turned around to see a tall, handsome boy holding a football.
I'm sorry, that was my football that hit him. Kicked it a little too hard.
I think you should be saying sorry to him, not me. But the little boy was already skipping away with my iPod.
I guess I owe you an iPod. Why'd you give yours away anyway?
Because it's just an iPod, and look how happy he is. He was about to say something when suddenly Amel appeared and threw her arms around his neck. There you are, babe. I see you've already met my cousin. And Zara, this is my fiancé, Murat.
Oh, you two are cousins?
Yes. Remember I told you about the orphan cousin from Libya that we took in? You know how big-hearted Mom is. It's Lebanon, and I'm not an orphan. My parents will be back soon. But yes, my aunt is generous and amazing. And with that, I walked away. A few days later, Aunt was hosting a dinner for Murat and his parents. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when the soufflés were served, they had sunk in, and Amel called for the cook. Did you expect me and my guests to have this soup for dessert? I know you're not the brightest, but how stupid do you have to be to mess it up?
Amel, that's enough, honey. You can go now.
I felt furious. I wanted to tell Amel off so badly, but I didn't want to create a scene. Later that evening, as we all sat in the living room, Murat suddenly turned to me and said,
I've noticed that you're always wearing this big watch. It seems too heavy for your wrist.
Oh, yeah, it's my dad's. Mom gave it to him for his birthday, and, well, I've just borrowed it till they get back home. Zara, could you please not talk about your parents? It's just uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for me to talk about them. Yes, but it makes other people feel weird. No one wants to talk about depressing stuff. I felt angry tears stinging my eyes, and I quickly excused myself and went out to the garden. I found the poor cook crying outside, and I consoled her as best as I could. As she walked away, I turned to find Murat behind me. Your cook seemed really upset. Maybe Amel was a bit harsh, but I guess you have to deal with servants a certain way. A certain way? The only way to deal with anyone is with respect. Yes, but she made a mistake, and Amel had to tell her. Not in front of everyone, and not like that. And the cook is only human. Her son is really unwell, and she's worried. And even then, she prepared a whole feast for us. Do you know everything about all the servants? I do talk to them. Don't you? Sure, to give instructions, but nothing about their personal lives. They live in your house and serve you every day, and you don't care to know anything about them? Wait, are you saying I'm arrogant? Well, yes. Yes, I am. I started walking away, but suddenly, he gently grabbed my wrist. Amel shouldn't have said that about your parents. I'm sorry, and I'm sure they'll be found soon. Me too, and thank you. And then I left. The next evening, when I went to the kitchen, the cook seemed to be in a really good mood, and she told me that Murat had offered to fully pay for her son's treatment. I guess he wasn't so bad after all. A few weeks later, I was walking out of a cafe in town when I walked straight into someone. Murat. A small velvet box fell at my feet, and we both quickly bent down to pick it up, and ended up bumping our heads really hard. Then we both burst out laughing and sat down on a bench. I just picked out a ring for Amel. You know, we have our engagement party in 2 weeks. What do you think? He opened the box to reveal a diamond ring. I'm sure she'll love it. But I asked what you think. It's lovely. I'm just the wrong person to ask about diamonds. Well, what kind of ring would you want if you were getting married? I've never thought about it, and I haven't thought about marriage either. But if it ever happens, I just hope I'm as happy as my parents. And they've never had anything fancy, so I don't think that stuff matters. Murat looked at me with a strange expression, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter. You're nothing like your cousin, Zara. In fact, you're unlike any girl I know. Just then, a few raindrops fell on us, and Murat said he'd drive me home. Nope, I'm walking. It'll be fun. But you'll get wet. Exactly. When was the last time you walked in the rain, Murat? Never. That's just sad. It won't kill you, I promise. I started walking, and he joined me. And then it started raining really hard, and he took off his jacket and put it over my head as we ran for cover, laughing like kids. When it slowed down a bit, Murat walked me home, and I asked him if he'd like to come in and see Amel. No, I should be heading home. But thank you, Zara. I haven't laughed this much in ages. You're something else. He smiled, and my heart was fluttering again. I went in, trying to push away that stupid feeling. But just as I was about to walk into my room, someone pushed me hard. It was Amel. What were you doing with Murat, you witch? Hey, can you calm down? We just bumped into each other and he walked me home. Oh, wait a second. Is that Murat's jacket you're wearing? Suddenly, I realized that he draped it around my shoulders and I'd forgotten to return it. Look, it started raining and he was just being nice. Listen to me loud and clear, Zara. He's my fiancé and I don't want you hanging out with him. I didn't plan it, Amel. I'll just stay away from him. You don't need to feel so insecure. Suddenly she pounced at me and snatched the jacket away. Why would you make me feel insecure? You're just a poor orphan living on our charity. Someone like him would never even think about someone like you. And neither would I. But if you call me a poor orphan one more time, Amel, I might just punch your face. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. I was getting sick of her. After that, I completely avoided Murat in school or anytime he visited Amel at home. He was her fiancé, and it was best for me to stay away from him. The engagement party was being hosted by Aunt, and the whole house was buzzing with excitement. But just as they were about to exchange rings, Marat suddenly stopped and looked up at her.
Amel, I can't do this. I can't get engaged to you.
What? What do you mean?
I'm really sorry. I tried, but I just can't convince myself to go through with this. It isn't fair to us both.
What are you talking about, Marat?
I'm in love with someone else, and it's not you. I'm sorry.
Marat left the room and everyone just stood there, speechless with shock. Amel burst into tears and ran off to her room. What had just happened? Aunt Rabia looked really upset. An hour later, when I went up to my room, I was shocked to see that the whole place was trashed, and Amel was standing in a corner, holding Dad's watch. Amel, have you lost your mind? And what are you doing with my watch? I was waiting for you to come so I could show you. And with that, she put my watch on a table and smashed it with a hammer.
Oh my God, no! What did you do? That was my dad's. How could you?
Well, I don't think he's coming back for it. And suddenly, I snapped. I leapt forward and grabbed her hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Moments later, Aunt walked in and pulled us apart.
What's gotten into you two?
She stole my fiancé. She's a snake, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about, you psycho. Aunt took Amel away, and I climbed into my bed and cried for what seemed like hours. The next day, Aunt came into my room with a really serious face.
Zara, I'm sending you away to live with my cousin in another city, and you'll be attending school there. I'll pay for everything, of course.
I stared at her face, feeling a bit heartbroken. I loved my aunt, and I didn't want to be away from her. I wish you would believe me that this isn't my fault, Aunt Rabia.
I do believe you, but I have to take care of my daughter, and I don't think it's a good idea for you two to be around each other. I hope you'll understand.
I left to stay with Aunt's cousin the next day. I missed her a lot, but her cousin was kind too, and I soon settled into my new school and tried to forget about my life before. But I never gave up hope that my parents would be found one day. I worked hard for a scholarship and got into a good university. One day, as I was walking out of university, a gust of wind suddenly blew some papers out of my hand, and as I ran after them, I tripped and was about to fall face forward when someone caught me.
I got you, and your papers too.
I looked up in complete shock. It was Marat. What are you doing here?
Obviously looking for you.
But why, Marat? You don't know how difficult you made things for me.
I know, and I'm really sorry. When I found out you left, I knew there was no use coming after you, because you'd never make your aunt or Amel unhappy. And I went away myself, trying to forget you, but I just couldn't. You somehow changed me, Zara. I don't want to just settle for something ordinary anymore. I want to be with someone who makes me happy, who makes me better. I'm in love with you. Maybe since the first time I met you.
It was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard, and my eyes welled up. I never really stopped thinking about you either, Marat, but I don't think we can be together. My aunt would be convinced that I broke you and Amel up, and she'd hate me.
That's another reason why I'm here. Your aunt's been sick for a while, and I think she'd really like to see you. There's something she wants to tell you.
I immediately dropped everything and went to see Aunt Rabia, and I was shocked to find her so weak. Why didn't you tell me you were sick, Aunt? Who's been taking care of you? Where's Amel?
Amel got married to a rich, much older guy some months ago, and she left. She hasn't visited me since.
Well, I'm here now. Aunt tearfully took my hands.
My darling Zara, I'm sorry that I ever sent you away from me. I was angry then, but I don't blame Marat for falling for you. You're the best person I know, and you have my blessing to be with him. You deserve every bit of happiness.
I hugged Aunt tight, and then she said something that shook my world.
There's something else, but I had to be absolutely sure before I could tell you. I got a call from an agency in Syria that had been trying to reach you. Zara, your parents have been found. I spoke to them myself, and they're flying in tomorrow.
I just couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It sounded unbelievable, but I'd never, ever lost hope. I left Aunt to rest and found Marat waiting outside. You knew about my parents?
I did, but I had to let your aunt be the one to tell you.
I can't wait to see them again and introduce them to you.
I'm so happy for you, Zara. It looks like it's gonna rain. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
I'd really love that.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from California. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was born into a big, happy family, and growing up with 4 spunky older brothers was always a blast. And we ran into a lot of trouble, like when we kicked the ball into our neighbor's window, and another time when we all fell into the pond and Mom thought slime monsters were invading the house. Yeah, we were all grounded, except for my younger sister Rose, the only odd one out who never joined us and only cared about her looks and her clothes.
Ugh, Hayden, I can't believe you dress like that. Why can't you wear a proper dress?
I can't believe you like those clothes. Look at this t-shirt. It's large so I can get underarm ventilation, and I can stuff my face without veering my waist. And these pants, they have pockets. Here, want to see the frog I found? Eee! Well, my brothers became super boring after they started high school. They got girlfriends and hobbies. Ugh, it's not like I need them to have fun. I can find my own friends. One day, when I was on my way home from school, I spotted some meanies hassling a puppy. Not under my watch. I grabbed a stick and rushed over to them screaming, but then I tripped on a stone and fell. They all started laughing at me, but I got back on my feet. Let that puppy go!
Or what? You'll fall on your face again?
Or I'll teach you a lesson.
Ew, we're shaking in our boots. An army of ants is coming our way.
That boy was my new neighbor, who was the same age as me, but half their size. And then the puppy bit the bully's hand, and the new boy rushed in and snatched the puppy away. He grabbed my arm, and we started running until we got away.
Wow, that was brave. I'm Rashid.
And you got there just in time. I'm Hayden. He adopted the puppy, and from that day on, Rashid and I became best friends, and everyone called us the Terrible Duo. But things changed the summer before high school when Rashid decided to visit his grandparents in India. Can't you stay home?
Aw, I'll text you every day, and then we'll be in the same class this year. Finally, we can sit together.
Without him, I was so bored that I even tried spending time with Rose. She pulled me out for shopping or a salon, which I never liked. She even dragged me to her ballet class. Ugh, all that pink tulle and that boring music. I was starving, so I searched for a vending machine and almost crashed into a girl doing a backflip. I peeked into the classroom and everyone was doing backflips and handstands, and the splits, they looked free, strong, and flexible. I wanted to be one of them, and that was my true calling. I caved in and trained every day, and by the end of the summer, I had already won 3 trophies at local competitions. I couldn't wait to show them to Rashid. On the first day of high school, I got in early to save us the best seats, but when I got in, someone was already there. Hey, can you? The guy looked at me, smiled, and
Hey, Hayden, I missed you.
OMG, Rashid? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. He looks tall, and the glasses are gone, and wow, he's so… No, he's the same guy as before. Don't act all weird around him now. Every time Rashid looked at me, I felt myself blushing, and if we bumped into each other, my insides turned into a giant knot. I needed bug spray to kill all the butterflies flying around me, and I felt so jealous when I saw all those girls falling for him and fighting for his attention, though he dodged the swooning like a ninja dodging throwing stars. Ugh, I don't know what to do. What if he decides to date one of those girls? Try to give him some hints and see if he likes you back. So I decided to put Rashid to the test. I left my lunch at home, and he shared his with me, but then he did the same for my classmate the next day. And when it started raining, he also shared his umbrella with me and my sister. Why does he have to be so nice to everyone?
Ooh, I smell heart trouble. My sister has a crush on her best friend. How predictable. Unfortunately, he likes girly girls. Girls like me. He sees you as one of his buddies.
I was crushed. Not only did he not like me romantically, I wasn't even part of the competition. I liked the person in the mirror. I liked that I was strong enough to walk on my hands, or that I could sleep more in the morning because I wore no makeup. And then I decided that if Rashid liked those girls, I could be one. And like Cinderella, I just needed a fairy godmother to help me with the transformation. Or rather, will you give me a makeover, sis?
OMG, I thought you'd never ask. I would love to. And you need to learn that Puma and Adidas are not the same brands. Well, leave it to me. I'll take care of your closet.
Suddenly, Rose turned into a whirlwind. She plopped me in front of the mirror, pulled out brushes and paint, stuffed me into tight clothes, and gave me the highest heels to wear. Are you sure about these? Maybe I can still wear my sneakers.
Do you want to catch a boy or not?
I was shocked. Was that even me? Rose had certainly transformed me, but I wasn't sure it was for the better. It's okay, Hayden. Think of this as an undercover mission. I thought being a girly girl would be a breeze. Boy, was I wrong. I had to do this awkward, clumsy walk because of that dress. And of course, I missed the bus and got to school late. As if that wasn't bad enough, when I walked into the class, my dress tangled on my feet and I stumbled, but thankfully Rashid was there.
Oh, Hayden, you look...
Magnificent, majestic, breathtaking?
You've got lipstick on your teeth. I didn't know you were into makeup.
Well, you know, of course I'm into makeup. I'm a girl, no?
Okay, let me help you with that backpack.
It worked. Rashid had never offered to carry my books before, but every day I got into a new accident. Once I sneezed while putting on mascara, and I drew a line all across my face. Another time, I found a fake nail in my lunch and almost swallowed it. No matter what I did, it felt like we were growing distant. Rashid was treating me more like a girly girl and less like a friend. No more games of basketball or all-you-can-eat buffet lunches on Saturdays, but I'm still the same person. I can stuff my face even if I wear a tight shirt, right? Luckily, I still had my gymnastics practice where I could burn out my frustration. I trained so hard that I was ready for the regional competition by the end of the year.
Congratulations! I'll come and cheer you on.
Perfect. I'll tell him about my feelings there. With Rashid cheering me on from the stands, I felt like I could do anything. And soon enough, I won first place. It was such an exciting moment. Even a scout stopped to watch.
I run a prestigious academy for stunt actors. You've got the looks and you've got the moves. If you want to make it in Hollywood, give me a call. It's never too early to start.
I wanted to run to Rashid to talk, but I was a disgusting sweat fountain. Plus, I needed the time to rehearse the speech I had prepared with the help of Rose for him. So I snuck into the storage room. Hey, I know we started as friends, but since last summer, I started to like you, you know? I won today because you're here. Brian! OMG, you scared me! Brian was one of my teammates, just a couple of years older than me.
Sorry. I just needed to put these away.
Sure, I was leaving anyway. Oh gosh, what if he heard? This is so embarrassing. Brian had said nothing, so I hurried to get changed and do my makeup perfectly. Wow, look at you. You're really girly now. Just Rashid's type, right? But when I came out of the changing room, Rashid wasn't there. I texted him and he replied coldly.
Sorry, something came up. I couldn't wait.
That's disappointing.
Hey, do you need a ride home?
I turned. Brian was waving at me, and for the first time, I noticed how cute he was. He was leaning against a nice sports car. I could wait for the bus, but I was sad and I didn't want to go home alone. Well, thank you. We spent the ride home talking about gymnastics, and by the end of the trip, Brian had asked for my number.
I like this new style, by the way. You'll look even better with long hair.
Long hair is such a chore, but I guess that's what guys like. From that day on, Brian started texting me, and soon he asked me out on a date. I still liked Rashid best, but he had barely spoken to me since the gymnastics competition. It was clear he wasn't interested. I might as well go out with someone who appreciates me. Brian had booked a super fancy restaurant. I wore my high heels, and I even borrowed a wig from Rose to complete the look. When I walked into the room, I felt everyone looking at me with awe.
You look stunning. All the boys here are jealous that you're my date.
Wow, this is what being a girly girl looks like? Everyone is always staring at you? Brian was impressed, and we started chatting about ourselves. Brian already had his life figured out. He would work for his father's company.
And what about you?
I don't know. I might consider this stunt acting gig. I'd get to kick butt for a living.
Aren't those film stunts too dangerous for a girl?
What? How could you say? Just then, the fire alarm rang, and a fire started erupting from the kitchen. Everyone started running toward the exit, but I heard a cry and turned around. An old lady had fallen, and nobody had noticed. But with my high heels and tight skirt, I couldn't run. So I took off the shoes and ripped the dress and rushed to help the lady up. We made it out just in time, and nobody was hurt.
I can't believe you rushed back like that. Thank God you made it out, but you look like a proper fright.
Well, I wouldn't have had to rip my clothes if I wore my old t-shirt and sneakers. Of course I look a fright. I just ran into a building on fire.
Oh, wait. Please don't sit in the car. You see that ash on you? Ugh, let me call you a cab.
You know what? I'll get it myself. We're done.
But you like me. That letter.
That wasn't for you, jerk. And you know what? You were my biggest mistake. I
I left, and with the fire, all the cabs were stuck in traffic. So I decided to walk home. And after a short while, it started to rain. I was miserable, dirty, and wearing no shoes. So when I saw the diner where Rashid and I always went, I walked in to wait out the rain. But as I stepped in, I froze. Rashid was there with his friends.
Hayden, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a bit. Well, I was going home, but I couldn't get a cab.
I'll take you.
But I'm all dirty. What about your car? He didn't care about his car, and he drove me home. Around him, my heart fluttered. My feelings for him rushed back like they'd never gone, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. Hey, so that day at the competition, I wanted to tell you that since last summer, I started to like you.
Wow, you really have changed. I didn't think you were the type of girl who jumps from one boy to the next.
What? You mean Brian? I only went out with him because you kept ignoring me. You're the one I've liked for a long time.
Sure, well I don't. Bye, Hayden.
Rashid drove away, and I felt devastated and humiliated. When I walked in, I saw Rose. I hugged her and told her everything. I'm sorry. I feel like this is partially my fault. I actually don't know what kind of girl Rashid likes, but I lied so we could spend more time together and share everything like sisters do. You're the only sister I have, but you were always hanging out with our brothers. I was stunned that my sister lied to me, but I understand her. It wasn't all her fault. That same night, I called the Stunt Academy director. I'd like to accept your offer, but I want to move in immediately. Rashid texted me after I started going to the academy, but I ignored him and even blocked him. One rejection is enough, thank you. The classes at the academy were intense. I was learning the most amazing moves and killing it as a stunt girl on big sets. Who needed Rashid when I had my passion and talent to keep me going? I also abandoned the heels and skirt and went back to my style. No one cares what you wear if you can jump from a moving helicopter. Years later, I was at the premiere of my latest film when I saw Rashid as one of the waiters. He was even more handsome than before. Forget him. He rejected you. You're not even friends anymore. But everywhere I turned, he was there. And finally, he cornered me at the buffet table. What are you doing here? And when did you become a waiter?
I tried to get into your premiere, but all the tickets were sold out, so I sent flowers, but you weren't interested, so I had to dress up as a waiter and sneak in.
Whatever.
Hayden, please stop running. Talk to me. At least let me explain.
You were very clear the first time.
Look, when we were at the competition, I overheard your confession, and I saw Brian, so I thought it was for him. When you confessed to me, it kind of made me feel like I was your backup plan. It made me pretty mad because I had a crush on you. And later, I got to know the truth from Brian, and I felt too guilty. I tried to reach you, but you blocked me.
Wait, you had a crush?
Yeah, since we met. After you started dressing more girly, I got really confused because I liked you the way you were.
So I didn't need to change for you?
Absolutely not. You were perfect, and I never stopped liking you.
I couldn't believe it. All these years, I could have been with Rashid, and it was all because of a stupid misunderstanding. Well, it was clear now what I needed to do. I spun on my heels and perfectly landed into Rashid's arms in the perfect position to kiss him. I never stopped liking you either. Let's get the camera rolling.
Hi, I'm Dee Dee, and I'm your typical high school nerd, except I have a very big secret. Want to know more? Stick around and yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my parents and twin sister Claire. Growing up, I was a very quiet kid and mostly kept to myself. Read books, got straight A's, but Claire was the total opposite. She was the school's queen bee, really pretty, and every week she would date a new guy who would instantly fall in love with her.
You are so perfect, Claire. I love you.
Aw, sweetie, you're not too bad yourself. I love your, smile.
I love your smile and your eyes and your perfect little hands. I love everything about you.
Can you guys go and be annoying somewhere else? I'm trying to do my homework and your sugar talks are making me nauseous. Are we making you jealous? Because let's face it, the only guy you'd ever kiss is your stuffed panda. At least he's permanent, unlike the losers you date for 2 weeks, then dump and file restraining orders against because they end up stalking you. I wonder what will happen to this new arm candy. Word of advice, lover boy, run before it's too late. Claire threw a cushion at my head and left, and I couldn't help giggling. But she wasn't wrong. I was a little jealous of her. Even though I was smarter and more poised than Claire, I was always known as the other twin, or the geeky one, and no guy ever gave me the same kind of attention as Claire. Well, no one except Sid. He was the bratty son of some rich industrialist and was really popular for his stupid pranks in school. The first time I saw him was on the first day of high school when he rollerbladed his way into me in the school hallway and we both fell on our butts.
Wow, I've never seen anyone like you before.
Really?
Of course! I mean, how many people can be as stupid and blind as you are? You've gotta be someone special.
Excuse me, but you crashed into me. You should be apologizing.
You're right! Where are my manners? I'm sorry for calling you blind. Cause you also have an incredibly twitchy face and you sound like a pregnant horse when you talk. Now I know I'm very handsome and you'd rather spend your day staring at me, but I'm late for class.
And Sid just pushed past me and left. I was hoping to never run into him again, but then I walked into the class and the teacher introduced him as the new student. To make things worse, she appointed me as his student tutor to bring him up to date with the classes. Later, as I sat with Sid in the library, I saw him staring at me funny.
You must be so happy.
What makes you say that?
Come on, I saw how you were staring at me in the hallway. You like me, and it's cool. So how about we ditch these books and make out?
How about I punch your face and fracture your nose?
My plan's better.
Sid slid to my side, and our faces were inches apart.
Do you always smell like this?
Like what?
Like a mix of poop and garlic. Your breath stinks.
What the heck? I thought with time, Sid would find a new target, but a whole year went by and he only got more annoying. One time, he put a rat in my locker and it chewed all my books. And another time, Sid pulled out a fake snake from his bag and threw it in my face in the middle of a chemistry class. I got spooked, tripped, and crashed into a table full of chemicals. We couldn't enter the lab for a whole week thanks to the smell of rotten eggs. But despite everything, I had one thing going on right. My secret matchmaking website. I was Mrs. Cupid, famous for giving advice to anonymous kids who were suffering in their love life. Dear Miss Cupid, I have a crush on this mega hot chick, but since she's the most popular girl in school, she never notices me. How do I get her to date me? Dear Agent Hot Abs, I'm sorry, but the only way you'll get a girl like that to date you is in your dreams. But try the Math Club, Drama Club, and Polar Bear Rights Club. You've got a lot of pretty girls in there. And a month later, Agent Hot Abs confirmed that he was dating a theater club girl. Another time, I got an email from the Bimbo Babe. Dear Miss Cupid, I want a boyfriend, but I don't want to sound too desperate. What should I do? Dear Bimbo Babe, if you're writing this email, it means you're already desperate. And something about your name tells me you're not too smart either. Try searching the library for some hot geeks. This way, you can find a date and maybe learn a thing or two. Win-win. And a week later, Bimbo Babe was dating someone too. Another score for Miss Cupid. I'm making your dreams come true. Ooh, ooh.
There you are!
I jumped in shock as Sid walked up from behind me and I shut my laptop.
What you hiding on that computer? Are you stalking me on Instagram? I knew it. You have a crush on me.
I don't. Now stop snooping around and leave.
Not so soon.
Sid snatched the laptop from my hand. I tried to get it back, but that sleaze bag wouldn't let go. Finally, the laptop fell on the ground and the screen flew open.
No way. You're Mrs. Cupid? You give advice to corny teenagers. Oh my god, I'm dying. I think I might have coughed up a lung.
Shut up, you moron. And yeah, I am Mrs. Cupid. But if you tell anybody, I swear I will end you.
I won't tell anyone if you agree to set me up with someone. I know you're probably wondering why a hot guy like me would need your help, but I want to see how good you are.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than help you. Suddenly, Sid ran out of the door and screamed into the school hallway.
Hey everybody, our grand school matchmaker Mrs. Cupid is none other than...
I covered his mouth and yanked him back into the classroom. Why are you doing this? You haven't dated a single girl this whole year and now suddenly you want a girlfriend?
Maybe I'm bored, and this could be a welcome change. Now do we have a deal?
Ugh, I hate this, but fine. I'll find a date for you. And if you two hit it off, you have to promise to permanently get off my back.
Whatever you say, princess.
I know it was probably the worst idea to help Sid, but I also didn't want anyone to find out I was Miss Cupid. It was the one good thing in my life. I wasn't going to let all my hard work go down the drain. So I sat up all night trying to find the perfect match for Sid, and the next day I arranged a few dates for Sid, but they all ended up in massive disasters.
Have you seen my new rubber chicken collection?
Your what?
Rubber chicken. You know the one you squeeze and it makes a sound? Let me show you an example. I'm a dorky chick, beep, and I love to flap my wings, beep, beep, beep.
Okay. Actually, I just remembered I have to take my cat for a manicure. See you around. And we never saw her again. The next day, Sid met another girl at a burger joint and sneakily placed his dumb rubber chicken in her food. Just as she took a bite, the toy made a sound and she almost passed out. This happened a few more times before I finally lost my mind and cornered Sid. What's the matter with you? And what's with this stupid obsession with rubber chickens?
What? I really like them. And if I can't share my passion, what's even the point of having a girl girlfriend.
If you really want this to work, you've gotta step up your date game. Carrying chicken toys to dates is not how you woo a girl.
Really? Then how do you woo a girl?
Sid came closer, staring into my eyes, and for a second I forgot how to breathe. But then he just pulled my laptop closer and stared at the screen.
Ooh, this one sounds interesting. Dear Cupid Lovelock, I'm tired of dating the same guy over and over again. Find me someone different. Bored Anonymous.
Yeah, cool. Now sit back and let me work my magic. I texted Bored Anonymous that the boy she was looking for would meet her in the library with a red book in hand. And the next day, Sid sat at the desk with the book while I hid behind the wall waiting for Bored Anonymous to show up. I almost threw up when I saw Claire walk in and she went straight to Sid. She was Bored Anonymous? Mind if I take this seat?
I don't see why not.
Claire pulled out a chair and I waited for Sid to do something stupid, but surprisingly, they got along really well. They were cracking up at Sid's jokes and Sid was blushing like stupid girl. And weirdly enough, I started feeling kind of jealous watching them together. I was still lost in my thoughts when Sid walked over.
That went well.
You don't actually think you can date my sister, do you?
Why? Claire is fun, cool, and pretty to look at. Why should I not date her?
Because you guys are totally different and she's known to crush boys and walk all over them.
That was before she met me. I'm gonna steal her heart and she won't know what hit her. In fact, she just asked me to be her date at this super cool party, and I think I'm going to go.
Uh-huh. Guess what? I'll be there too, with my boyfriend.
You know you can't bring an imaginary person to a party, right?
He's not imaginary. He's a very real person. You'll see.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. And yeah, don't forget your rubber chickens. I walked away feeling kind of miserable. I had less than 5 hours to find myself a boyfriend, so I just asked one of the guys from the chemistry class to be my date, and he said yes. The party was nice, and I was having a good time, until Sid showed up with Claire on his arm and sat right next to me and my date. Oh, my sweet honey buns. I could stare into your eyes forever.
And I could stare into yours.
I can stare deeper.
I can stare into your soul and I can say you're an angel.
That doesn't even make any sense.
It's a metaphor.
It's stupid.
You're stupid.
Are you two done? Because I want to dance. Sid, come on. We'll join you.
But I don't know how to dance.
Just follow my lead. I dragged my date, but he kept missing steps, banged into a bunch of people. At one point, he stomped on my feet so bad, I had to sit down with an ice pack. I didn't see Sid and Claire after that, and the next day, they were officially dating. Sid was so lost in Claire's love, he didn't pay any attention to me. No pranks, no rude comments, not even a glance, and it made me so mad. But I knew it was only a matter of days till Claire would dump Sid. Despite our weird relationship, he was kinda the only friend I had, and I didn't want him to end up hating me after Claire dumped him. So I tried talking to Claire about it. So, you and Sid, huh? When are you dumping him? Not this time. I actually like this guy, and I think I'm gonna stick around. But he's so uncultured and weird, and I might warn you, he has an unhealthy obsession with rubber chicken toys. It's bizarre. So, he's a funny guy. And why are you so interested in Sid anyway? You never paid attention to the guys I've dated in the past. I'm just looking out for you. Yeah, right. Stop prying and mind your own business. Claire Cat walked her way out of the room, and I kept thinking about what she said. Why was it bothering me so much that Sid was dating Claire? Did I have feelings for him? Ew. No. Yuck. I just shoved whatever stupid thoughts I had to aside and decided to focus on my studies. But my concentration was all over the place. Then one day, I was in the library breaking my head over some complicated maths equation when someone pulled my notebook. Sid, give that back.
I will when you tell me why are you so mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you? Do I look mad at you? You and I are not friends that I'll be mad enough to be mad at you. That'll be madness, and I'm not that mad. I grabbed my books and turned to leave, but Sid got in the way.
I'm not done talking. Did you tell Claire that I'm uncultured and weird?
Maybe.
Why?
Because it's the truth. You are weird and creepy, and you don't care about anyone's feelings. Remember how you chased me around for a year, saying the stupidest things, and now that you have a girlfriend, it's like I don't even exist?
I thought you wanted me to back off, and now you're bothered by it? What do you want, Dee Dee?
I don't know, okay? Maybe I'm just mad at you for not even saying a thank you. If not for me, Claire would never date a rubber chicken loving brat like you.
Fine, thank you. Happy now? Anyway, I came here to ask your opinion on this necklace I got for Claire for prom, but I guess it was a stupid mistake.
Glad to know that there's something you can figure out on your own. Sid and I didn't talk after that, and I just spent most of my days locked up in my room, eating tubs of ice cream and watching MSA. Watching these stories made me realize how stupid I was to chase a guy who didn't even like me, so I decided to keep my self-respect and forget about Sid, even though it broke my heart. Then a few days later, it was prom, and I decided not to go. I was casually sitting in my living room when I heard a car pull up in the driveway. I peeked outside the window and saw Claire kissing some guy who looked nothing like Sid. What the heck was that? It's called none of your business. No, it's called cheating. You're dating Sid. Remember? Your boyfriend? boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. I've decided to dump him. So he doesn't actually know? Claire, he genuinely likes you. Well, they all do. I'm literally perfect. But you know me, I get bored so easily, and this Sid was a total freak. He keeps annoying me with those stupid rubber chicken toys, and all he ever did was joke and talk and blah blah blah. Anyway, I can just drop him a text now. Claire pulled out her phone, but I just snatched it and threw it away. And then I pounced on her like a wild cat while she struggled to push me away. Finally, my parents walked in and threw me off. I can't believe I thought you're capable of changing. I should have fought harder for Sid. In fact, I should have just asked him not to date you when I figured you were bored anonymous. How did you? Miss Cupid? Oh my god, you liar! I should have known it was you. Only someone too lame to get a boyfriend would have so much time to find boyfriends for others. You're calling me a liar? What about you? You cheating, backstabbing witch? At least I have a life. All you have is this desperate attempt to save your sanity. I will kick your butt like a bazooka. I charged at Claire one more time, but before I could grab her, Dad screamed at us to stop, and then suddenly he fell to the ground unconscious. We immediately called 911 and took him to the hospital. Apparently, Dad had been under tremendous work stress that impacted his heart, and now he needed immediate surgery, but it was really expensive and we didn't have that kind of money. Mom had some savings, but it wasn't enough, so Claire asked her friends for help, but she was only met with more closed doors. We were running out of options when the nurse told us that someone had paid our bill in full. What? Who? The donor wants to keep his name anonymous. Sorry. With the bill being finally paid, Dad went into surgery and thankfully it was successful. I was happy and I couldn't stop thinking about this anonymous donor. So I waited for everyone to sleep and then slowly made my way to the computer in the reception area. I typed in Dad's name and the bill had no name, but it did have a number. Sid's. What are you doing? Sid paid the bill. I can't believe this. He must really like you a lot. I don't think he did this for me, dummy. I've seen the way he looks at you. He likes you, and I definitely know you like him. Sorry about that. Don't worry. Now go before it's too late. And yeah, don't ask Miss Cupid for help. She kind of sucks. I smiled and rushed out of the hospital, but it was too late at night and I couldn't find a cab. Disappointed, I was headed back to the hospital when I noticed a car in the parking lot and Sid sleeping inside it. I walked over and banged on the window.
What? I have a weapon, Dee?
Sid stepped out of the car and I immediately hugged him. Thank you for saving my dad. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in, but what are you doing in the parking lot?
I stuck around in case you needed more help. Listen, Edie, there's something you should know. I like you. I was stupid to be playing games with you to begin with, but I thought you weren't interested in me. I started dating your sister to get some reaction out of you. And I did get a bit infatuated with her, but I started seeing her true colors soon enough before she even dumped me. I know I was crazy and should have just told you I like you in the first place, but...
Hey, I like you too. Always have. But I needed you to date Claire to finally see that.
Guess we both kind of messed up.
We can still make it right.
I'd like that.
Sid leaned in, and I was sure he was going to kiss me this time, but instead, he handed me a rubber chicken. You really know how to woo a girl.
Hello, my name is Jordan and I'm from New Jersey. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Growing up, I was a quiet girl and always found it hard to make friends. Like this one time when I was in kindergarten, I was just sitting by myself playing with Play-Doh, and out of nowhere, this one girl by the name of Layla came over.
Why do you always sit by yourself? Because I like to? Well, you're weird, and that's my Play-Doh. No, it's not. The teacher said I could have it. Oh, yeah?
Saying that, Layla just punched down on the Play-Doh and totally destroyed my creation. When the teacher saw us, she scolded Layla and complained to her mother too. And ever since, Layla had been nothing but mean to me. When I turned 7, my mom met my stepdad and he had a daughter who was 3 years older than me, Esther. They moved in with us, and at first, I thought Esther and I would never get along because she was so messy and I was a bit of a clean freak. But then she turned out to be really cool. Like this one time when I was in the 4th grade and Layla pushed me as I was walking, but thank God Esther caught me right in time.
I am so gonna get that witch.
Leave her.
She's a brat.
Moments later, I heard shouts and saw that Esther had tripped Layla and her minions with a rope. Oh my gosh, Esther, where did you get this rope from?
From the gym room.
I planned on taking it home. It'll make a great skipping rope. I forgot to mention brave. Esther could do it all. She loved having fun, all the time, and she helped me face my social fears. Esther, you're the best. I so want to be like you. You're not afraid of anything.
You should see her when I mention vacations.
Vacation? Why? I am afraid of airplanes. I don't know why, but everything about them scares me.
That's nothing, Esther.
When I was in the 7th grade and Mom took us to a park gathering our school held, all the kids got together playing fun games, but I was too shy. And then Esther pulled me from my comfort zone next to Mom. Come on, Jordan, you're missing out on all the fun. But what if they don't like me?
You're wasting your time.
She's been a sad, lonely girl all her life. Layla, nobody asked you. I decided to be brave, and boy, how much fun that was. We played on the water slide, climbing the longest rope and jumping on the jumping castle. It was the best time of my life. And then the parents called for a talent contest. Mom put my name in, and I had no idea what to do. She said it was good practice to overcome my social anxiety. And to make matters worse, I was the first to go on stage. Go, you can totally do it. I was feeling so nervous because I didn't have any talent besides maybe humming a little, so I closed my eyes and just sang, blocking everyone out. When I was done, I opened my eyes. I was shocked to see people staring at me with pin-drop silence. OMG, was I that bad? But when all the kids and their parents stood up and clapped for me, I couldn't believe it. It was the first time I actually felt confident.
Oh my gosh, baby girl, I didn't know you could sing like that. Yeah, that was amazing.
Esther? Well, she stood there stunned, as if she had seen a ghost. I was hoping she'd congratulate me, but she didn't. When it was Esther's turn, the moment she started singing, everybody covered their ears. But Esther kept singing without a worry in the world. She only stopped when the audience started to boo her.
I feel like my ears will bleed. Someone get her off the stage.
This is pure torture. Esther looked totally heartbroken and ran off. Don't worry about them. I think he sang pretty well. Yeah, right. Easy for you to say. Just leave me alone. Right then, Layla put her arm around Esther, and she actually let her. Looks like your stepsister has stolen your spotlight. Esther didn't say anything and pushed past me. After that day, Esther and I kept growing further apart. She stopped talking to me, and whenever Mom and Dad would praise me for anything, Esther would roll her eyes and leave the room.
Don't worry, sweetheart. She'll come around.
I so wished she did, but things only got worse, especially when Esther started hanging out with none other than Layla. One night, I just had enough and wanted to talk to my sister. So I went to Esther's room and found the door ajar and saw that she was making a face call with Layla. How do you live with Jordan? She is such a Miss Perfect. She totally outshined you on purpose. She could have refused to participate, but she wanted to show how perfect she was and you were not. You really think so? You're probably right. She could have backed off, but she didn't. I can't believe she would do that to me. Oh, let's get back at her. No, I'm not sure about this. Shh, listen, I know just the thing. My mom threw some rotten eggs outside in the trash. I'm sure that'll make a nice hair pudding for Jordan. Then she'll go back to being the mouse she is. I hid before she could see me, and I just felt my heart break into a million pieces that Esther would listen to some witch and plot against me. The next day I went to school early. When Esther got to school, she was fuming because she couldn't find me, and during recess, I stayed in the library. But then they found me and interrupted my MSA moment. Ah, here you are. I thought you bunked school today. Nope. Can I help you with anything? Yeah, but I need you to come with me. So you can throw eggs at me? Nah, I'm good. See, she thinks she's such a know-it-all. No wonder she has your dad wrapped around her finger. Stop filling her head with nonsense, Layla. Our parents love us both the same way. I doubt that. Saying that, Esther stormed off and Layla followed her. After that day, Esther only got meaner towards me. One time when we were in the 8th grade, Mom took us to a concert of our favorite singer, Ariana Grande. Esther and I, we both were crazy about her. And when we were there, the singer called me up on stage since I knew all her moves so well. While dancing with her, Esther popped up on stage like a crazy person and took the mic from her and started singing off tune. Things got kind of messy. I saw the guards coming her way. She was being silly, so I tried to take the mic. Suddenly, I lost my balance and ended up falling off the stage and blacked out. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up in the hospital and I couldn't move my legs. Mom, something is wrong with my legs. Mom called the doctor and he used a silver metal thing to touch my legs. I couldn't feel anything. And then the doctor told my mom that I couldn't walk until I regained muscle control. And until then, I needed to use a wheelchair. What? Me? On a wheelchair? No, that can't be true. Mom, please, tell him to do something. I was devastated. And then Esther walked in with her dad, and I lost my mind. What is she doing here? It's because of her I can't walk. I am so sorry this happened to you, Jordan. Again, I am so sorry. Well, your sorry is not gonna make anything better. Esther cried in her dad's arms, and everything was just a big mess. The next few days while at home, everyone was quiet. And then Mom and Dad went grocery shopping, leaving me and Esther alone. I'm making myself a sandwich. Can I, make you one too? I can do it myself. When I tried to reach for the peanut butter, I struggled, so I lifted myself off the chair a little, but ended up falling off the wheelchair. Jordan! Esther ran to help me, but I pushed her away. I was so angry because if it wasn't for her stupid jealousy, everything would have been fine. Get away from me! Jordan, I only want to help. Sometimes jealousy can make one so blind. I was not a good singer, and I should have just focused on something else. Oh, shut up, for God's sake. Save your regret. In my eyes, you're just a witch. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, but my heart was too angry to forgive her. Thank God Mom and Dad came and picked me up. Later that night, Mom and my stepdad spoke to me.
Jordan, we know that you blame Esther for this. She blames herself too, but can you find it in your heart to forgive her?
Really? We are having this conversation? Tell me, Mom, if someone pushed you and you broke your legs, would you forgive that person?
I'm sorry you feel this way, Jordan, but if you want, Esther and I can move out.
No, I couldn't let that happen. My mom loved my stepdad dearly. I couldn't take that away from her. So I decided to come to terms with the fact that Esther was part of the deal, no matter if I liked it or not. I can't promise I'll forgive her, but I'll try. Just give me time. When I went back to school, I was a bit worried about how kids would act around me. But to my surprise, everyone was normal. I wheeled myself over to the drama production board and saw that they were auditioning for a big talent reality show that was happening in LA. I so wished I could try out, but right then Esther came beside me. So you're auditioning? Yeah, it would have been my chance too, but, Jordan, you can audition. You can totally go there and show the world how good you sing. Oh, so now you're going to mock me? Bravo! I am not mocking you. There are no rules that state a person on a wheelchair can't audition. She was right about the rule thing because when I applied and sent the organizers a video audition, they straight away wanted me to come to LA and show them what I got. OMG, I was so excited. A trip to LA. It was going to be magnificent. Mom and my stepdad were so excited, but when they told me they couldn't afford the trip, I felt really sad. But the next day, Dad announced that I could actually go for the audition. I was all ready to go, but one day before my flight, my stepdad had to travel out of the city for business, and that night, my mom fell sick.
Honey, I can't go with you. I am so sorry.
Mom, don't worry about it. It's, fine. Just then Esther stepped in.
I can take you. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of Jordan, I promise.
It was just a 5-hour, 20-minute flight to LA, and I planned to sleep all the way. But right when it started to take off, I noticed how pale Esther looked. Are you all right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? I'm fine.
And then it hit me. Esther hates airplanes. She was scared of flying. I held her hand tight and told her to calm down. Throughout the flight, Esther was more concerned for me than herself. The entire flight she held my hand, even when she was asleep. At that moment, I felt grateful. But I just couldn't forget what she did to me. Once we landed, Esther took me to the audition, and to my utter shock, Layla was there too. Oh God, why her?
Yeah, Layla. How come you're here? I don't think you have any talent.
I can ask the same question. Why are you two here? How could you even afford the trip? Sold Dad's car or something? Excuse me, it's my turn. Move aside. Afford the trip? What was she talking about, Esther? Just nothing. Are you ready for the performance? Who paid for this trip? Our parents can't afford it. I sold the diamond ring my birth mom gave to me when I was little. It's just a ring. You matter more to me, more than anything. I couldn't believe she did that for me. I smiled at her, and she smiled back. Go get him, Tiger. When I went on stage, I absolutely nailed it! The judges clapped for me, and I could see Esther with tears in her eyes giving me a thumbs up. When I reached backstage, Esther came running and hugged me tight, but suddenly, Layla appeared with tears in her eyes. Apparently, the judges hated her magic tricks and she was disqualified right away. You can't have everything in life. She then tried to push my wheelchair, but Esther lunged at Layla and the two broke out into a catfight, while all the other contestants looked at them like they were freaks. I had to help Esther because Layla had her hair in her grip, so I tried to lift myself from the wheelchair but fell hard on the floor. I had to help my sister. I gathered all my strength, and when I finally stood on my feet, I was ecstatic. Esther, look! I was still wobbly, but I neared Layla, who was looking at my legs with wide eyes, and I punched her square in the jaw. Finally, security arrived and took her away. I am so happy you're able to stand. I guess I just needed motivation, and saving you from that witch was my motivation. Jordan, I am so sorry for everything. For all the times I was a jerk to you, all's forgiven. We're sisters. That's what we do. Fight and then make up. Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running. Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich.
Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad. But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me, so
you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening.
They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now.
Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society. That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her. It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you. After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley, she's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half.
She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it?
How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office. But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it. Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside. You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone. I didn't follow her. She'd brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner and waited for him to come home, but he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang, and I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me.
Sorry, we play.
I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby. I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around, and my jaw dropped. "Miley? Lucy?" Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock, and then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. "Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?"
"'Cause he's your son and you love him."
"And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me." And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why?" She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. "Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family, but I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me. Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here." Hi, my name is Mary. Please like and subscribe. I never knew my parents, but I grew up with my cranky old grandma who didn't even send me to school. So when I was 8 and she left me at an orphanage, I was ecstatic. As I joined the other kids at dinner and introduced myself, they all stared at me. And then a girl started laughing.
Look at that mop on your head. Maybe the warden can use your hair to clean the floors. How about I try first?
As she came towards me, a tall girl suddenly stepped in. Get away from her, or I'll knock your teeth out.
Ooh, Mommy, I feel so scared.
Not. And with that, the bully pushed me to the ground. The tall girl attacked her, and they were both fighting when someone shouted that the warden was coming, and everyone ran. The girl helped me up, but I sprained my ankle. Lean on me, okay? I got you. Her name was Gianna, and we became best friends. But everything else about that place sucked. The only good thing in my life was Gianna. When we were 13, we started talking one night about how much we'd like to leave this place, and we made a plan to escape. But just when we'd reached the back door, the warden caught us. We weren't allowed to leave our room for 2 weeks. But I was determined to try once more. What if the warden catches us again? Let's forget about it, Mary. Maybe we're better off here anyway. What if it's terrible out there? But what if it's not? What if it's amazing? And as long as we're together, it'll be fine. A few weeks later, we set a spot where we would meet and run off. But I kept waiting, and she didn't show up. Just then, I heard some footsteps, and it was the frickin' warden. And I ran. I didn't stop running till I'd left the orphanage far behind, but I was devastated to leave without Gianna. I vowed I'd be back for her soon. It was exciting to be out, but as it got dark, I started feeling scared. Just then, 2 homeless boys came out of a dark alley and grinned at me. "You lost, little girl? You can share our garbage dump." I panicked and ran off. As I turned a corner, I crashed straight into someone. I looked up to see a kind-looking lady who asked me why I was all alone. When I told her everything, she offered to take me to her place, and I felt I could trust her. A blonde girl my age opened the door. Her name was Zoe, and she looked really happy to hear that I'd be staying with them.
Ooh, a sleepover. I love slumber parties.
Yeah, me too. I had no idea what she was talking about. The next few days were some of the best ever. The lady got me clothes and gave me my own room. Zoe and I got along really well, and we watched tons of videos on this awesome channel MSA that she introduced me to. One night, we were out for dinner, and I was so excited to see the huge spread. I piled my plate high with food and started gobbling it up when some kids started laughing at me. "Look at her, eating like a horse. Haven't you seen food before, weirdo?" Oh, I guess some nice people brought this homeless girl here for food. Look how skinny she is, and her wild hair. Before I could reply, Zoe had returned to our table, and she smacked her plate in the kid's face.
Mind your own business, you limp noodle.
I loved the way Zoe stood up for me. She reminded me so much of Gianna. I soon discovered that Zoe's mom owned a beauty salon. One day, she gave me a makeover, and I was shocked at the results. She even managed to tame my crazy hair. Whoa, are you some kind of magician? Oh, I didn't have to do much. You're a beautiful girl, Mary. And it felt amazing to hear that. And a week later, I was officially adopted by them. I had a real family. Soon after, Zoe's mom got me enrolled into the same school as hers. One day when we came back, I was shocked to see so many guests at our place. Mom had organized a surprise party to welcome me into the family. She introduced me to everyone, and they were all so nice, except for this one nasty relative. Do you even make enough from your awful makeup business to take care of another child? Oh God, I can't forget the horrible makeup you did on me once. That made me mad. Well, sometimes all the makeup in the world can't fix some faces. Mom and Zoe laughed out loud while the lady turned red and stormed off. I wasn't letting anyone be a jerk to my family. The only thing that was bothering me now was thinking of Gianna at the orphanage. Mom said she'd help find a home for her too, and we went to see her. But I was shocked when the warden told us she'd been adopted. She wouldn't tell us where Gianna had gone, but in my heart, I was satisfied. She had a family like me. Life was good, and over time, I picked up Mom's love of makeup, and she taught me everything she knew. When I was in 10th grade, Mom took me to a shoot once, and the model I worked on absolutely loved her look. The next day, Zoe woke me up excitedly and showed me my Insta account. I had thousands of followers thanks to that model who had tagged me in her picture. I started attracting tons of clients to Mom's salon. Then one day at school, I saw a familiar face in the corridor, and my heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, it was Gianna! I ran to her and she screamed in delight as the two of us hugged and jumped around. I feel like I'm dreaming. I thought I'd never see you again, Gianna. I can't believe it myself. I'm so happy to see you, and you look amazing. Gianna and I had so much catching up to do. We were in the cafeteria when Zoe came and sat next to me and started eating my food, and Gianna snatched the tray away from her. Hey, what are you doing, weirdo? Get your own lunch. Excuse me? Who are you and what's your problem? Whoa, guys, calm down. This is my friend Gianna. I've told you about her, remember? And this is my sister Zoe. Sister? Yeah, her favorite sister in the whole wide world. And also her current best friend. So get in line, Gianna. The two were smiling, but I could sense the tension. And now the three of us were hanging out together all the time, but I just knew they didn't like each other. Zoe and I were both in the football club, and a few days later when we had a training session, I was surprised and happy to see Gianna was there too. But Zoe clenched her teeth and ran out to the field. We had such an intense training session, and Zoe and Gianna were being so aggressive. Suddenly, Zoe was racing towards the goalpost with the ball when Gianna tried to take it from her, and Zoe crashed to the ground. That's a foul. This cheater pushed me. No, I didn't. You just slipped. Don't be such a crybaby. They were about to attack each other when the coach stopped them and told everyone to take a break. As we rested in the locker room, we suddenly heard screams from the bathroom next door. We went running to see Zoe standing there and Gianna on the floor. Mary, stop your crazy sister. She pulled my hair and flung me against the wall. What? I barely touched you. Zoe, are you insane? It's just stupid football. Just then the coach walked in, and when she saw everything, she suspended Zoe from the club for a month. Zoe stormed off in tears while I helped Gianna up. What had gotten into her? I decided not to tell Mom anything yet and went to Zoe's room to talk. And she was furious with me. How could you take her side, Mary? Zoe, she was hurt and lying on the floor. What did you expect me to do? She came into the bathroom and kept mocking me, and I only pushed her aside to get out of my way. I never pushed her that hard or pulled her hair. She's lying. Why would she do that? Because she's a psycho. But if you want to believe her, go ahead. She pushed me out and slammed the door shut. I didn't know what to believe. I thought I'd talk to Gianna the next day, but I found her limping on crutches. She said she'd sprained her ankle during the fall. But Zoe said she barely pushed you. So, you think I'm faking all this? Why would I do that, Mary? Zoe attacked me. Your life, and you know it. I did know Zoe was unhappy since Gianna had arrived. Later that day, when Zoe saw me and Gianna sitting in the cafeteria, she turned away furiously and went to sit at the farthest corner. This was a nightmare. A few days later, our English teacher, Miss Amy, was getting married, and she'd invited all her students. She'd even hired me as her makeup artist, and Gianna came along to help. Just when I was done with her makeup, I finished it off with a setting spray, and Miss Amy started screaming. Oh my God, my eyes, they're burning. And my skin, what have you done, Mary? I stood there in shock as Miss Amy ran off to wash her face. I use this spray every day. I was about to test it on my skin when Gianna stopped me. Hey, don't. Didn't you see what just happened? Give it here. And with that, she opened the bottle and sniffed it. Mary, this is frickin' pepper spray. What? How could that possibly get mixed up with my makeup? Just then, Zoe and some kids walked in, asking why Miss Amy had gone screaming to the bathroom. Oh, I think we have our answer, Mary. There's only one person who could have switched this out for pepper spray. Zoe, are you frickin' mental? Mary, don't listen to her. If anyone would do something that crazy, it's Gianna. And how would I do that? You live with her. You had every chance to mess with her makeup. I've just had it with you. And with that, Zoe pounced on Gianna. As the two wrestled, they didn't even notice when Miss Amy walked back in and went crashing straight into her. Get out, all of you. And you, Mary. I'll never forgive you for ruining my wedding day. We were all thrown out, and before I knew it, Miss Amy had posted pictures with her swollen red eyes and face on Instagram. She tagged me and Mom's salon, telling people never to get makeup done from us. People were resharing her pictures like crazy. I couldn't bear to see anyone and shut myself up in my room. I couldn't believe someone would hurt me. It was either my sister or my best friend. I had been appointed as the football team captain recently, and the next day, when all the players were gathered, I made an announcement. I feel that I cannot lead a team where all the members can't play well together. So, I've made a decision to let one player go, and that is Zoe. Zoe stared at me in shock, and then she pounced on me.
Seriously? You pathetic jerk. I welcomed you into my home. I made you my sister. And this is what I get? I hate you, and I'll never forgive you. I wish we could throw you back in that orphanage.
As some kids pulled her away, she stormed off furiously, and I ran off to the bathroom. Gianna came running after me. Wow, Mary, I can't believe you actually chose me over your stupid sister. Now you've lost her, and that makes me really happy. What? What do you mean? I mean, I want you to suffer. Just like you made me suffer when you left me at the orphanage. That night, when we were running away, I didn't come to the meeting spot thinking you wouldn't go without me. But you did. You just abandoned me. You didn't come on purpose? I thought the warden had caught you. And I didn't abandon you, Gianna. I came to the orphanage again looking for you. I don't believe you. You just left me and got yourself a sister. You replaced me. Yes, I did fake being hurt in the bathroom, and I did mess with your makeup, so you could hate her. And now, she hates you. Oh no, I don't. I heard everything and recorded it too. Zoe stepped in just then, and I turned to a shocked Gianna. You see, I wasn't sure about the bathroom incident, but after the makeup thing, I decided it had to be you. Zoe would never do something to hurt me or Mom's business. We faked the fight outside, hoping you'd be really happy and admit something. Why are you like this now? What happened to you, Gianna? Gianna snarled and leapt at me, but Zoe pushed her off and we locked her in the bathroom. We told the principal everything, who then called in her adoptive mother. And we found out from her that Gianna had been in therapy before for a personality disorder, which made her think everyone was against her. I was sad to hear that, but luckily she had a loving mom who took her away to rehab for some time. I'm really sorry about your friend Mary. Really, friend Mary. Really. And I have to admit, I was jealous when she came back into your life. I hope she'll be better soon, and maybe we can be friends again someday. But you've got nothing to worry about, Zoe. You are, and always will be, my sister. Hello, friends. I'm Aria from Chicago. Before I tell you my incredible story, please like and subscribe. I know everyone thinks their dads are strong, but I knew for a fact that mine was the strongest. He was an Army major and I was super proud of him, but because of his job, he was gone for months. Mom left us when I was a baby, so Grandma took care of me in Dad's absence. But when I was in 7th grade, he gave me the best news ever. He was getting remarried and I was getting a new mom and a sister. Dad got me the most gorgeous pink dress for his wedding, and everyone couldn't stop gushing about how pretty I looked. Until my stepsister Jenny crashed into me and spilled her orange juice all over my hair and clothes. I'm so sorry. There was a bee chasing me. It's okay. The wedding's over anyway. My stepmom doted on me, and Jenny, well, she was also pretty awesome. But sometimes she went overboard with her kindness. Aria, I made these napkins for you. With my own hands. That would have been cute if Jenny hadn't made that out of the dress I wore on our parents' wedding day. Once, Jenny and I were playing in a nearby park, and after a few hours, we felt hungry. So Jenny went home to fetch something to eat. Suddenly, I heard her screaming, so I ran to her and found one of our neighbors holding her by her collar. What are you doing, Mrs. Sparkley? I caught this little thief trying to break into your home. She was crawling through the kitchen window. That's because I forgot the key and no one's home. Yeah, she's not a thief. She's my sister. Your sister? I'm sorry, honey. You're so pretty. You both don't look related at all. It was true that Jenny and I looked different, but the way Mrs. Sparkley said that made me feel bad. And Jenny looked ready to explode. And you look like you're related to a family of pigs. Here, eat some dirt. Jenny grabbed a fistful of mud, threw it on Mrs. Sparkley's face, and ran away. Dad had to face the anger of a furious Mrs. Sparkley for an hour that evening. Soon, Jenny joined my school, and I was glad to introduce her to my friends. But I noticed that she tried to copy me in everything. We ended up buying the same clothes. She joined the school's drama club like me, and she even brought pasta to school every day like me, even though she hated it. Then one day, I got to know she wanted to play the role I was auditioning for in the school play, so I simply stepped back to give her the chance. And she did manage to land the role. When we got home, she happily broke the news to Mom and Dad. But just then, Dad got a call, and when he hung up, he cried with joy.
It was your drama teacher. Some casting director watched your recent play, and he wants to cast you in an upcoming teen movie.
I was ecstatic. Dad said he'd take us all to dinner at a fancy restaurant to celebrate. But that night, Jenny got a bad headache, and Mom had to stay back to take care of her. After that day, I started getting popular in school. Everyone suddenly wanted to hang out with me, but I felt Jenny slowly growing distant. She no longer wanted to play with me at home, and at school, she'd often say awful things to embarrass me.
Did you guys know that Arya ate her bookers when she was little? Ew! And she loves smelling her socks after a sweaty gym session.
Whenever I told Mom about it, Jenny started crying like a baby and said she was just having some harmless fun. 6 months passed, and one day, Dad got a call that he and his team had to leave for Afghanistan immediately. A couple of days after Dad left, we got the most terrible news. Dad and a few of his teammates had gone missing. I was devastated, but Mom and Jenny acted like everything was normal. It was Jenny's birthday in a week, and both of them were busy planning for the party.
Arya, should I get a Barbie cake or a unicorn cake?
How can you even think about celebrating when there's still no news about Dad? It's my 13th birthday. I can't let anyone ruin it. Besides, who knows if he'll ever be found? That made me so angry, I gave Jenny a tight slap. She pounced on me and we fought like wildcats until Mom pulled us apart. When she heard what happened, she grounded me for a week. But when the party was in full swing, I may have sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled some extra pepper in the food and poured a bottle of vinegar into the lemonade. Mom, I feel like I ate the sun. Get me some lemonade, quick. What did you mix in it? It tastes like pee. Ugh. The party was ruined. And obviously, it didn't take long for Mom and Jenny to figure out who was responsible for it. Your daddy spoiled you way too much, Arya. But now it's time to knock some sense into that pretty little head of yours. Mom placed a mop bucket in front of me and asked me to clean the kitchen. Just then, I saw Jenny walk out of my room with all my favorite dresses.
Since you didn't get me a birthday cake, I'm taking these.
Oh, and I also like the headband you're wearing. Jenny snatched it from my head and put it on hers, and Mom didn't say a word. 2 years passed and there was still no news of Dad or his teammates. But I never lost hope. Several acting offers poured in after my movie stint, but I refused them all since I was more interested in studying and topping my grades. Besides, I knew if I got more popular, Jenny would resent it and find ways to make my life miserable. When I reached the 10th grade, a new girl named Cheryl joined our class mid-session. Our teacher made her sit with me so that I could help her catch up on the work she'd missed. But soon, I noticed something really weird about her. She didn't smile or laugh at all. Do you know what happens when an elephant feels dizzy? It elephants! What's a cow's favorite holiday? New Year's Eve! Soon, the whole class was gossiping about how weird Cheryl was. Someone even started a rumor that she was a robot. Then one day, I entered the classroom and saw Jenny's minions had pinned Cheryl to a wall and Jenny was tickling her. Why can't you laugh? Are you really a robot? Stop it. Leave her alone. I will, when she smiles. I'm sure Cheryl doesn't want to waste her smile on a moron like you. Just then, our teacher entered and everyone went back to their seats. After that incident, Cheryl and I grew super close. She told me that she had a rare condition called Mobius syndrome that made it impossible for her to have any facial expressions. The kids at my previous school kept bullying me, so I begged Mom to shift me to a new one. But I guess I'll always be a weirdo. Cheryl, you're perfect just the way you are. I'm gonna make sure no one makes you feel otherwise. I asked our teacher if Cheryl and I could organize workshops to educate kids about Mobius syndrome, and she gladly agreed. Our workshops were a great success. Every kid who attended told Cheryl how brave she was for talking about her condition, including our school's most popular jock, Chris. You're awesome, Cheryl. Just the way you are. OMG, did Chris just call me awesome? Pinch me, Aria, so I know it's not a dream. Even our principal praised us and told me it was heartwarming to see the efforts I'd put in to help Cheryl. A few days later, we had a debate competition in which both Cheryl and I participated. When the results were announced, I stood first and Cheryl stood second. We both hugged each other, but just then, Cheryl's mom marched up on stage and started yelling at her.
You always stood first in your previous school. What happened to you? Why have you suddenly turned stupid?
But she came in second, and that's pretty awesome too. You should be happy for her.
Of course you'd say that since you bagged the top spot. Cheryl, this girl's your competition. You need to stay careful.
Whatever did that mean? After that day, Cheryl and I participated in a few more competitions, all of which I won while she stood second or third. She didn't seem to mind, but I knew her mom was giving her a tough time for it. She thinks I was better off in my previous school. But doesn't she care about all the bullying you faced? She says because of my condition, it's something I have to learn to live with. And here I thought my stepmom was a witch. Months passed, and soon it was time for prom night. Cheryl had a massive crush on Chris since our workshop days, and she felt he liked her too. I think he's gonna ask me out for prom. I'm so excited. I've already decided what I'm gonna wear. Just then, I saw Chris heading towards us. But instead of asking Cheryl, he asked me out. I felt awful, and obviously, I politely turned him down. Why did you do that? The way he was looking at you? I think he really likes you. You're so lucky, Aria. Everyone likes you. Oh, I have my share of haters too. Besides, how can I go out with a boy my best friend has a crush on? Remember? Sisters before misters? Later that day, our science teacher had asked us to prepare a project and told us the best one would get a scholarship opportunity at a prestigious university in New York. I need to win this one. I'm pretty sure my stepmom wouldn't spend a single penny on my college education. And if I win this competition, Mom would finally stop breathing down my neck. No matter which of us wins, a pizza party with lots of ice cream is guaranteed. For the next few days, Cheryl and I got busy with our projects. When we brought them to school on the submission day, I was surprised to see how amazing her project was. This looks so incredible. I'm sure you're winning this time. You really think so? I spent the last 3 nights working on it. Just then, it was announced that we had to keep our projects in the auditorium for the teachers to review. After placing my project next to Cheryl's, I was about to leave when a hand roughly turned me around. How dare you agree to go out with Chris? I asked him out for prom night, but he told me he was taking you. What the fudge? First Cheryl and now Jenny? Did the entire school have a crush on that guy? I have no idea why he said that. He did ask me out, but I refused. You lying witch. Suddenly, Jenny pushed me hard and I landed straight on Cheryl's project. Oh God, Jenny, what did you do? I frantically tried saving Cheryl's project, but just then I saw her walk in. What's taking you so long, Aria? Ah, my project! I'm sorry, Cheryl, it was an accident. Stop lying, Aria. I just saw you ruin this project. I tried to stop her, Cheryl, but she said she had to win this competition at all costs. I was shocked at how evil Jenny could be. I was about to slap her, but Cheryl caught my hand midair, and my heart broke to see the distrust in her eyes. I can't believe you'd stoop so low to win a competition. I should have believed my mom. All you ever cared about was winning. Our friendship never meant anything to you. That's not true. I tried to stop Cheryl, but she ran away with tears in her eyes as Jenny smirked at me. I was summoned to the principal's office, but given my spotless track record, I was let off after a stern lecture. After that day, Cheryl refused to talk to me and started hanging out with Jenny instead. Watching those two together made my blood boil, and I couldn't concentrate on my studies. For the first time, I got a C in science, my favorite subject. My home life was already a mess, and whatever little happiness I found in school was being destroyed by Jenny. On prom night, I was in my bed watching my favorite MSA videos when Jenny barged into my room, dressed like a wannabe model. How does it feel to be a loser, Aria? Sitting all alone on prom night in your tacky clothes. Why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? Remember Mom's wedding day? I was the flower girl, yet everyone kept talking about how pretty you looked. And then I bagged that play, but you got chosen for a movie. You've always tried to one-up me.
Aria's so pretty. Aria's a genius. Aria, Aria, Aria.
I didn't do it intentionally. And is it really my fault that I'm good at what I do? No, But do you have any idea how that makes me feel? So technically, I should have stopped my growth just because you weren't growing at the same pace? You know what, Jenny? I am not responsible for your insecurities, and I am so done with you. The moment she left, I called Chris and told him I was ready to go to prom with him if he was still interested. He gladly agreed, and when I arrived at the party on Chris's arm, I could see Jenny's jaw drop to the floor. And then she looked angrier than a raging bull and came charging at me. But before she could reach me, someone stepped in between us. Don't you dare mess with my best friend. Cheryl? You said you wouldn't be attending the prom. Well, guess what? I changed my mind, and I am so glad that I did. How else would I have gotten the chance to hear you bragging to your friends about how you lied to ruin things between me and Aria? Jenny looked stunned for a moment. Then she tried to attack Cheryl, but before she could, a crowd of angry girls picked her up and threw her out. Cheryl apologized to me a lot, and I decided to give her another chance. Later that night, when Chris dropped me home, I opened the main door, but right then, a bag came flying at me. Thankfully, I dodged it just in time. How dare you think I'll let you into this house after what you did to Jenny? Stealing the boy she likes? Humiliating her at prom? Take your bag and get lost. Go scrub someone else's toilets now. No one talks to my daughter like that. It was Dad! I was thrilled to see him and ran straight into his arms. He'd listened to every word of what Mom said, and he was furious. Dad asked me if this is how I'd been treated in his absence, and he immediately sent Mom and Jenny packing. Dad then told me he'd been captured by the enemy and held hostage for 2 years. But then the government struck a deal with them and they released him. I missed you so much, Dad. I missed you more, sweetheart. As Dad pulled me in for a hug, I knew my life would be perfect again. Hi, I'm Tiffany from London, and I've got an outrageous story for you. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was raised by my grandmother when I was 3, and she was a famous actress who starred in a dozen action movies. On a typical day, she'd jump off a building, fight a bunch of ninjas on top of a speeding train, and one time, she fought 10 bad guys in midair with her bare hands and a rubber ducky.
You want a piece of me, punk?
Grandma was the coolest person in the world, and I wanted to be just like her. She loved teaching me martial arts moves, and on my 14th birthday, she let me go to one of her movie sets. I watched as Grandma rode a motorcycle through a window and into a pillow factory, but something went horribly wrong. There was water on the floor, and Grandma's motorcycle spun out of control. Then she fell and hit her head. My heart raced. I ran onto the set and pushed past the crew to get to her. Wake up, Grandma, please! Moments later, Grandma opened her eyes, but what happened next rocked my world. Grandma didn't remember who she was. She was convinced she was a double agent from one of her action movies. She was so paranoid, she punched the doctor in the face when he tried to examine her and chased me around the room with a broom. It's me, Tiffany, your granddaughter, remember?
You won't take me alive.
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, a social worker came to visit. She said that Grandma wasn't fit to raise me anymore, so I'd have to go live in an orphanage. I cried and begged the social worker to let me stay with Grandma, but she refused to listen. When I got to the orphanage, all the other kids were half my age. I always wanted a younger sibling, so it wasn't that bad at first. Tiffany, help little Michael with his homework. Tiffany, come play dolls with me? Then it got really old. Tiffany, change baby Jake's diapers and wipe Sammy's nose. The twins made a mess. Go clean it up. Every night I dreamed of getting adopted, but none of the parents were interested in me. So I gave up my hopes of ever having a real family. But one day, the craziest thing happened. The nuns took me and the rest of the orphans to the park. As usual, I was responsible for watching the kids as the nuns hung out sipping lattes. Then I saw a strange man lurking around the playground, and my spidey sense went haywire. The man grabbed little Sammy and darted down the street. I chased the strange man, yelled at him to stop, and threw a handful of sand in his face when the nuns tackled him and held him down until the police arrived. The police said that the strange man was wanted around the country for a dozen crimes. After that, my picture was in the paper, and everyone started calling me a hero. The next thing I knew, this rich couple named Mr. and Mrs. Wilson came to visit, and they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse.
We'd like to adopt you, but on one condition.
What is it? They showed me a picture of their daughter, a girl my age named Pearl.
Our daughter Pearl needs a sister to keep her company and to be a good influence.
They told me how Pearl was always getting into trouble and how she hung out with the wrong kids. In exchange for my services, the Wilsons promised promised they'd pay for my education. I'd get my own room in their mansion, and I'd get a weekly allowance. Cha-ching!
So, are you interested?
It was a total no-brainer. Duh, of course I'm in. When do I start? We shook on the deal, then I was off with the Wilsons on a private jet. When we arrived at their mansion, Pearl greeted us at the front door.
Pearl, this is your new sister, Tiffany.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Don't touch me, you witch. Pearl shoved me and slammed the door in our faces.
Don't worry, she just needs some time to get used to the idea.
Everything will be fine, we promise. But instead, things got worse. Pearl gave me dirty looks every time she saw me. She put spiders in my bed, sprayed me in the face with a water hose, and left weird photos of me with my face crossed out all around the house. She even locked herself in her room and refused to eat. It's me or the charity case? Pearl's hunger strike didn't last long. Less than 10 minutes later, we caught a delivery guy falling out of a tree after attempting to deliver a pizza through Pearl's bedroom window. At school, Pearl acted like I was invisible. She hung out with these mean girls that smiled in her face and talked about her behind her back. I overheard them making fun of Pearl in the bathroom. Pearl is so stupid and annoying. I can hardly stand her. But look at these new shoes she bought me. That night, I tried to warn Pearl about the girls. You don't know anything about my life. You're just a stupid, poor, motherless girl. I know what it's like to be used. Those girls aren't your friends. Friends don't hang out with you just because you have money. But Pearl didn't listen. She started taking her friends on shopping sprees every day to make herself feel better. She maxed out her credit cards, then Mr. Wilson found out and took all Pearl's credit cards away. But when Pearl told her friends she couldn't take them shopping anymore, they kicked her out of their group. They ignored her at school and stopped answering her texts. They even had a big party and didn't invite Pearl. I caught Pearl sitting in her room, crying in the dark. My life is over. Just finish me off. I'm doomed. Pearl threw herself on the floor and clutched her wallet like she was dying. Don't be so dramatic. You don't need money to have fun. Liar! How dare you speak such nonsense? I bet you'll have twice as much fun with me than you ever had with your snobby old rich friends. I'll take that bet, and if I win, you have to do my homework for a month. It's a deal. Pearl and I went skating at the park, played volleyball on the beach, swam in the ocean, and made TikTok videos of ourselves dancing on the pier. Pearl had the time of her life. On the way home, she even opened up to me. Thanks for being nice to me today. You didn't have to do this. I know my parents brought you here to replace me. If I were them, I'd probably trade me in for an upgrade too. That's not true. Yes, it is. You're super smart and a real-life hero, but I've always been a disappointment. I'm not your replacement. Your parents love you with all their heart. They adopted me so you could have a sister. They just wanted to make you happy, and I'm glad they did because I think we could be good friends. After that, Pearl ditched her stupid, snobby, rich friends and started hanging out with me. The more I got to know Pearl, the more I realized that we had a lot in common. We loved watching MSA videos, dancing to K-pop music, and we totally loved rom-coms. I even took Pearl with me to visit Grandma. Most of the time, Grandma interrogated me about some secret package I knew nothing about, and when she didn't get the answer she wanted, she put me in a headlock and yelled at the doctor to take me back to my cell, but I could tell by the look in Grandma's eyes that she still loved me. Soon, Pearl and I were best friends. We were in all the same classes and joined the same clubs. We were together all the time, until Dean came along. Dean was a bad boy. He wore sunglasses indoors, had a dozen tattoos, and was always in detention. I'm not exaggerating. He was there like every day. Pearl fell head over heels for Dean. Every time she saw him, she'd try to get his attention. She sat next to him in class, left love notes in his locker, and she even gave him a sculpture of the two of them kissing. But Dean just ignored her. Pearl got so desperate to spend time with Dean that she yelled at a teacher and threw an egg on the principal's car just so she could get 2 weeks of detention. Surprisingly, Pearl's plan worked. A couple of days later, Pearl swore they were in love. One time, Pearl and I were in the library working on a research paper when Dean walked up, sat next to Pearl, and they started making out right in front of me. Jeez, can you two get a room? They ignored me and kept kissing. I was so annoyed that I grabbed my stuff and stormed off. I quickly turned a corner and ran smack into a boy named Jack. We both lost our balance and fell to the floor.
Oops, I am so sorry. I'm such a klutz.
No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. Jack took my hand. I looked into his eyes, and then the sparks flew. He smelled like heaven, and when he smiled, my heart melted. Jack wasn't the most popular kid around. Actually, he was a bit of a nerd. One time, he laughed and milk flew out of his nose, but I didn't care. He was funny, kind, and sweet.
Tiffany, I've been thinking that you might be my soulmate. With you at my side, I feel like I can do anything.
Like what?
Like climb a tall building, lift 1,000 pounds, and maybe fall in
in love. Oh yeah, he's also totally romantic. Jack and I started going on double dates every night with Pearl and Dean. Things were going well until Mr. and Mrs. Wilson took a new case against a CEO of a huge company that had ties to a dangerous criminal enterprise. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson had to leave town for a few weeks to prepare for the trial, so Pearl and I had the mansion to ourselves. At first, it was pretty fun staying up late and inviting Jack and Dean over to play video games, but then things took a horrible turn. A couple of days after the announcement of the trial, Pearl, Dean, Jack, and I were walking home from school. Pearl stepped into the street and this car appeared out of nowhere and headed straight toward her. Watch out! I grabbed Pearl and yanked her out of the street, then the car raced away. Later that day, someone left a package in Pearl's locker. Ooh, look, someone got me a present. Pearl opened it and found 3 dead fish inside and a threatening note that said, "Tell your parents to drop the case or else." I started to get worried. Pearl was my sister. It was my job to look out for her, but things were getting out of hand. I felt like I was in over my head, so I decided to go visit Grandma. Grandma? Call me G. What do you need? I need to learn how to eliminate a threat. I told Grandma about my duty to protect Pearl and the danger she was in. Don't wait for the threat to find you. Set a trap and lure it out. That way, you'll be prepared. I thanked Grandma, said goodbye, and then I put my plan into action. First, I called the Wilsons, but they didn't answer their phones, so I left a message with their assistant. Then I talked to Pearl. We need to tell your parents about these threats. It's nothing. They're just stupid pranks. Are you kidding? This is serious. My parents don't have to know. We can handle it. Dean will protect me.
Yeah, Pearl's my girl. I won't let anyone hurt her. No one will ever get past me.
Dean started flexing his muscles and Pearl just couldn't get enough. Then she and Dean hopped into her car and went to a nightclub like they didn't have a care in the world. I tagged along to keep Pearl safe, but it didn't help that everywhere I looked, I saw something suspicious. Like the bouncer that kept glaring at Pearl, the car that looked like it was following us, or the girl with the pink hair and the razor-sharp nails that appeared out of nowhere with a smirk on her face. I got more anxious by the minute. I wasn't sure Grandma's advice would work. There were way too many threats. There was no way I could protect Pearl from them all. I needed backup, so I texted Jack and he came to the rescue.
What are you doing here? I thought you didn't like nightclubs.
I'd rather be at home, but Pearl's in danger and I have to keep her safe. I told Jack about the deal I made with the Wilson and how I suspected someone was after Pearl. Then Jack came up with an amazing idea.
My parents have a cabin a few miles outside of town. We can hide Pearl there until her parents come back. The place is pretty secure, with cameras and plenty of food.
That's a great idea. Jack and I convinced Dean and Pearl to come out to the cabin. Surprisingly, they agreed. The cabin was pretty isolated, but with all the cameras around, it felt safe. Dean and Pearl thought it was a romantic vacation, but Jack and I were on full alert. Then Dean made us all an amazing cup of hot chocolate with whipped cream and sprinkles. I must have dozed off because I woke up to the strangest thing. I was tied to a chair, and so were Jack and Pearl. Dean was staring at us with a sinister grin. Dean, what are you doing?
Isn't it obvious? You're tied to a chair in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. You're my hostages, duh.
But why, Sugar Bear?
Shut up, Pearl. I'm not your sugar bear. I can hardly stand you. Mr. Stencil's my uncle.
Who's Mr. Stencil?
You really are dumber than you look. Mr. Stencil's the man that your stupid parents are trying to send to jail. He paid me to get close to you, steal files from your house, and kidnap you to force your parents to drop the charges. I think I'll ask your parents for $1 million too. Pretending to be your boyfriend was torture.
Pearl started to cry, and I got really mad. Don't you talk to my sister like that.
And what are you gonna do about it, loser?
Oh, I've already done it. You might as well give up because you've lost.
What are you talking about?
Come closer and I'll show you. Dean stepped closer, then I headbutted him in the face.
My nose!
I used the Swiss Army knife I'd hidden in my back pocket to slice through the ropes, then I raced to my cell phone and called the police.
You can't stop me, orphan girl.
Then Dean lunged at me. He wrestled me to the ground. I thought I was a goner. He was 10 times stronger than me. But then I remembered Grandma and everything she taught me. For Grandma! I kneed Dean in the stomach, poked him in the eye, and kicked him in the nose. He staggered back, grabbed a coffee mug, and hurled it at me. I caught it in the air and smashed it across his head. Then Dean fell down in a daze. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson and a dozen police officers showed up and hauled Dean off to jail. Pearl cried for days from a broken heart. Jack and I stayed by Pearl's side to help her recover. After eating several tubs of ice cream and watching a ton of MSA videos, she vowed to stop chasing bad boys. After all of the excitement, Jack started acting really weird. He kept staring at me like I had 3 heads. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something in my teeth?
No, it's just that I think you're amazing. How did you learn those moves? You looked like an action star.
Well, I guess you could say I had a great teacher.
Really?
I showed Jack one of my grandma's old movie posters, and he lost his mind.
Whoa, that's Grandma G? I love her.
You love her, huh? You're making me jealous. Jack blushed, then pulled me close.
Don't worry, Tiff. You're my hero, and my heart belongs to you.
I was born with long, shiny black hair, blue eyes, and pink, rosy cheeks, just like my mom, or that's what everyone told me. I never met Mom. All I had were pictures of her that my aunt and dad showed me, and she was beautiful.
You should enter her into beauty pageants. She'll win every prize, just like her mom. Maybe. I want her to be a weightlifter, just like me.
Dad was a weightlifting champion until he was informed that he had weak kidneys and was forced to retire. That was when he opened a cozy little fast food restaurant to make ends meet, but it wasn't doing very well. Hi everyone, my name is Arden, and I am the She-Hulk of Germany. Please do like and subscribe before I continue. Both Dad and Aunt began deciding my future even before I could say my first words. And so I found a way to make them both happy, and myself too. I began participating in pageants and wore the prettiest gowns, spoke well and smiled gracefully, but the best part was, I got to show everyone my unique talent.
I can lift this heavy stack of books easily.
Everyone was amazed with how effortlessly I, a 6-year-old, could carry weights. As I grew up, I got stronger. I even began to lift actual heavy weights on stage by the age of 13. It became my dream to keep training so that one day I could make it to the Olympics. My beauty pageant wins made me very popular in school. Almost everyone loved me, except for a few who picked on me and would call me Hercules just because I gained some muscles. Honestly, I didn't mind, and it was like a compliment for me. But one time, I saw them pick on a new student, Troy. He was always quiet and was smaller than all the other guys. Hey, go pick on someone your own size.
Oh, does tiny Troy need a bodyguard now? What are you gonna do?
Well, first, if you want to talk to me, you should meet my eye line. I was pretty proud of myself. Soon I even began receiving letters and small little gifts congratulating me when I won competitions. It looked like I had a secret admirer. One evening when I got home, my dad and aunt looked so worried. I asked Dad what was wrong. He just brushed me off saying it was nothing. It's not nothing. We're running out of money and your dad's treatments are getting more expensive.
And whose fault is that? You're the one who doesn't save and spends every penny. You even spent all of Arden's competition money.
It was for her other competitions. Please, both of you, calm down. We have to work together and think of ways to bring in extra money. They both relaxed a little and tried to think, but couldn't come up with anything. This was way worse than I thought. I couldn't let the restaurant close, and I couldn't let Dad miss his treatments because of it. I searched all over the internet for weightlifting competitions I could join, but all the ones I could find that paid were for grown men, not girls. So I decided to make my own. I passed out flyers all over town and made videos of me lifting dogs, tables, dressers, hoping that would make people curious enough to come. I told Dad, we can use the restaurant as the venue. It'll bring customers and we'll have a place to host the show.
What exactly is the show? You're lifting dogs?
I'll lift anything anyone can bring. But there's one problem. We need to offer prize money for people to compete with me.
That'll be all the money we have. If we lose it,
we won't. When I beat them, they'll have to pay me instead. Dad was very concerned, but he trusted me.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
I won't let you down. But the truth was, I was terrified. What if I lost even the little bit of money we had left? We had no other choice. And when the day came, many people showed up because they had loved my videos. Dad was making money without even trying, and of course, I was able to lift everything they brought, from more dogs to big weights, and even some of the people themselves. Not only did we make a bunch of money and save the restaurant, we got so much attention that I was given a scholarship at the best training academy in the country. And the best part, being at this training academy meant I would even get a chance to compete at the Olympics someday. Then, I got another letter from my secret admirer saying congratulations for the big win. I had no idea who it could be. One weekend while I was visiting home, Dad had asked me to move a table to the outside seating area. They made me do every chore that required lifting or moving heavy things. Just as I began moving it, a very good-looking guy ran up to me, and my heart did a little backflip when I saw him. That's new.
Wait, let me help you out. This is very heavy.
Oh, no, it's completely fine.
Oh, not at all. You might end up hurting your back.
Oh, but he did. I watched in amusement as he frowned and struggled to move the table around. I had to hold back my laughter, but I couldn't help staring at him. He was so dreamy, kind, and sweet. Really, it's fine. I can do it.
Arden, I know how strong you are, but I don't mind helping.
How do you know me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jude. I was at the same school as you, and my little brother was in your class. I've seen you at competitions. You're really amazing.
Oh my God. He was so kind. Wait, what if he was my secret admirer from back then? Turns out, he was now a final year medical student and visited our restaurant often with his friends. Pretty soon, I began visiting home often just to run into him. We would talk the entire time he was there, and he always praised me for my achievements in weightlifting and pageants. Now I was sure that Jude was my secret admirer. It was tradition for students to throw a coin into the fountain at the Academy campus fountain for good luck. Of course, I didn't believe it, but there was no harm in trying, right? Okay, let's try this out. I wish to go to the Olympics.
Making a wish to meet someone as good-looking as me?
Who do you think you are?
Arden, it's me, Troy, from school.
Troy? Oh, no way! How'd you get so tall? I'm sorry, I mean, you were…
Yeah, I was a very tiny guy.
Turns out, Troy was a swimmer. He had a good glow-up, huh? But he was now very vain. He constantly looked at himself when he crossed a glass door or mirror, and always praised his own good looks. He was constantly talking about how girls always get him gifts and food he likes. And he wouldn't stop talking about the amazing red car he was saving up to buy. It was so annoying. I pushed him in a bush to shut him up.
Oh, I see. You're jealous that I'm talking about all these girls.
Actually, I have a crush on someone else, so there. I could tell he was hurt, but he was too cocky. It would never work between us anyway. If you think what I did was mean, I should tell you what he did. Once he promised to give me swimming lessons. He said he would help me when I jumped in, but when I did, he didn't catch me. I started flailing my arms around and thought I was gonna drown when he lifted me up in his arms.
Are you all right?
All I could think about was how close our faces were to each other. I mean, I almost drowned, but I'm fine now.
Okay then, my arms hurt.
Saying that, he let go of me and I was back to struggling to stay up in the pool. What a jerk!
Just touch your feet to the ground. It's not that deep.
Well, Troy wasn't lying. When I stood up, the water came as high as my stomach, but I wasn't gonna let him get away with dropping me back in the pool. I chased Troy around the building for a good 5 minutes before he hid behind some random stranger. All I could see was red, but the minute I looked up, my jaw dropped. It was Jude. Jude, hi.
Wait, you know Jude?
The real question should be, how do you know him?
Looks like you met my little brother.
What? He's your brother?
Wait, is this the guy you…
Bye, Jude. I'll see you around. Troy had figured out Jude was the crush, and he was not gonna let it go. I begged Troy not to say anything to Jude, and even bought him food, held his towel at the end of the line at his swim practice, and even held a mirror for him just to admire himself. He finally agreed and even helped me by giving me ideas on how to get closer to Jude.
He likes watching football. Oh, and MSA videos too. So get to work if you want to have something in common with him. Ugh, man, he's so boring. I mean, look at me. I'm so smart and good looking, and I'm an athlete.
Wow, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You love yourself enough for 2 people. And Jude is just, he's perfect and handsome.
Ugh, gross. Stop talking about my brother. If it'll make you happy, I'll set you guys up on a date. But you have to focus on your upcoming competition first.
I agreed, and I was ready for my date with Jude. Except Jude didn't know it was a date. Troy bought 2 tickets to a movie and gave one to Jude and the other to me. I pretended that it was a coincidence. Jude even dropped me home and opened the car door for me as well. Such a gentleman. He said he would be busy for a while with his medical school midterms, but we should hang out again soon. I told him I would love to, and it was okay because I had to focus completely on the competition to get into the national team. I was so excited for the competition and even invited Troy, but Jude also came. I thought you were busy studying.
I have a couple of hours to watch your big competition. Good luck.
On the day of the competition, however, I was a nervous wreck. Dad, Aunt, Jude, and Troy showed up to support me along with my other classmates. It was a little embarrassing because of the sign they held up with my weightlifting face on it. All red and veiny, it looked like I'd explode. When it was my turn, I lifted the weight and heard cheers until I heard a scream and saw my dad faint in front of me. I left the competition and rushed him to the hospital. The doctor informed us that Dad needed to have his kidney transplant surgery immediately. Aunt and I rushed to get the money to pay for the surgery, but what the doctor said left my jaw on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Someone already took care of it. Your dad is already in surgery.
He then informed us that this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I was sure it was Jude because he asked me to forget about this person now and just stay with Dad. But I couldn't just let him pay such a big amount. But I decided to first help Dad recover before I thanked Jude, who was busy studying anyway. A month later, Dad himself kicked me out of the house and said I had to go back to the academy. And I'm glad he did because I got the best news ever. I was gonna get another chance to get into the national team. The new competition was in 3 months, so I trained and trained and trained some more and won. I was over the moon, and I texted Troy and Dad and told them the news. But there was one other person I wanted to give this news to, Jude. I rushed to meet him to thank him and also give him the news. I was shaking like a leaf as I walked towards Jude, but the minute I saw him, my heart shattered into a million pieces. He was talking to one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen, and they were smiling wide and holding hands.
Arden, hey, why'd you want to meet so urgently? Everything okay?
I wasn't paying attention to anything Jude said after he introduced me to the girl, his girlfriend. He said they'd been best friends since high school and finally, only a few days ago, confessed to each other that they were in love. That's when I realized our date really wasn't a date. He was just a nice guy. I spoke to her for a bit before I thanked Jude for paying for Dad's surgery. I couldn't tell him about my crush now.
Arden, it wasn't me.
When Jude told me who it was, I immediately rushed back to the restaurant when I saw him standing there, laughing and talking to my dad.
What's going on with you? Are you all right?
You paid for the surgery? Why? How'd you even get the money?
I can't believe he told you when I asked him not to. I was collecting money to buy the car I wanted. It's not a big deal, Arden. It helped with the
It is a big deal. Why did you?
It's because I like you, okay? I've liked you since you helped me back in school.
You were my secret admirer?
Yes, and always came to your competitions to support you. But I was too scared to talk to you in person. And then I saw how you spoke about Jude. You were falling in love with him. You were happy. I didn't want to come in between you two.
I wasn't in love with Jude. I was just attracted to him because I thought he was you, the one who wrote those letters. It helped boost my confidence so much. And I like you too, Troy. Just not as much as you love yourself. Troy and I began talking more about all of this, and weeks later, Troy asked me out on a date. Even though he loved himself enough for the both of us, I gave him a chance. And a month later, we began dating. He was there the entire time during my practice. And finally, after years and years of training, hard work, and competitions, I made it to a prestigious international championship and won gold. Everyone supported and cheered for me, including my biggest supporters, my dad, aunt, and of course, Troy. I even opened my own training center and now train young girls in weightlifting and still continue to compete. I buried my head under the pillow. I was so sick of my parents' constant fighting. It was always the same old thing. Mom shouted, "You're cheating on me again. Who is it this time?" Dad yelled back,
Oh my God. If I were cheating, who could blame me? You're crazy and paranoid. I can't do this anymore. I'm done.
I sat up straight in bed. He'd never said that before. I peeked out of my room to see Dad leaving with a suitcase. My heart sank. I walked into their room to find Mom sitting at her dressing table. She said,
"He left because he's a cheater. He always has been."
I picked up my bag and left for the ice rink. I put my skates on and felt all that anger slip away as I glided across the ice. This was the only thing keeping me sane. The big dream, a gold medal at the Olympics. A few hours later, another couple joined me at the rink. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it was Ethan, and with him was his gorgeous partner. Every time I saw them, I felt a twinge of jealousy. I'd had the biggest crush on him for months. He flashed me a smile, and I almost spun out of control. Get a grip, girl. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon, and Mom was still asleep. I said, "Mom, don't you go to work today?" You're going to get fired again." She said, "Oh, stop bothering me. I was already fired yesterday. A customer was rude to me, so I gave her a piece of my mind." Mom and her temper. She couldn't hold a job for more than a week. And now she'd finally driven Dad away too. I kept hoping he'd show up the next day, but he didn't. When he came back a week later, I was shocked. It seems like Mom's suspicions were spot on because he wasn't alone. There was a gorgeous brunette with him. He introduced her as Stephanie, and she seemed so annoyingly perfect. Mom came in just then, through the back door, and stopped dead in her tracks. She looked beyond furious. Dad said, I didn't think you'd be home. Just came for some stuff." Mom shouted, How dare you bring her into this house?" And then she started throwing things from her grocery bag straight at Dad and his girlfriend. Stephanie screamed and ran out to the car. Dad said, "Stop this nonsense right now." But there was no stopping Mom. Dad said to me, "Emma, I'll get you away from this mad woman. We'll talk later." And with that, he quickly turned and left. Mom ran up to her room, and of course, I was left cleaning up the mess. A few days later, Dad invited me to dinner with him and Stephanie. I was reluctant, but couldn't say no to him. When the server in the restaurant came to our table, it turned out to be Ethan. I was too nervous to even smile back at him. Stephanie even encouraged me to talk to him. Throughout the meal, she was so great that I was beginning to think she wasn't so bad after all. But then she did something horrible. She accidentally spilled a whole glass of juice on me. Just then, Ethan returned with our order. He must have thought I was such a loser. I turned to her angrily and said, "Why did you do that?" She said, "I'm so sorry. It was just an accident." But I could tell she was trying really hard not to laugh at me. So was Dad. I spotted Ethan in school the next day and tried to hide, but he caught up with me. He said, "Hey, you're Emma, right? Listen, I want to talk to you about something important." He asked me if I would like to be his skating partner for the Nationals. I was completely speechless. He said, "My partner's backed out, and I've seen how amazing you are. Say you'll give it a shot?" The first day at the rink together, his coach gave us a simple number to dance to, and boy, was it instant magic. We were completely in sync, and my heart was pounding with excitement. Ethan said, Oh my God, that was so good." Then he hugged me. We became friends and dance partners and started training after school every day. He asked me out soon enough, and of course, I said yes. Ethan was the best thing that had happened to me in a while. The divorce proceedings had started and things were turning ugly. Dad had filed for sole custody and Mom was pissed. He won because the court thought he could take better care of me. Mom and I were devastated. She wasn't perfect, but I really didn't want to go live with stupid, selfish Stephanie. She came to the lounge carrying a bunch of Dad's white shirts. They were all pink. She said, "Emma, I only asked you to do the laundry and look what you've done. There was a red sock in the machine with all the whites." Dad looked really annoyed. He said, "Seriously, Emma, you're old enough to not do something so dumb." I didn't even own any red socks. I tried saying that I had checked all the clothes, but Dad just told me to stop talking. Stephanie cuddled up next to my dad, and I left the lounge. Seeing them happy like that made my blood boil even more. But things were about to get much worse. Ethan and I were performing at a local competition in 2 weeks. I wanted to invite Mom and Dad to come see me. I was still thinking about how to keep Stephanie out of it. I said, "Hey, Dad, you know Mr. Clarkson who lives down the street? His son—" I stopped short when I saw Dad's face. He said, "Don't ever mention that name in my house. That horrible man has been trying to ruin my business for ages." Mom and Dad's relationship was getting worse. One day, when Dad dropped me off for the weekend, I heard them arguing. He was accusing her of sending a detective to spy on him. He said, "Stop interfering in my life. We're over. Get that inside your head." After I left, I told Mom about Ethan. The next day after she met him, she said, "He's such a nice boy. Don't worry about your father, honey. I'll support you." My heart was racing as I got dressed for skating. I opened my bag and, to my horror, my skates weren't there. Ethan said, "Hey, come on. Are you good to go?" I cried, "Ethan, my skates. I swear I put them in my bag." He looked horrified. Our names were being called out next, and there was nothing I could do but wear the spare ones lying in the locker room. I tried to calm and focus, but I couldn't. The borrowed shoes were too tight and I kept feeling like I was about to lose my balance. When the moment of the big lift came and Ethan spun me, I slipped and fell hard on the ice. The music stopped. I could hear people gasping and whispering. Ethan asked me if I was okay, but I could see how disappointed he was. As I ran off the rink, I spotted two familiar faces in the crowd. Dad and Stephanie. I hadn't even invited them. And Stephanie was smiling? When I got home, Dad was waiting for me in the lounge. Before I could even speak, he said,
"So, not only are you dance partners with Clarkson's son, you're also dating him?"
I shouted. "That's what's important right now? I just had a terrible fall in front of everyone and lost the competition. You want to ask me how I'm doing? And I'm pretty sure your lovely Snoopy girlfriend took my skates out of my bag," Dad said.
"That's enough nonsense out of you. I've had enough of a paranoid woman. You better stop seeing that boy or I won't be paying for your lessons anymore."
He was so selfish. Had he asked for my blessing or Mom's before dating that horrible, evil witch? After school ended, I told Ethan what had happened. I was scared of losing him, but Ethan reassured me that he wasn't going anywhere. Then he said he had a gift for me, matching bracelets to celebrate 6 months together. We promised to wear them every day. When I got home, it was as if I was walking into the aftermath of a hurricane. The entire apartment had been trashed. Worst of all, Dad's entire collection of rare and unique items lay smashed on the floor. I quickly tried to clean up the mess, but just then, Dad and Stephanie walked in. To my horror, Dad said,
"You're as crazy as your mother, Emma. I can't believe you would stoop this low. Just because I said you can't see your boyfriend?"
Behind him, I could see Stephanie looking shocked. She pretended she had no idea. I just knew she was trying to poison him against me. Dad wouldn't listen to anything I tried to say and threatened to ground me for a month. I was so angry that I ran out of there and went straight to Mom's. I told her everything, and she said that she always thought there was something fishy about his girlfriend. That's why she'd hired a detective to investigate her. She said, "I was only looking out for him. I don't know why he hates me so much. It was so unfair that I didn't get to live with her." I left Dad a message that I was going to stay with Mom for a while, and he didn't even bother to reply. But a couple of weeks later, he turned up and announced he was taking me for a surprise getaway. I said, "I don't want to go with you." He said,
"Don't even start. I have custody of you. I can send your psycho mom to jail if you don't come with me. Remember?"
Mom shouted, "You piece of..." I put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Mom, it's okay. I should go. I'll come and see you really soon." I was really mad at Dad and didn't talk to him during the whole drive. After a couple of hours, we pulled up outside a church. Surprised, I asked him what was going on. Dad said,
"It's my wedding. That's the surprise."
I was horrified. "What?" Dad explained that he and Stephanie had been planning it for a while. He had kept it a secret from me because he didn't want Mom to know. He said,
"You think life was easy with your mom? A happy wife makes a happy man, and Stephanie is the one for me. You do agree with me, right?"
Right now, he looked as creepy as she did. Maybe they deserved each other. Inside, I saw all the relatives on my dad's side. I was the only one who'd been kept in the dark. Stephanie pretended that she was happy to see me and held up a bridesmaid's dress for me. It was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen, and it seemed to be the size of a circus tent. I saw the other bridesmaids wearing much prettier dresses. She was seriously such a jerk, and Dad couldn't even see that. I had to fix this, and I had a plan. Everyone gasped in delight as Stephanie walked down the aisle. I heard my aunt sigh, "She looks like an angel." Yeah, a devil in angel's disguise. Before they could exchange vows, the priest said,
"If anyone has an objection to this wedding, speak now or forever hold your truth."
My truth was just about to burst out of me. I shouted, "I object. This wedding can't happen. She's evil." Dad was mad. He turned around and hurried towards me, but he tripped on Stephanie's long wedding veil and ripped it. Stephanie burst into tears as Dad dragged me out of the church. To my disappointment, I couldn't stop the wedding. Stephanie was so pissed that I had ruined her wedding. She wasn't even pretending to be nice anymore. I just tried to stay out of the house as much as possible. A couple of weeks later, I got a call from Mom. She begged me to come see her immediately without telling Dad. Ethan drove me over to her place. Mom hugged me and handed me some papers. She said, "Look what the private detective found out about Stephanie." I looked through them, shocked. There were some kind of psychic evaluation forms for a patient X who had bipolar disorder and had recently started showing violent behavior. Mom said, "She has kept this completely secret from your father. She's dangerous. I went out of town for a while because I've been scared she'll hurt me." Ethan and I were both stunned. I went home after that and was super relieved to see only Dad's car outside. Thank God that psycho had gone out. Maybe I could try to talk to him on his own. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard her voice. "Where have you been?" Now that I knew her secret, she looked completely unhinged to me. I said, I just went out with some friends for ice cream." She said, "Great, you won't have dinner then, I guess. I don't think I'm waiting for your dad either." And with that, she walked off. What a weirdo. And why did it look like she'd been crying? I had to put everything aside and focus on the first round of nationals the next day. As I was waiting for Mom to come pick me up and drive me to the game, I got a text from Ethan. "She's not who you think she is. Tell you everything at the rink." What more had he found out about Stephanie? I could hardly wait. As I was telling Mom about Ethan's mysterious text, a wave of shock went through me when I suddenly noticed something on Mom's wrist. I said, "Mom, where did you get that?" She said, "Ethan gave it to me. He's such a sweetheart. And he said I'm pretty." My stomach sank. There was something seriously off about the way she was talking. She sounded crazy. Then I noticed something. She was driving us out of the city. I said, "Where are we going?" Mom said, "Oh, we're just taking a little trip, just you and me." I shouted, "Mom, what are you doing?" "I have to go to the rink. What's going on with you?" She looked at me and said, "Emma, just shut up, will you? And put your phone where I can see it. I'll explain everything later." After an hour on the road, we heard police sirens. I looked ahead to see there was a police car blocking our way. Mom frantically tried to make a sharp turn to go back, but another car blocked us from behind. She was busted. To my surprise, Dad was with them, and so was Ethan. Ethan said, "I dropped my bracelet at your mom's place. I went back for it this morning and I overheard your parents arguing. I snuck away before anyone saw me." Dad said, "I'd gone over because her doctor emailed me her latest report, and I was convincing her to go to rehab again. She ran away the last time." Dad went on to explain what I had already realized. Mom was patient X. He said, "She's been getting out of control. I realized soon enough that she trashed our place, and also, she's the one who told me about you two dating, to get on my good side." I couldn't believe it. She had been manipulating me and sabotaging my relationship with Dad all along. Ethan had called my dad, who had alerted the police when I didn't show up at the rink. I felt guilty for all the things I'd thought about Stephanie, but then I remembered the missing skates and the bridesmaid's dress. My mom might have been a psycho, but my stepmom was no angel either. Mom was taken away in handcuffs, and she didn't even look guilty. She said, "I'll come for you one day." When we got home, Stephanie was putting suitcases in her car. Dad rushed over and said, "Babe, what are you doing?" Stephanie said, "Get your hands off me, you cheating scumbag. I know about you and that new secretary, and I'm leaving you." Geez, I needed to move out soon. I didn't want to turn out like either of my parents, and my mom treated me as if I was the one who divorced her. I'm not your ex, Mom.
Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem, my grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG. Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please. It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim. But I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We
We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Fuck off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here? She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from—
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron. Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough? Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else, you also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that the tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time. I come here every day to see her.
Oh my god, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light, and when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back. Through thick and thin, we never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant. But your lies won't fool me, they won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm, your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky. While you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark. With no true friend, friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money, we both won. You get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies.
Hey friends, I'm Vanya from Moldova. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town to a single mom who made it big when she moved to the big city. Mom was an entrepreneur, and every business she'd start would become a gold mine. And Mom spoiled me rotten. I just had to look at something and she'd get it for me. For my 8th birthday, I asked her if I could have a bigger swimming pool, and she got a water park installed in her backyard. My friends and I went crazy when we saw it. Oh my God, Mom, you're the best. Anything for you, love. And remember what the doctor said. Talk slowly and you won't stutter that much. Yeah, I used to stutter a lot when I was young. I mostly had it under control, but it could get worse when I was nervous or excited. But other than that, my life was perfect, and everyone wished they were me. That is, until the 10th grade when Mom's company stock crashed one day, and she was left with nothing. We were gonna lose our house. I decided to reach out to my friends for help, but that's when they all showed their true colors. So sorry, Vanya, but we're facing financial problems too. I want to help, but my dad works really hard and I don't think he'll give your mom money. He always says she got rich by pure luck. Luck? My mom works really... Your mom works really hard? I don't think so, and Dad's right. Now go away, please. We don't have all day for you to finish your sentence. Gosh, people could change so fast. We did lose the house, and Mom decided to send me to her hometown to live with a friend for a while. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I agreed for her sake. By the time I landed at the airport, I was already homesick. But just then, I saw a boy my age holding a placard with my name. Hey, you must be here for me. Wow, it's really hot here. Wait, aren't you gonna pick up my bags? Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? I'm Dimitri, and guess what? I'm not your servant, so pick them up yourself. How rude! I carried my bags and followed him outside to find a donkey? Where's the car? Gosh, you sound like a broken record. That's your ride, princess, so hop on. That was my first time on a donkey cart. I didn't mind, but the entire way I felt like punching this boy Dimitri for making fun of me. Mom's friend was lovely though. She hugged me the moment she saw me, and then took me to a tiny room. This is so cute. My cat has a room just like this. I had to leave my room for this city brat? Look, if you don't like it, you can always sleep in the basement. It's got lots of space, and pets too. A family of rats. What a jerk! I wouldn't have lasted a day there without his amazing mom, and I mostly tried to pretend he didn't exist. A week later, I started school, and surprisingly, I made friends instantly. But soon I discovered why. All the girls wanted to know what it was like living under the same roof as Dimitri. Not great, 'cause he's a moron. A handsome moron. A few days later, our school was having a football match and I volunteered as the water girl. Dimitri was team captain and all the girls were chanting his name. Jeez, so lame. Sure, he was handsome, but just a little. I was so busy looking at him that I didn't notice this player trying to catch a ball, and he crashed straight into me. Are you trying to kill me? Watch where you're going. Great advice. I'll remember it for next time. He just smiled like an idiot, and before running off, he winked at me. The next day, I saw the same player outside my school with a car full of roses. As soon as he spotted me, his silly smile was back. "Hey, beautiful, these are for you. By the way, I'm Nova." "Wow, that's a lot of roses. Thanks." Nova was on the football team of another school, but he just turned up outside every day to ask me out. I kept saying no, but he wasn't taking it. And then one day at home, I saw a car pull up outside with Nova in the back seat. He'd found out where I lived? But just then, I saw Dimitri's mom go to the car, and the driver stepped out, handed her an envelope, and left. What was that all about? Later, I asked Dimitri's mom, and she told me her husband used to work for Nova's dad. And even after he was gone, the family kept helping her with money. They were even paying for Dimitri's school. Wow, that made me see Nova in a different light. So the next time he asked me out, I said yes. When Nova picked me up for our first date, he said, "I was surprised this is where you live. How do you know these people?" I told him everything about why I'd moved here. "I'm sorry, that sounds tough. But just be careful of that Dimitri." "What do you mean?" "Dimitri's dad worked for us, and we'd play together as kids. But I always felt like he resented us, especially me. Like, he hates me because I was born rich and he wasn't. I'm sure he has nothing nice to say about me, even after everything my family does for him." I didn't have trouble believing that. Dimitri was always mocking me too for being some rich brat. My date with Nova was totally unexpected. Instead of taking me to some fancy restaurant, he took me to a soup kitchen for the homeless, and we signed up as volunteers. I always come here when I want to do something special. Feels good, doesn't it? This boy was so sweet. When he dropped me back home, I found Dimitri on the porch. "Seriously? You're dating Nova? Did the rest of the male population die?" "What's your problem? He's a nice guy." "Oh yeah. So where'd you go on a date? Was it an orphanage this time? Or a pet shelter to see some poor puppies?" That's the kind of stuff he does on first dates to impress girls. I don't expect you to understand what it means to be genuinely nice. I didn't expect you to be this dumb. But hey, you surprised me. Actually, you guys deserve each other. Two spoiled brats. Nova was right about him. He sounded so judgy and bitter. I started going out with Nova and was having a good time, but he was always too generous with fancy dinners and gifts, which made me uncomfortable. "Nova, I wish you wouldn't. I can't give you gifts like these." "I'm not expecting anything, but I can spoil my girlfriend, can't I?" He gently kissed me for the first time, and I didn't exactly feel sparks. And I felt he was falling for me much too fast. The next morning, I didn't see Dimitri or his mom anywhere, and then I found them both in her room. She was in bed with a high fever. When we called the doctor, he said she'd caught some virus. He advised us to stay home from school for 2 weeks too. I really wanted to help in some way, so I made soup for her. I was carrying it up to her room when Dimitri stopped me. "What's that?" "It's soup? Mom would give this to me when I was sick." "No thanks. You're not giving that to my mom. How would you know how to cook anything when you never had to lift a finger?" And suddenly, I snapped. "Dimitri, can you just shut up for once? Yeah, I used to be rich. It's not a crime. And I'm not useless and spoiled." I pushed him aside and went up with the tray. Gosh, I was so sick of him. Later at night, there was a knock on my door, and Dimitri peeked in. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." "Yeah, you shouldn't have, but it's okay. I get that you're worried about your mom." "Yeah, but I haven't been very nice to you. I'll be better." After that day, Dimitri and I kinda became friends. We took turns caring for his mom and doing household chores, and at night, we'd sit outside and talk for hours. He was sweet and simple, and was really starting to grow on me. 2 weeks flew by, and his mom recovered completely. One day, Dimitri was working in the garden while I was reading and observing how good he looked without a shirt on, when suddenly he spoke. "Hey, Vanya, can you check if the water's coming from the hose? I don't know if it's broken or Just as I picked it up, water came gushing straight at my face, and Dimitri was laughing like crazy.
Gosh, you are so easy to trick.
I picked up a handful of mud as he ran off. As I was chasing him, he tripped and fell, and then I rubbed the mud all over his face.
What are you doing to her, jerk?
Nova was about to attack Dimitri when I stopped him. Hey, we were just playing. I started it.
And why were you doing that? Did you forget I was picking you up for dinner? You're gonna tell her what she can and can't do now?
The boys looked ready to kill each other, so I dragged Nova aside and told him to wait in the car while I cleaned up. I had totally forgotten about dinner at his place. Nova lived in a mansion with his dad, who welcomed me warmly.
You're living with Dimitri and his mom, right? His father was a close friend of mine. Friend? Come on, Dad. He was our servant. Dad's really soft-hearted and likes helping people. Dimitri would have never gone to school if it weren't for him. And I'm glad I helped, because that boy is hardworking and will make something of himself, unlike some entitled rich kids I know.
Just then, his dad excused himself, and Nova flung his plate at the wall.
This is what happens every time I bring that jerk up. Dad has always liked Dimitri more than me.
I'm sure that's not true.
Don't think I'm blind or stupid. You like Dimitri more too, don't you? You've been avoiding me for 2 weeks just to spend more time with him.
Are you crazy? I told you his mom was unwell.
Liar.
I stared at him in shock, and he suddenly snapped out of his anger.
Vanya, I'm sorry.
I'd like to go home, please. With the driver. I felt shaken on my way back. Nova was turning out to be really strange. And at home, Dimitri was sitting in the kitchen with an unpleasant face.
You're back early.
Were you waiting for me?
Yeah, waiting to tell you that you're an idiot for dating Nova. He's fake and horrible. Why can't you see that? Are you blinded by his expensive gifts? Or too impressed by his fancy cars and mansion?
I was gonna tell him I was breaking up with Nova, but that made me so mad. There you are, back to being a jerk. Mind your own business, Dimitri, and don't talk to me. Dimitri and I stopped talking after that day, and I broke up with Nova too. He kept begging me to forgive him, but I held my ground. He was just too much. A few days later, Mom called me with the most amazing news. Her company was up and running again, and she wanted me to come home. I decided I'd leave right after the final exams the next week. There was nothing keeping me here anyway. After exam week, there was a big football match between our school and Nova's, and I made sure to sit far behind on the bleachers so he wouldn't spot me. The match was an intense one. Dimitri and Nova kept butting heads on the field and almost broke into a fight, but our team won by a large margin, and Nova stormed off the field furiously. Dimitri looked so happy, and I wanted to congratulate him. I thought I'd catch him outside the locker room, but I walked into the building to find 2 guys pinning him against the wall as Nova punched him. "Stop it, Nova! Don't hurt him!" Nova turned to me with crazy eyes.
Oh, how worried you are now. But you didn't care when you hurt me. I know you broke up with me because you have feelings for this worm. After all that money I spent on you, I thought because you were rich once, you'd have some class. But you're just cheap.
You're a psycho, and yeah, I like Dimitri a lot. Now I understand why your dad likes him better.
You'll pay for saying that. I'll make sure Dad stops giving them any money. I'll convince him, you'll see. No, you won't, Nova, because I've seen everything I needed to, and I am so disappointed in you.
We turned around to see Nova's dad, who'd come to see the match, and he looked furious. He grabbed Nova's arm and led him away. "Dimitri, are you okay? Your face..."
"I'm fine, Vanya."
"I should have listened to you about Nova."
"No, I was unfair and mean to you, and I'm really sorry. About what you said back there, is it true?"
"Which part?"
"The part where you said you like me a lot."
"Yeah, I like you. Big deal."
Like me? Because I like you."
"I guess it's just you then." He grinned and pulled me in for a kiss, and it was perfect.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought I had the coolest mom. She was a professional gymnast who'd won tons of competitions, and I wanted to be just like her, the best at something. But no matter how hard I tried, Mom always said I could do better, and she kept comparing me to others.
Mommy, I won second in the art contest.
What is this? The neighbor's daughter draws like Picasso, and her art was published in a magazine.
Mom, I came in third in the math quiz.
Well, that's disappointing. Your cousin just skipped 2 grades because she's a genius. Mom always had something to say.
Your cousin's a genius and she's so perfect, and her farts smell like flowers.
In 6th grade, I really started enjoying soccer and joined the team. But I hated it when Mom came to the games. She would shout instructions at me non-stop. And once at a match, she pulled me aside during halftime. What are you doing? You haven't scored a goal once.
But I helped others score goals and we're winning.
But no one's noticing you. You want to be a star or someone's sidekick? I could feel Mom's eyes on me in the second half, and I didn't want to disappoint her again. My teammate was kicking the ball down to the goalpost, and suddenly I ran after her. I tackled the ball away and scored the winning goal myself. Our team won, but everyone was angry at me for stealing the ball from my teammate. I felt terrible, but Mom was ecstatic.
Did you see that? My daughter scored the winning goal. Take that, losers.
I left the soccer team, but soon after, Mom took me to my first ballet, and I just knew what I wanted to do with my life. I'm gonna be a ballerina, Mom. Mom encouraged me and hired a private instructor who trained me hard for the next few years. And in 9th grade, Mom enrolled me in a fancy private school which had its own ballet team. On my first day, I was just signing up for the ballet club when I heard loud voices behind me. I turned around to see a gorgeous girl walk in, and for some reason, everyone seemed excited to see her. I thought I'd find out who she was, so I walked over with a form. Hi, are you signing up too? You can take this. These forms are for nobodies like you. I'm already in.
Wow, what's with the attitude? And who are you?
I'm Tatiana's daughter, you fool.
What?
Tatiana was a ballet superstar and my idol. I'd have to compete with her daughter? Okay, so having a famous mom doesn't mean you're any good because I've never even heard of you. I walked off before she could reply. Her name was Anastasia, and even though I'd played it cool, I was definitely intimidated. On the day of the auditions, I realized that my ballet shoes were missing. I had no choice but to borrow some spare ones for my performance. I calmed myself down as I stepped onto the stage, but just then, I spotted Anastasia grinning at me from a corner, and I knew she had something to do with my shoes. I felt so bothered that I just couldn't focus. As I did a jump, I suddenly lost my balance and stumbled to the ground. I ran off the stage, my face blazing. And Mom was even angrier. Tatiana's daughter did this? I went with that witch to school, and she was so aggressive and competitive. Of course, her daughter's just like her. I was shocked the next day when the ballet teacher called me and said I'd been selected. I had no idea what changed her mind. Later, as I was putting stuff in my locker, Anastasia came and slammed it shut in my face. Wow. You're such a cheater. You're only on the team because your rich mommy bribed the principal. Yeah, I saw her here today. What was she talking about? You're one to talk. I know you hid my shoes, and you keep using your famous mommy's name any chance you get. Well, now we're both here. May the best ballerina win. But I couldn't help wondering if Mom really had done something to get me on the team. So I asked her. The principal and I are old friends. She owed me a favor. Mom, that's cheating. I messed up. You listen to me, Valerie. I will not have your chances ruined because of one mistake. Sometimes to get ahead, you have to play a little dirty. Do you want to be on the team or not? The truth was, I wanted it more than anything. It felt wrong, but I couldn't miss this chance. And by 11th grade, I'd worked so hard that I was the best in my class. Anastasia was really good, but I was better. We were soon performing in the year-end musical, and the teacher told us that professional ballet dancers would be attending. I knew Anastasia was burning because I had the lead role. Well, I'd earned my place. one rainy afternoon. I'd just picked up my new ballet dress from a shop when suddenly a cyclist came charging down the pavement at full speed. I managed to jump out of the way, but slipped on a puddle. I was about to land hard when someone caught me.
Whoa, gotcha.
I saw a boy with messy hair smiling down at me. Oh my God, you saved my life.
You're welcome, but you wouldn't have actually died.
Oh, I'm a ballerina. I can't afford to get injured, especially right now. So thank you.
Thank me by having lunch with me?
I can't. I don't have time to spare. And suddenly my stomach growled loudly.
Looks like you don't have time to eat either. Come on, I just saved your life.
And I gave in. His name was Seth and he was in college. I was having such a good time that I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. As he was leaving, he asked for my number. I didn't have much time to date, but he was cute, and it was hard to say no. We began texting each other, and soon his messages became the highlight of my day. Why are you always grinning like a moron these days? Is it a boy? It's called None of Your Business. So it is a boy. Well, if you have time to date, you're clearly not working hard enough. Maybe some of us can do it all and still be the best. Seth and I went on our first official date soon, and being with him made me happy. So I made space for him in my crazy, busy life. A few days later, I walked into school to find the halls buzzing with excitement, and I discovered it was because Tatiana was visiting. Sometime later, I went into the changing room, and I stopped short when I saw her there, my idol in the flesh. But just then, I noticed Anastasia, and Tatiana started screaming at her.
You're telling me someone else got the lead in the school play? That's because your technique still isn't perfect. Why aren't you pushing yourself harder?
I work as hard as I can, Mom. I'm still one of the best.
There's no such thing. You're either the best or you're nothing. Oh, for God's sake, don't start crying. You know I can't stand it.
Saying that, Tatiana left. My idol was a witch, and for once, I felt sorry for Anastasia. Hey, are you okay? Valerie, were you spying on me? Did you hear everything? I won't tell anyone. And your mom's wrong, Anastasia. I've seen how committed and talented you are. She's being unfair. Who do you think you are, Mother Teresa? Did I ask for your pity? My mom's the best, and I will be too. I'm not gonna be nothing, you'll see. Wow, these two were crazier than my mom. That afternoon, as I was leaving school, I was surprised to see Seth outside, leaning against a fancy car. Seth, what are you doing here?
Hi. I'm here for Miss Tatiana. I'm her driver.
OMG, your boyfriend is our poor driver? I thought you would have aimed a little higher, Val. Oh, maybe you can come work for us as the maid. The driver and the maid. So cute. Seth's face turned red and he got into the car silently. Tatiana soon joined them and he drove off. And he asked me to meet him the next day.
I'm not poor. I make good money, but I did lie that I'm in college because I wasn't sure what you'd think of me.
Why aren't you in college, Seth?
I'm taking a break. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet.
How can you live like that, with no goals? You can't just be a driver. I regretted my words as I saw his hurt face.
I really admire you, Val, but there is more than one way to live. Your way doesn't have to be right for everybody.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Look, I want to take my time to find my passion and enjoy every moment, like this one.
Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed me, and my heart soared. One night as I got home from a date, I found Mom in panic.
Valerie, where were you? Why weren't you answering your phone?
Oh, I guess the battery died.
Do you know how worried I was when your instructor called and said you never turned up for rehearsal?
I stared at her in shock. How had I forgotten about my rehearsal completely?
You were with Seth, weren't you? Valerie, you have to break up with that boy.
But why?
Because he's a distraction, and he's making you lose your focus. He has no goals or ambition.
You hardly know him, Mom. He's amazing, and he cares about me.
But he doesn't get you. He's not right for you. You can be a superstar. Why are you letting him bring you down?
I missed one rehearsal. Big deal.
You would have never said that before you met him.
I felt so angry at Mom. Seth wasn't like me, but he made me happy. The school musical was the same day as my birthday, and Seth took me for a little picnic by the beach before dropping me at school. But suddenly, the car came to a stop in the middle of nowhere.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing.
But the car just wouldn't start. This can't be happening. Why did I ever agree to go out with you today? It took a while for a cab to reach us, and I left without even looking back at Seth. But I still arrived 20 minutes after showtime, and I cried as I watched Anastasia out on the stage as the lead. Mom drove me home in complete silence, but I could feel her disappointment, and mine was even greater. So later that night, I decided to end things with Seth.
I'm really sorry, Val, but that could have happened to anyone.
No, Seth, it wouldn't have happened to me before. I would have been focused on only the show. Look, my career will always come first, and you'd understand that if you had some real goals in your life too. There was silence, and suddenly he hung up. I knew I'd hurt his feelings, and I felt devastated too, but it was the right thing to do. The next day, I was dreading seeing my team or Anastasia at school, but mostly, I was feeling heartbroken over Seth. I went into the empty locker room and broke down into tears. Moments later, Anastasia came in. You're here to rub last night in my face? Go ahead, get it over with. You won. You're the best. Your mom must be so proud of you now. Actually, she isn't. She made sure to remind me that I only got the lead because you didn't show up. For a moment, we just sat there quietly. I saw you on stage last night, and you were amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Anastasia got selected by a famous dancer right after the musical. After high school, I got into a great dance academy in New York and soon joined a ballet company. I reached fame and success quickly, and I was living my dream life, and Mom was finally proud. A year later, I went back home for some shows, and to my surprise, I bumped into Anastasia one day. She looked different, and I was shocked to learn that she'd given up on professional ballet. I'll always love ballet, but I just couldn't take all that pressure. I'm not like Mom or you. So I left it, and I started a dance studio for young kids. She looked so much happier now, and I was happy for her. One night as I was performing, I suddenly spotted a face in the front row that made my heart skip a beat. Seth! After the show, he was waiting outside my dressing room.
I'm a journalist now, and I was in town to cover a story. I had to come see your show. You were magical, Val, and I'm so proud of you.
That means a lot. Thanks.
Got time for coffee with an old friend?
I was so happy to see him that I said yes. We kept seeing each other for the next few weeks, and I realized I'd really missed having him in my life. But a few days later, I found out I was being sponsored to go on a world tour by my company. I would be an international star. I met Anastasia and told her the amazing news, but she sensed something was bothering me, and I told her everything about Seth. You should totally date him. But I'm about to leave for a world tour. I won't have time for him, and I can't have any distractions. That's your mom talking, Val. Listen, you can have all the fame and money in the world, but what's the point if you have no one to share it with? Being successful doesn't mean you have to be alone. Anastasia was right, and the next day I met Seth and told him everything. This time, I don't want to choose. I don't want to give up one dream for another, but I'm moving soon for my world tour and…
Val, I wouldn't dream of holding you back. I travel for work all the time, and I can move to Europe while you're there. We can make this work. I let you walk away from me before, and I don't want to do that again. I love you, Valerie.
I love you too, Seth.
Hi there. My name is Angela, and ever since the 9th grade, my life has been one wild ride. Everything literally changed for me overnight. I never thought that a single fall could completely change my luck. The day I'm talking about started like any other. At school, things were exactly how I liked them. No one spoke to me, and I didn't speak to them. That is, until I got a message from my friend that she was waiting for me outside the debate room. I remembered the meeting we had scheduled, so I ran like crazy. Guess who I ran headfirst into? The king of football, Ross. As if that wasn't bad enough, I spilled my juice on his white shorts, but he grabbed his things and stormed away. I looked down at all of my things scattered around me. That's when I noticed something wasn't mine. I picked it up. A lottery ticket. I jumped to my feet and turned to call Ross's name just as he turned the corner.
He turned around and looked me straight in the eyes. He shook his head and scoffed before continuing on his way. I wanted to give him back his ticket, but there was no way I was facing him again. Not in this lifetime. I spent the rest of my classes trying to devise a clever way of getting the lottery ticket back to him when a great idea came to me. I'd slide it into his locker. That way, I wouldn't have to talk to him. After school, I put the ticket in a small white envelope. For fun's sake, I stuck a small heart onto it. It's not like he'd know I sent it, I thought gleefully as I approached his locker and headed straight into the most embarrassing moment of my life. Just as I took out the envelope, Ross and his girlfriend Maria appeared. She snatched it out of my hand and looked at the heart. Oh no, I thought. Please no. But to my utter horror, she began laughing and said I was trying to give him a love letter. I tried to tell her that it wasn't a letter at all, when Ross looked at me and literally snarled, "Get out of here, you idiot," he yelled. He said I was a weirdo and a stalker. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten this morning's event. He snatched the envelope from Maria and threw it in my face. I was humiliated. When I got home, I threw my backpack on the ground and the lottery ticket fluttered out of the side pocket. I snatched it up off the ground, crinkled it up, and threw it in the trash. Stupid ticket. As luck would have it, I was late for school the next morning. I rushed to school and saw something that left me speechless. Ross and his girlfriend had gone crazy, or so it seemed. They were emptying trash cans all over the place, and other students were laughing at them. I hung around in the shadows, trying to figure out what had happened when I overheard a kid say that someone in our small town had won the $1.2 billion jackpot last night. My mind went straight to the ticket I had thrown in the trash. He then said that nobody had claimed the ticket yet, and Ross had lost one, which could be the winner. I walked away with my heart racing, wondering if I could possibly have the winning ticket. And then I remembered something horrible. It was trash day. Panic took over. I needed to get back home as soon as possible. To get out of school, I faked being ill. But the nurse didn't buy it and suggested that I just rest for a little bit in her office. I knew if I was going to get back home before the garbage man came, I needed to do something drastic. So I pretended to faint, but I ended up actually hitting my head really, really hard on the bedstand. On the bright side, though, I got sent home. Once home, I rushed upstairs as quickly as I could while pretending to be ill. I tried to convince my mom that the best thing for me would be fresh air, but she wasn't falling for it and sent me back to my room. I tried to think of another way to get out when I heard the garbage truck down the road. I had to do something right now. I had no choice but to sprint out of the house and deal with the consequences later. I rushed down the stairs, tiptoed out of the back door, and ran towards the dumpster as if I were being chased by bees. Things were about to get really dirty. I jumped straight into the dumpster and started going through the bags like a maniac. Oh God, whose trash is this? No one eats stinky tuna out of the can at my place. And what's this weird pink stone? I just chucked it all out and moved on to the next bag. I couldn't see that lottery ticket anywhere. I climbed out of the dumpster feeling completely defeated and covered in gross stuff. The garbage truck had pulled up by now, and clearly the driver thought I was insane, but he just picked the bags up and drove off. I went to my room, slammed the door, and kicked my wastebasket over. And that's when I saw it. The lottery ticket. It must have fallen out when my mom emptied out the wastebaskets. I snatched it up, then went straight to the lottery website on my phone. My heart was racing. The first number matched, then the second, the third. Oh my God. Now I just needed the fourth number. Wait, what? The fourth number didn't match. Just like that? I couldn't believe it. I was this close. I stared at the numbers again and again, but they weren't about to change. I had lost, and I had a concussion. And I stank like fish. Officially the world's unluckiest person. Later that night, I was skimming through my Instagram feed when I saw a post that made me sit straight up in bed. It was an ad offering $2,000 to the person who found a weird pink stone. Now, where had I seen one of those today? I tiptoed out of the back door quietly, again, and made my way to the dumpster again, and looked around the ground with my phone's flashlight, and my heart skipped a beat when the light caught something shiny. It looked exactly like the stone in the ad. And if someone was willing to pay $2,000 to someone just for finding it, I wondered how much it was actually worth. I quickly picked it up and went back inside, hardly able to sleep that night with excitement. The very next morning, I got off the school bus midway in town and headed straight to Mr. Clark's jewelry and antique store. I'd worked there last summer, and if anyone could tell me the value of this stone, it was old Mr. Clark. His eyes sparkled as he held it up and inspected it in the light, then under a special microscope he had. He was taking his sweet time. Finally, he told me that it was a really rare and valuable stone, probably worth millions. I tried to act cool, but I actually wanted to jump up and down for joy. I was going to be so rich. He asked me curiously where I'd gotten it from, and I said casually that it was my grandma's, and I was just having it checked out for her. Then I was out of there. Only millions, eh? You liar. I could tell it was worth more just by the look in his eyes. He called me the next day and asked me if I could meet him again at the store. I wasn't surprised. I knew he wanted this stone, but I wasn't going to let him trick me into settling for less. And he could certainly afford to pay whatever price I asked for. Everyone knew how crazy rich Mr. Clark was. He lived in a 50-acre mansion, and he had a tiger for a pet. And holding on to the stone in my pocket tightly, I told him that I wouldn't accept a penny less than $1 billion. He looked at me for a moment, whipped out his checkbook, scribbled something, and handed me a check. My eyes were about to pop out of my head. He'd actually given me $1.2 billion. I handed him the stone. We shook hands, and I walked out, completely dazed. What? I was a billionaire. Life changed for me overnight. I went from Lady Unlucky to Lady Luck. I went on secret shopping sprees and hired a personal driver to be on standby and take me anywhere I wanted to go at any time. I obviously had to be careful not to get caught by my parents, so I lied a bit. At school, though, things were wild. I could throw the craziest parties and take everyone to the coolest concerts. Everyone loved me. Within a year, I had become the queen. I could buy little things here and there for people, and because of it, they all worshipped me. Best of all, Ross wanted to date me. Ha! He was still a big meanie to others, though, so I played him a little. I knew I could get away with it now. I made him write me a love letter and then humiliated him for it in front of everyone. The tables had turned. I would much rather date Kevin. Kevin was a total babe. Everything was great, but towards the end of the year, I overheard my parents crying in the kitchen when my dad got home from work one evening. I stuck around to eavesdrop. They were talking about how my dad had lost his job. They didn't know what they were going to do and were concerned about not being able to pay for the house anymore. I couldn't believe it. What was the point of their fancy college degrees if they didn't even ever use their brain? It's up there for a reason, you know. That's why poor people stay poor. I had the smarts to know what something was worth, and I knew how to make the money for it. I could help my parents, but then I would have to tell them that I sold something that wasn't mine. And even worse, my money might get taken away. I couldn't risk it, so I snuck away. I'd deal with this later. At the end of the school year, all the popular kids were planning to go to the Bahamas for a trip. I told Mom and Dad that I was going away for a summer vacation, and they were glad to have time to work a few more odd jobs. I kind of felt sorry for them, so I snuck $100 into my dad's wallet. It ended up being 7 of us in total, and I paid for everything. I mean everything. From hotels to room service, we even had 24/7 butlers and a private jet. I bought everyone the best food and treatments. I even paid for a few folks, including myself, to get private surfing lessons. It was awesome, and I was totally happy. At least, so I thought. One day, while I was surfing, I sprained my ankle. I was in terrible pain and freaked out. My surf teachers and 24/7 butlers all came to my aid and rushed me to the hospital. But only Kevin came to see me. I was pleased to see him, but he could only stay a bit, and then he went out to take his mom's call and didn't come back till the next day. I needed some time to heal before going home, so I called my parents and told them that I had won a contest and got to stay for an extra week. They were so preoccupied trying to figure out how to keep paying the bills that they didn't even question things too much. I assumed my friends would want to stay a while longer, but everyone except Kevin said they had to leave. At least I had Kevin, but he had been acting a bit weird. He was always outside. He barely stayed in with me, and when he did, he was always smiling at his phone. It was difficult to always be limping around. When I finally got better, I thought I'd surprise him at the beach, but I was in for a real shock. At the beach, I found him making out with a local, and she was wearing my clothes. This was why he'd stayed. I was devastated. I rushed home the next day. Once I got back home, I was too embarrassed to tell everyone how heartbroken I was, because everyone seemed happy. When they all insisted I throw a big party that weekend, I rented out a huge warehouse and hired interior designers to decorate everything. I even hired bouncers. The whole upcoming senior class was invited. It would be epic and would finally show Kevin he was a sucker for cheating on me with some dumb, broke girl. As expected, the party was absolutely insane. Just about everyone showed up. People were dancing everywhere and the whole warehouse was full. It started off great, but as the night went on, things got out of control, and I stopped having fun. The cops showed up and busted the party. We were all underage, so we were all in deep trouble. But the worst thing wasn't getting caught. It was when everyone blamed me and told the cops I was to blame for it. Traitors. After everything I'd done for them, of course, the cops took me to a police car and called my parents. And needless to say, my parents were livid. At first, they couldn't believe the cops had the right people, as there was no way in hell Mom and Dad could afford such a wild party. I was so dead. I had to come clean. But I told them there was no way I'd give up my money. They said I was grounded, and I laughed in their faces. I told them I could move into a house easy peasy. In fact, I told them I could pay rent to stay here. Mom was so mad. She almost choked, but Dad looked at me sadly and said he needed the money, so he agreed. Ha! For a whole week, they didn't even speak to me. I came home and went as I pleased. And after the police incident, everyone knew I had won the lottery. Life at school was back to normal. I was throwing parties, and I didn't have to worry about Mom and Dad at all. That's when I noticed my money was beginning to dwindle. I figured I'd have to learn to be more careful, and that's when the worst thing imaginable happened. I was on my way back from school when a van pulled up next to my car, and 3 armed men jumped out and banged on the doors. They broke the windows and hit my driver on the head. It knocked him out. The 3 of them grabbed me and dragged me out of the car. They quickly pushed me into the van and we sped off. They put me in a dark room where I was blindfolded. They said they wanted the $1.2 billion. I told them I'd spent it all, but they knew I was lying. They called my parents and demanded the money, but my parents said they had no idea where I kept it. The kidnappers didn't believe them. They said I would rot here forever if I didn't give them exactly $1.2 billion. I asked them why they needed the exact sum when I didn't even have it. When finally one of them pulled off their mask and lifted my blindfold, I gasped. It was Ross. He said he knew I'd stolen his ticket. I tried to explain that I hadn't, but he punched the wall. This jerk thinks the ticket was the winner. Man, I have to deal with this now? He said he had needed that money to go to college, but because I'd robbed him, he couldn't go anymore. I cried and said I was sorry, but it was useless. He wouldn't let me go. When he finally believed that I'd spent most of the money, he left the room with the others and said I would rot there. He locked the door and left. I was petrified. I banged on the door, but no one opened. I started crying. What have I gotten into? Why wasn't anybody looking for me? Where were my friends? I was sure I would never escape. I fell asleep crying. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a bright light. Had I died? Mom and Dad would be heartbroken. They still loved me, even though I'd been such a horrible person. That's when I heard Mom sobbing. I finally managed to focus on everything around me. I was in a hospital, and there were all sorts of tubes running through me. I asked what happened, and they said Ross had tried to break into the house. As they had expected it, the police managed to catch him, and he told them where I was. The police inspector said if I'd been there any longer, I would have lost my life. I had been in that room for 3 days without food or water. He said I was the luckiest person he knew.